Chat, hello, how are you all doing?
Yeah, so yeah, this is a tough one. They're starting to get a little bit harder.
Maybe.
So this one is, I mean, it's to do with running. It's to do with going fast. It's another word for going fast or to do something with.
Stop everyone. Hello.
Okay.
Skip.
Skip.
Okay.
This one. Well, you know what? I'll put it to the back and see if you want to guess it later on.
Donut. Yeah.
Donut. Yes, very good. That is technically a stag, but you know we'll look past it. It's fine. Whatever. Now, good luck with this one. This is a real dude.
So far ahead. Actually, I say that.
Any ideas? I mean, let's start with what are you seeing here?
I mean, dude,
It's not the name of the
10
player,
seconds.
It is. This is the
We'll
name
take
of the
10
player.
seconds, chat.
I don't know. First thing what I saw there is changing.
Azine, thanks so much for that, dude. I appreciate that, Azine. Thank you.
I was like, they changed players or something.
Oh, okay.
Maybe it's in the case.
Rulera as well. Thank you so much, dude.
I mean, this one is really hard.
This was the last one that is
Yeah,
super hard.
let's do this.
I'll go back to this real quick.
Okay.
Any last guesses on this one before we throw it away?
Team? Like a hint?
No.
Oh.
I don't think we can get that hint.
What do you think of Nova CB joining EDG? CB was pretty good.
Do you want to? Okay, I'm gonna give you the answer. It's haste.
Out of everyone they could have picked up, is that the best pickup?
Okay.
Speed,
Yeah,
you know?
I understood. Yeah.
Okay.
Makes
This
sense.
one,
Okay. I really want to guess this one.
cap, repeat.
Has that been
plus
announced as well?
Capricious.
An interesting pickup.
Sorry, my English level is not that.
Neither is mine.
I would never.
I stared at this for 5 minutes and I still
who
didn't get
cooked
it. So.
this?
There's no problem there at all. Okay, you know what? Honestly, I thought that was going to go a lot worse. You did very well. Congratulations on, I guess, winning Emoji Masters.
Where's
it's
the
a big
YouTube
win
chat?
to start
Oh.
out here in Korea, and hopefully there's many
forgot
more
on
coming
them.
for the
No,
both
I
of you
haven't.
as well.
Thank you.
Best of luck in your games. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Time for the results of our MasterCard fan poll. Earlier, we asked you folks
It's a
at
photo
home
of the talent
who would
situation.
win
I
today's
mean,
match. It
I'm
was an
honestly
easy
surprised
one
it
to
hasn't
start,
happened
and
more.
I'm very interested to see
I was
where the
thinking a little bit
community
about it
went
yesterday.
here. 63
And when you hear like every
Karmine
year there's
Corp
only
to
like
take this
4
home.
esports
Interested
orgs that make
to
a
see where you
profit.
guys land on
Kind of
this. I
crazy
think
that
Karmine Corp on paper
only
feels like
now
a
it's really
favorite to me,
happened. I
especially
guess
with that
Bleed
more
as well, but they were
structured
like
style. But Xipto has
lying
some
about
real
their money.
talent to them, and they are a very explosive team to play against.
Yeah, that sort of unpredictability is definitely, it can be dangerous, but I think it makes sense. I mean, even as I was re-watching some of Karmine Corp's matches, a lot of it was unlucky for them, especially towards the end here. Some anti-ecos here and there that they lost, so I think it makes sense. A lot of
How
fate
does
still
Boom
on the
keep getting
Karmine
away
Corp
with this?
side.
I
feel
think
like
they'll get a tie
at
team.
the beginning of the
Like, I think
tournament,
they'll
I
get a
would definitely
tie org.
expect more people going for Xipto because, yeah, they're really hard to predict and they're really good at doing those strats that maybe you can run one time, maybe 2 times, and then the other teams start to catch up a little bit more as the tournament moves forward. But, I mean, I still voted Karmine Corp, so I don't
Yeah.
I get it too. I understand.
Let's see where we all ended up on the votes, and if we're matching up with the community's expectations
Bleed
in
was
the
a crazy
talent
one.
predictions here. And it looks like for the
Yeah.
most part we
Bleed-
are
Bleed was a
6
crazy
out of
one.
8 with Jen and Ender
That's a
going
lot of-
for
a lot of
Xipto
K-Corp
instead.
believers.
I feel like a 2 out of 8 is a reasonable upset percentage for me here.
Yeah.
Or
well,
1/4, I can reduce my fractions.
We're doing some, the math is mathin'.
I just see a 2-0 under my picture. so
Dan
I'm-
just can't get over being in the lead. She's like, y'all
I'm
see that?
saying,
I'm up there.
I mean, you were the one believer in Nova, but today you're following the line that everyone else is.
No, everybody's following my line.
Oh, we're following your line?
Yes.
I
Yeah.
didn't realize that.
Yeah,
I
well,
was
now you know.
looking over your shoulder last night to see who you were predicting
Exactly.
And just writing down exactly
Yeah,
what Dan
100%.
did.
It's okay, guys. I mean, now you know that we're gonna get the predictions right.
Well, I'm on the train. We're almost ready to get started here for day 2
Ravish, have
of
you got
Game
any tips
Changers
for growing
Championship.
hair?
2
Not
new
really,
squads
man.
With 8 brand
This
new
happens
players
naturally,
trying to make
and then if
their
I did,
debut
I would be
today.
able to grow
It's
something
Xipto
here. So
and
I don't know
Karmine
the
Corp ready
trick,
to
man.
take the stage. Day 2 of the Game Changers Championship starts right now.
Look at the reverse of you, man. I don't get anything here. Tragic out here. It happens. Happens. Well, maps today, man. I want a corrode, but I feel like I'm not getting much corrode. Day 2, no video. Isn't you want him to do the morning hype videos of stuff that's going on? Yeah. I wonder how many people it takes to do that, the extra normal champs. Julius PNG, thank you so much, Julius. Thank you for doing that.
The next generation of game changers takes the stage in our opening match today between Xipto and Karmine Corp. 8 of these players have never had an opportunity to play on a stage like this before, but now in front of a surprisingly Karmine Corp favored crowd here in Seoul, South Korea, they both have an opportunity to impress.
I love how
they removed Ludwig Tarek with the VLR.
I mean, every time
From VLR, or did they cancel it? Someone said in chat that they cancelled it, but I don't want to spread rumors. Okay, we got a corrode. Nice,
yeah, let's
dude.
take a look at the Omen map
Abyss,
selection. We
Corrode,
talked a lot
Haven.
about Abyss and where we might go. It's a map that both teams quite like, so interested
Ludwig
in
said
your
they
thoughts on
cancelled it.
that as our opener, Christine.
That doesn't surprise me. I thought you're not allowed to have events on while Game Changers champs or normal champs is on as well. Like, I thought that was the rule. I don't know if it was 100% for Game Changers as well. I at least know that was
It is a
I just know
playground
that was
for
the
Waylay.
thing
Both these
for
maps are a
champs.
complete playground for Waylay. And
So I was kind of
Xipto,
surprised when people said it
they've
at
been
the same
flirting
time.
with it.
What did you guys feel?
Shuma,
about
thank you so much for the 15 months. Appreciate that. Thank you for the tier 1.
Playing on this map regionally. Not a lot of other teams play that style.
They don't. I will say her Omen, Achilles' Omen was impressive. I like the fact that she was busting out the op. It's really just not very normal. It'll catch you off guard, and the way
confirmed
you're
it's
able to
cancelled.
follow
Okay,
through
well,
with
there
the
we
blind
go.
and make your great escape with the TP and go on a different line.
Yeah,
A lot
I'm
of
pretty sure.
playmaking opportunities,
And I don't want
but with
to
how
say
good
stuff that you
Waylay
can't
is
do,
on
but
this map
I'm
right
pretty
now,
sure
with
you're
all
not
the
allowed
different
to
kind of playmaking
have an
and
event at the
combos
same
you can
time.
do. I do think KC's probably putting themselves short if they go with the Omen again here today.
Same with
There's
champs.
a couple questions.
I
mean, we
think
talked
same
about
with
the Cypher as
masters,
well,
but
if
maybe
they're
there's some
going to
tier
play
2
no
stuff
duelist,
that happens.
I mean, I don't remember the last time that I saw this, but on the side of Xipto as well, I do really like what they're doing on this map. With that Waylay specifically, you see a lot of those A hits coming through once they have the ultimate to work with, and otherwise, they keep it a relatively simple game.
Who are the
They
favorites
want
for the
those players
games
to,
today? I think
explore a little bit
K
towards
Corp
mid as they
Liquid are
get a little bit more
favorites.
aggressive. So
I went with
I feel like Xipto does have a good
Xipto
understanding
Liquid.
of how they want to approach
I
this attack side,
think
which is how they're going to be starting with. And
the
if
EMEA
we're
teams
going
won't
to see
win too
no
much.
duelist, then I feel like
Where I'm
Karmine
at.
Corp, they have what they need as well.
They do. I mean, but
This is
Xipto,
one of their better
they
ones to
should
win,
be
I would
running
say.
the double duelists, and that's why I like the idea of Vito coming in for that chamber, just because when you're running those 2 duelists and you're diving, oh my.
By the way, these Karmine Corp fans are jumping in coordination. We are in a studio behind that wall, and we feel it right now.
I got scared for a second. I'm like, what?
Is there an earthquake going on? That is wild. The coordination on these fans.
The
traveling
guy's sitting
all the way
down.
to Korea
He's like, man, I really
from
chose the wrong
France,
spot.
From Europe, that's what, a 12-hour
Amazing.
flight just to make it out here and show up for their team. Very cool to see. And it has to feel amazing for this team, especially for those players that are coming to their first event ever, to get to feel at home so far from home.
Yeah, and I was talking about running out of gas. I mean, but KC, with that kind of energy in this arena, there's no way
You were
they're
high
gonna
on
run out of gas.
NTZ?
Now I'm hoping
They looked,
Xipto, full focus,
I was
eyes
expecting way
forward.
more,
Do
man.
not let this KC
Again, I
crowd
hadn't
get
really
to
watched
you.
any
It
games. I
felt
kind of
like
more just looked at
yesterday
results, and the
MIBR
results
were
looked pretty
really feeding
nice,
off that
but
energy from some
my
of the
goodness.
fans, but it was not nearly
They just-
as the amount
they
of
just
fans that we're
don't
seeing
use
right now for
ults or
Karmine
anything.
Corp. So
Well, they don't
I
use
think that
ults
is
well.
something that they're going to love. And Xipto too,
I mean, look, they're playing up to the crowd as well.
I love that. Xipto, they're so nice. They're going to be standing up as well no matter what. They're cheering, they're screaming no matter what. So I feel like with the crowd, you also get a little bit more energy with that.
How important is it for a team with a lot of debut players on a stage this big to have teammates that are bringing that energy into a match?
It's so important, especially in our game. It's so momentum-based, the snowball that you can build, whether it's the snowball going in the losing direction or the winning direction. Both directions, you're able to contribute to it. So I love that momentum. I love this energy. They're definitely going to be able to use it.
we talked a little bit about the hope to see a veto into play. Let's pull out macro a little on a
So I
bit
keep up
right
with
now.
CS tourneys.
What are we expecting
No,
to
not
see?
really.
Covered there.
I watched a little bit of Blast.
A great map, a great Yoru map, but still
I
looking
can't even
at that
remember where it was.
Yeah, I mean, it's tried
Was
and
it in
true. If it
Asia?
ain't broke, don't fix it.
Might have been
And
in
so
China.
We're talking about player comfort.
Or Hong Kong?
Alicia,
I watched
the
a little
fact
bit of
She
that.
was on the Omen before. You know what? I like it. They're busting out the KO to be able to set her up with those.
Just 'cause I was more like, how is
so
Fallen
instead of
doing
the
it?
Omen, it's a Jet. I like it.
We also talked about Glance and how good these two
I wanted
initiators
to
are
see
inside
a
of
Fallen
Karmine
still
Corp. So
doing
that's
it.
like change bringing duels.
Kinda
It
crazy.
feels like it's kind of what they need, even if they're keeping their standard composition. They still have a lot of
Yeah, I
veto
watched
to work
that.
with
That
and a lot of
Dolomite
ultimates
guy's
as
pretty
well.
insane.
But on the other side, Xipto, we've seen this almost similar.
But
composition.
sometimes
We've seen the double duelist,
go through
with the Whale and
stages.
the
Off-season, I
Yoru.
can watch a
We've seen
little
everything
more.
else, but triple duelist, surely not.
Night FX, thank you so much for the
We've
prime.
not seen
Appreciate
the
that.
triple
Freezing in
duelist,
June
but
as
it
well. Thank you
worked
for the
out
30 months.
exactly
Thank you for the
as
tier
I
1.
wanted to for Xipto. I mean, I'm glad to see that Con is changing out
This'll
the
be
chamber
fun.
and busting out the veto. It just synergizes so well with the double duelist. Again, the interceptor
Then
is going to be a
K-Cop
huge
just go for a
nuisance
classic.
KC to be able to handle.
People know how good that veto can be on defense. What is he going to bring
Dude, I
with
like
an
the.
attack
I mean,
side start?
in theory,
It's
this comp
just
is
a
pretty
pack
good for this map.
mentality, right? The three of these players, the Vito, the Yoru, and the Wele, getting set up with the Silva utility.
should win off the
Once
plant.
they decide to
This should
slam
get
a
over
site
towards
together,
sites
they're going to
easy.
be able to coordinate with the
Good
interceptor
luck.
and
Have
whatever
someone holding the
retake
middle.
protocols that Karmine Corp have, whatever utility that
Over
they're
Silva.
throwing their way. This interceptor is just going to eat it all up.
It's two very different approaches to Abyss. The double controller from Karmine Corp against Xipto's Veto double duelist. I'm so excited to get into our first match of
I just
today
think
with your
anyone
casters,
playing
Mitch and Tom.
these two at the moment should be owning people.
Thank you very much, Mimi. We're very excited as well, especially after seeing that agent select. What do you make of these different ideas on the
Dude,
server
I think
today,
I
Tom?
saw. I'm trying to
you're
remember
more
if I
excited
dreamt
about it than
this
I
or
am.
if
I'll be honest
I
with
saw
you.
this.
I'm
Before I
interested
went
to
to
see what
bed, just I
people
looked
do
at
with the
Twitter.
veto, 'cause
I
I
have
think
no
an
idea
agent seems to have a
who
lot
like
of
posted
potential,
this.
but I don't
But
know
someone
if
said the
people will
double
be able to
duelist is
necessarily get
overrated.
the full potential of it just yet because
I
it's such
can't
a
remember
new
if I've
agent,
dreamt
but
this
then
and I've
also
made it
teams
up.
don't necessarily have the direct counters
But
to
I-
it just yet. So
That's
it's
so
whether or not
crazy.
Xipto have managed to come in with that
Can't
sort
remember who
of
it was.
unorthodox style that they have, like in the past they
Elevated?
had a chamber instead of the veto. So
Yeah,
they were
maybe I
still
didn't
looking to
dream this then.
run, well, a sentinel, but in a slightly more aggressive way.
Overrated.
Though,
Imagine saying
it
it's
is gonna be
overrated
that
when
sort of
Yoru
like
and Wele
option. You
exist
trap
in the
people
state
as
that
they
they
come in,
exist
and
in.
that denial of utility, which I think especially
I think
with
that's the
whole
craziest take.
composition that was on the other side, where you have the additional smoke
Even
instead
Lowfire
of the
wouldn't
jet.
make that
I
take.
think that would have been high impact. I think
That's all
actually
I'm
the
saying.
jet kind of throws a spanner in the works because a lot of what Jet
Even
is
he
doing is
knows
running
it's too
and
crazy.
trying to shoot you in the face.
Yeah, playing that a little bit more direct. I am, you know, in terms of an eye test, I like what Xipto are bringing to the server. Maybe that little bit more, and Mimi mentioned it on the desk. In fact, this map now is.
He did say that the Odin doesn't need enough as well.
Oh
Oh my goodness. God, I think we're about to clash. Holy, really?
In terms of how quickly they can be on your ass, and how quickly
sounds-
they
it
can
sounds
get
like
out
it's
of
a
there as
troll
well. So
tweet.
it gives a lot of
And it might be.
tools on the tool
Okay.
belt
K-Corp.
for Xipto to work
Ooh, I
with
need to
coming
record.
into today. But
K-Corp,
which team will
there we go.
prevail?
On defense,
That's decided
Xipto
round
on
by round,
attack.
not by the comps they bring in. 0-0, pistol round, and barriers up, and we'll see Xipto on the attack. Take it nice and slow and steady.
Ming
Already
Q,
popped
thank
a
you so
reveal
much.
inside A main,
Thanks so much
trying
for the
to
30
deny
months as well.
aggression there. And I think they got around
Feels
that
like it's
corner
rage
quick enough
bait.
to know
Yeah,
that
if
there's
he's
no
talking about the
players in
Odin
that
like
tight
that as
corner.
well, it sounds like it's
Don't
rage
pushed up
bait.
in A main. While there's also a bit of a default in holding mid and be
I'm a bit
aggressive,
higher.
they're
My
hoping
goodness, I'm
that KC are the
blocking
ones to
everything.
make a mistake early on, and KC are almost the ones to draw first blood.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of what I expect as well from the veto is the opportunity and value it'll bring on the defense. I'm especially excited to see what Con is going to be able to do on this attack side with the agent. It can
this
be a little
push
bit
scares the
tougher
hell out of
to
me.
get that utility into play, but patiently
Oh, the
waiting on
timing's
the other
nuts, though.
side and is
Oh,
actually
that
gonna
timing's nuts.
potentially hit a nice timing, a wonderful timing in fact, helps out Graham's with the double, and that's already a wonderful start. And the worst thing is, these players were just faking. They're pulling a full rotation to the other side of the map, but without finding that pick onto Anasilia. Anasilia now knows at least the direction of the play.
Yeah, I think got that info with the spike
Hey,
plant.
I mean,
but
this is looking like a
Capricious
nice
takes
pistol and
Anasilia
kind of came down
and
to
now
timing.
a 2
I'm not
versus
sure I
5,
love
it's Glance all alone.
This is the thing about
This
this
one,
map
I
in
think,
general.
too far gone. A
I'm
great
sure I'd
round
love
by
a push
Xipto.
here.
I love the fact that we
Feels
have
it-
such a
it just
slow
feels
and steady
insanely
approach.
risky.
They played the fake well, and even after losing so much HP in that B main fight,
I got
that
three
player's able
angles
to
that I have to
reposition
worry
and play
about
off the
pushing.
timing. 1-0 start for the attacking side.
It's the
pistol's
map.
theirs
I mean,
and,
it is
well,
the map.
should be a 2-0.
This is what I've
Get
always
into the
been
map.
saying, like with this map. you don't have options on this map. Because this stuff is just dumb, in my opinion, personally.
I like the patience. I think a lot of what you can kind of expect with that double duelist is a very...
This has always been my issue with this map.
On either side of the map.
Because you don't have options. Like if I lose here, my reaction has to be to rotate. That's it. This push is not great. Majority of the time you're gonna get timing, I would say. This though,
it started off a little bit dangerous.
Started off pretty good. I mean, it still is pretty good.
Getting towards their ult with that one.
And this is something that, you know, I don't think we've even seen the full potential of just yet.
Yeah, might be able to give Yoro a plant here as well.
It feels so strong since the last patch.
This
No, it really wasn't. It was a pretty trash gun, but now we're in an era where
this,
genuinely buying the Spectre over the Stinger for, I would say, the first time, in my opinion, is
feels like
actually
a
worth
tech.
it.
If
The
you're
Stinger
gonna do a
obviously
tech, why would you
taken
do
a
an
little bit of
aggro strat
downtick
here?
as well, which I think was needed. It's a cheap weapon that used to be able to do a lot of damage. I mean, hell, the win rate of a Stinger, a full Stinger buy against a rifle round,
Might
it
be a
was just
tech. I
too
mean,
high.
for sure, it's
So
like
now,
a tech.
when you look at the Spectre, I think there's good potential for going for those second
Yeah, I
round
just
forces,
find these rounds
especially
so
when it comes
weird, man.
to attack
I
side.
wish
If you're
people
losing,
would.
but you're still getting a spike plant and pistol.
This happens everywhere.
And I think we'll see a lot more
I
of it
wish
in any
teams,
rounds
as soon
where
as
you
there's a
have
tech,
those
they try
weaker
not to do a
investments.
strat like
Xipto right
this.
now, that's not
Like
gonna be a
I
problem.
wish they just all stand and spawn and just type. I hate that they went for something.
Long
But
time.
it's actually my biggest issue with like competitive Valorant at the moment. I feel like there's no etiquette. If someone's disconnected, don't try something. Just try get a rollback early on.
That is a pretty solid guess. Yeah.
We've also not swapped POV as well at all.
Yeah, Xipto have got to be even more confused than us. Is thinking, well, you know, it's an eco. You'd think they jump off the map or certainly
He's
come
winning
in for the fight.
at all
There
this
we
tourney?
go. Okay.
I don't know. So I didn't realize MIBR had as little. Wait.
I guess so. I'm perplexed, but
okay,
hey.
it looks like.
Yeah, must have just fixed it in the end.
I'm assuming maybe there was.
Unless we're doing an existence. Existence in his ecos would just stay at spawn and just start talking to his team.
You can see she's not moved from there. So yeah, I'm guessing that we might be getting some sort of early day.
Either that or we are seeing
Appreciate
some
the
new tech
7
from
months.
IGLs, like the greatest strats
Maybe they're
being
just
called of all
talking.
time.
Yeah,
But
I don't think so.
yeah, it does appear that's not going to be the case, as you'd expect. It will be.
It would be, to be honest, if I ever saw a player hold an angle for that long, because it's like in your head where you're like, they're going to peak. They're going to peak soon. So I'm not
second
gonna
I turn
move.
away.
The second I turn away, so I never turn away. And then you can never be upset.
Teams
when they
never
peak.
seem to
Unless, of
stop
course,
when
they
someone
come into the full
DCs.
peak to be
I
honest.
think because
I'm
majority of the
guessing
time,
we are
well,
seeing Sapia with a,
I
hopefully
think
a
majority
slight
of the time they
technical
don't
pause, but
know.
obviously
Well,
Xipto,
I'm trying
decent
to
start.
show.
There's a couple
I'm
of
trying to
players
shoot
in
them
that
some
last
bail
round,
here.
so
I want to say
likely
majority of the
gonna have
times
a
they
couple of
don't know
replays
when it
here and there,
happens, so
but
they don't know
I'm
100%
definitely
if they're
liking
gonna
the
get a
idea of
roll,
I think this looks like a squad
a round
that
back,
maybe expected
a round back, a roll of
to
the
see
round
this
back.
map come into play, look to reinvent
But
themselves a little bit with what they were running. Even though you are still going to see that double duelist in the form of the Waylay and the Yoro, and it's been a double duelist that I thoroughly enjoyed when we saw
Fear
it
of the
at Champs.
rollback, pretty much.
I think, DRX definitely one
But
of
dude,
the
if it happens beginning of the game,
catalysts
like beginning of the
of that
round,
composition. But yeah, I think.
I mean, I think there's loads of times when it's happened and it's like relatively obvious.
The comp that was being run before of the no duelist.
Okay, I think they're not even gonna ask for a rollback as well, which I respect. Especially as they actually went for some kind of strap play.
A Turkish jet. Put on jet. Like,
Okay, the bonus.
definitely gonna put up numbers, and I
Okay, they
think
go
the
for
Nemo as
lighter
well, especially
bonus
is
and make sure they buy heavy into the buy rounds. Is it? There's another team that does this. I can't remember who it is.
Sounds better to just let
Did
those stars
NRG?
shine and comfort prevails more often than not. For KC, the 2-0 start, but, well, they're on the 0 side, so they got the rifles out. This is their chance to fight back into things, and Anasilia's already
New angle.
got a very valuable kill. Capricious out of the round. They've lost the Astra, and going in for more is
boy.
Anasilia. GX is pushing down very slowly on mid, but there might be no one left to roll.
That
and
looks
fight in.
nice,
The
though.
stars
Yeah, I like
shining
this.
bright
So
for
aggro.
KC in round number 3.
So aggro
And
everywhere.
that's a pretty good way to come back onto the border. A flawless in response Of course, a few weaker weapons here and there, but you can definitely see the confidence that's come in. And I think it was Anacelia even describing herself in some of the graphics we put out as, I'm a more supportive player. I think you might have to redact that statement, Anacelia, because that was incredibly aggressive, even re-peeking well on 13 HP. And this is sort of the flair that I was talking about with Alkia.
Let's go, guys.
Standing her ground.
Okay, big
Good way to
Baron,
get
and they
back
saved
on now.
for the op.
Interestingly, Connor's
We get
now
a veto
picked
attack
up.
op.
That operator is still looking to run it. Wow, this is aggressive.
Ah, it's a shame.
GX
There was
immediately
a
dealt
chance
with
there. The jump
finding where
actually
the
saved the
majority of
veto for
opponents
sure.
are, and in fact, the knife will really give them all that information, but I don't think that was a worthwhile trade.
No, I think that's fair to
Nah,
say.
I mean, it was just a bit
losing
of a
out
whiff.
on, luckily not
Like
all
the idea
of your
though.
smokes, having Safia
I'm in
in play
TP
here.
into
KC, that
KO
a little
flash.
bit more to play with in terms of the delay,
People
but
do it on
Xipto
Ascent,
can now
people
play
do
this
it
round
on
much slower, already having that
what is
advantage,
it?
and it looks like
Heretics
sending
doing
the duelists
Sunset,
to
yeah.
farm up a battle on middle while KC go pushing
Dennis,
down. A big
appreciate
brawl on its
the
way, and the
tier
reveal
2,
will be broken
40
in
months.
time.
Thank you so much,
no
Dennis.
info
Thank
on
you,
that
thank
push,
you.
But it looks like Yumi's got an idea. Alki, the one to hit the first shot, but now she's stuck down on
Dude,
mid.
dude,
Has to
the
stand
aim
her
is-
ground, and she will go supernova to take a triple, but it's still even numbers
Yeah,
with
sure,
Capricious
Yumi's
bringing
gonna-
it back. But now all that weight on her
Damn, nice
shoulders,
reaction.
surrounded
4v5,
and dealt
free
with as
pass and push
KC
over towards
tie it up.
middle. The nice reaction and some lovely aim
Like
here.
for Xipto, this goes- gotta
Dennis
be a
again,
bit of
thank
a
you so much,
daunting
Dennis. Thank
round,
you,
if
thank you.
anything. Like, you're waiting for a lot of this aggression. I think they even put the chokehold, that's the new trap from Vito, to block
the
off
aim
any
is
more
really nice.
aggression they made. So, okay, you're going to have to reveal yourself. And even having the idea that the opponents were going to push into mid, and then Alkia still kind of wrecked them, like spinning on a dime, finding kills that it looked like she was dead to rights. And then the re-aggression again.
Got the
from
Outlaw
Glance to
out
flank
as well
them.
to
Like,
farm
you gotta
everyone.
almost feel
All
like
5
you're
can get one
boxed
shot.
in these early rounds. Like, if I saw a team doing this when they're like
They
6-0
anticipated
up,
it. No,
I'd be
they
like,
were ready for the
"Man,
aggression on
doing
middle.
this when you're losing
They
is
just
another story altogether. And then
They just lost all the angels, really.
really. But it made sense last round. They were
And
already a player down.
yeah,
This
I think they
time,
weren't ready
know
for
they've
them
got the
this
advantages
close.
in terms of
Probably the
weaponry,
main
and they're
thing.
not afraid to flex on them. Not even reloading. Out for more is Alkia. The classics
Dude,
in hand now. Cool down.
absolutely
The
farming
rest of
them.
the squad pushing from all angles, and Graham's having a tough run of it. KC steaming into the lead
Could've
now with some
been
convincing rounds.
yeah, I was gonna
Xipto,
say some
they're
really
gonna start to
convincing
feel
rounds.
That pressure.
Yeah, it turns out Safia didn't have tech issues. She was just powering up for the round. That one was hers. A couple onto the board. And this is always the difficult thing. You have to bear in mind that, I think it was mentioned on the desk, 8
You
of
didn't
the 10
answer
players
who I picked to win. I went for Xipto on this one.
currently playing their
I also
first
forgot to
map
lock in my pick'ems, but
on a GC champ stage.
I'm pretty confident I went for Xipto.
For Glance, well, she's won one. So it's a slightly different ball game for her.
Should just be a
And
time
Alkia,
diff.
the other who's been frying so far, also played here with BBL Queens. The 2 experienced players on the server, and you can see that little bit of extra confidence.
My biceps apparently with the prime. Thank you so much for the 15
They're
months.
up with
Appreciate
another
that.
buy. Ultimates
Have you still got
come
this
online
name?
as well. Graham's has now
We haven't
got
even
that
been streaming in the
dimension.
off season,
Displate
so this is
still
the
there on the
perfect
other
time to
side,
change
so
your name.
Still, the
There must be
opportunity
someone
for
else's
impact.
biceps that you can be.
But they fall back into this slow style of play, trying to catch that aggression. But this time, Mitch, for KC, there isn't much of it. They're now grouping up towards mid.
Yeah, they sent the drone out on mid. It got broken about 20 seconds ago, and that gave them the idea to stick with 3 players and then later 4, just in case Xipto were late pushing it. But for Xipto, that's worked wonderfully because they made the call to back out of mid,
gotta leave
send their
side,
players
surely.
towards this A site. Now they're
You
seeing
gotta leave sight, surely.
it's open for the taking. One
Dude,
player
where's the
there,
rest of the
Anacelia
team?
drops out of heaven, manages to put a spanner in the works, and now it's on to GX to find
But
that value.
Ashley
Shorty in
towards
hand, in
middle,
the
dude,
smoke,
they
and
are
that's the
not
spike down.
expecting
They've
to be
got
this
push
aggro.
into GX's hands, and she is crushing them. Fight after fight. One player has managed to slip through to the back lines, but just got spotted. That timing was terrible. As
Holy.
Alkia manages to find that one.
Dude,
Capricious
it's
hands,
looking
no chance.
looking a little aim
KC,
diff.
they keep putting these
Looking a
rounds
little
on the
aim
board
diff
now,
at the
4-2.
moment.
Yeah, it looked like there was a little bit of danger in this round initially. I think it was
Also,
Mighty managed
I
to
gotta.
find some space
I'm
out
not
of the
seeing
smoke. I
enough
think also
util on the
the initial
minimap
battle
to
with
warrant
Graham looked
3
like it
people
had
not
some
pushing through that
danger
smoke.
to it, but it was kind of just Anacelia being ready for it, and GX just dancing with death the entirety of the round. You saw the way it started. It was only her on that side of the map, and Anacelia coming in for a little bit of support, but she worked wonders.
Yeah,
I think
I
with Bayer coming
gotta
into this
see
tournament, that was
gotta
her
see him not
to
play
watch.
as scared
GX,
as they were.
you
Huh?
kind of see why. Just a safe pair of hands on the site, and that, again, these rounds have got to be a little bit frustrating because for Xipto at times it
APAC
definitely
teams,
looks
yeah,
like
the
they've
APAC
got
teams
the
have
right idea
looked,
on what they should be doing, and then they get
I mean, they've
caught
just had
by
rough starts.
somebody making an individual play or somebody staying alive a lot longer than they should have done after 4 rounds in a row. It's not too surprising to see a pause come out of this one.
Yeah, I mean, the third win for KC was up against the Eco, so for Xipto, it's like,
Yeah,
okay, we've lost the lead, but
Coach
that
is
wasn't
telling
the round
him
we're
to just
supposed
take
to
a
win. Coming
moment
into this one, though,
to
it
chill.
very much was. And
I don't
Silva being
even
able
think
to
this is
drop
much
out of heaven and
tactically.
catch them off guard was one thing, but GX finding so much value inside that smoke, dropping the spike, catching a second player who's trying to push around the back.
scaling looks
you
weird.
heard
I
it
mean,
in
there
the
was no
replay.
scaling.
I think if we put a glass in front of her, it would have shattered.
I think he
with how
worded
much
it
noise she was
perfectly for the
making.
stream.
Excited to get that much value. And of course,
It
having a
was really
4-2
bad.
lead, it's a good start. But for Xipto, they know this could get a whole lot worse for them. So the timeout, as they look to course correct early, but they don't really have the weaponry to fight for it here. Really, they will be talking about the next round, but still coming in with some potential. A rifle, a marshal, and a lot of sheriffs. We've seen stranger things than rounds like this being won.
Oh, timing's good off.
The rifles actually
He's got info.
IT who has the Hunter's Fury as well. I maybe would have expected somebody looking to get a little bit more aggressive, and maybe then she can be reactive if that happens. But
Nice
if
angle.
that's the straight up wall bang from GX, and Cons, I feel a little bit hard done by from that one. Capricious looking to try and put pressure.
I
on
feel
the
like I
other
haven't
side,
even
and
seen the
has
B site
managed to
yet.
pull a rotation, but it's not like Xipto is exactly ready to execute anywhere. There's 2 players now root clearing mid, one being patient and Capricious trying.
This is one of the reasons you
I
might
guess
see a lot
maybe
of
a hero
Astra.
player expecting it to be a
Obviously, Astra's
solo
just
player
better on
that
this map
side of
because of the distance, but
unfortunately for her, it wasn't.
the fake
GX is gonna be
smokes
feeling pretty
when
good
you
as
got a
well.
little
You
bit
think
less
about that last
util these
round,
days
Obviously, she had a hold that Sparks
definitely
would be jealous
goes
of.
up in value.
And then coming in here, team flash to start and gets dropped. And ends up getting the opening pick. Finally, we have one of the KC members fall, but it's left into a 2 versus 4, and with the weaker weapons, it's not looking good. The sheriffs have fallen, down goes the rifle and Piety, and now only Yumi left. Marshall in hand, and the question is damage. The sheriff
very
won't
nice.
find anything.
This looks
5-2 for
let's see what the next
KC,
buy round
5
looks
rounds
like.
in a row, and that gives them, with how convincing
But I
they've
think
been,
this
a
could be
huge
pretty
boost
one-sided
in
if
terms
this
of the economy. I mean, we're talking
goes to
max
K-Corp.
credits before they're buying in this round on pretty much everybody.
Yeah.
With 4 players alive, it's not going to make much of a dent in that economy.
The veto isn't getting any value.
The good thing is,
Yeah, I think the way that Veto's always going to be good on defense. And then when I'm trying to think of maps that I would play Veto on, I'd instantly go to what can I even do on attack that you can't do on other maps. And I'm not sure this one's great for it. Just feels like after plant security, and in which case there's better agents.
Con will do better on
Nice
the other
shot,
side,
dude.
but
What the
it
hell?
seems like they're going to be playing the defense already at the beginning of this one, just trying to hold on after being pressured, knowing there's only one player there, but Graham's does well. Keeps things even for now, and actually, GX has been caught.
Okay.
They have indeed. Yeah, that aggression
Stuck around for a
not
bit too
working
long.
out. As now we look to that site with only Anasilia standing, Safia miles away, a star there to help, but the first shot lands on the decoy. They know that she's here now, and they'll look to the backside just to get around, get this plant in. Anasilia quickly invading the smoke after
Oh,
the
it's a
nade,
big plane though.
but nobody walks in.
Dude,
From
all
Xipto's
4 here.
perspective, they don't want to give away picks, and they almost do.
Yeah, I mean, you
with
gotta
Safia
save this.
finding one, but it's traded out.
Oh my god, nice
Safia
shot.
1v2, and the AWP might not be the perfect weapon for it, but if she can isolate these fights, this could still be her round.
Only gave her a small amount of margin, but now that starts to get a little bit scary. The newfound Cubby.
Oh, considering it.
More difficult
yeah,
position
yeah.
to clear, but she's got the right idea.
No,
Oh,
dude.
The shot's missed.
You hit the hard
She's a little
one.
bit too quick with it. And for Piety, that doesn't get much easier when your opponent misses an operator shot.
Oh, that was the easiest
Xipto
one.
back on the board. Finally, that patience paying off.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they made the right call and just pumping the brakes, waiting for extra aggression to come through after that initial pick. And well, they got exactly what they wanted. And I think a large part of that is KC feeling a little boxed into that play style. Not only because they're
Dude, look
5
at
rounds
these.
in a row, the confidence is there, but Alkia had pushed up close and gotten stuck.
Yeah, that's
so
a
even
guarding
after that
one.
opening pick, she's kind of in
This
the
wallbang?
open.
I mean,
so
just
they
go
decide
for
to
the
keep
arm.
looking for that fight. The sand glance with her, and it doesn't work out. But Xipto,
I need to wallbang that.
1 round win ain't enough. We got to see probably even 2 from this point, and the AWP is right back up because those
Might have been
cards
one of
for
those
KC
where it's like
right
it was
high.
so
Alkia
easy
in a
that
very
she's
risky
already
game,
thinking
but
of the
almost
next
getting the
or like where
reward.
the next
Still a
person should be.
5v4, even without that second shot hitting.
she's over to the other side of the map, just waiting for the re-clear elsewhere. Space taken in mid.
Hawk Grove in the tier 1. Recently 21 months. How's the veto looking on attack here? Nothing really.
Maybe something KC have to be a little bit careful of is overheating in some of these positions. You already had a 2-player.
The problem is the veto will shine once they get over towards Science.
Well,
and they haven't been able to get over towards sites, so.
That's where GX will be waiting.
Well, the evolution active. There's not much to really avoid.
Let's go in for a
terms
bit of a
ultimates,
play.
but utility, yeah, that paranoia for the retake. Not going to do a damn thing.
Maybe a dark
con. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, they want the bait to go out over towards heaven as well.
About now. KC, player advantage already, up on its way, and that's what they're waiting for. They want Alkia with this push.
It's a strong setup in heaven.
Everything, the rifle picked
Dude,
up,
the
and
aim diff is
still
crazy.
Just as deadly, but Yumi's got a great position. One found, and now the ult active as well. That's going to cause problems. Maybe even give Piety a chance inside main, but smoked off. That smoke fading. Here's the chance for the fight. Catches Glance. Spray! So close to the kill! But now Alkia can
the aim
continue
diff is
the
outrageous. I've never really seen a game like this.
6-3. You got a feel for Xipto, though. That one was damn close.
Yeah, again, it feels like they had some of the right ideas. I think especially that second layer to the lurk back into mid, the convergence path, which stunned them all up. But unfortunately for them, the Alkia and GX right now are just looking like they're in insane form. Like where we talk about the evolution, unfortunately, she didn't evolve to stop bullets. And this is exactly what I was talking about when I was saying putting Alkia back onto that jet. It's not even just that, like, okay, she can now dash, she can now have a blade storm, whatever. It's the fact that you just see that level of confidence of I'm just going to swing in and I'm going to win this fight.
Like that.
Case in point.
That's got to be frustrating for Xipto. Good round for it, at least. They haven't got the rifles. It's only the Sheriffs. But 7-3. And for KC, they can climb even higher. So if they win this one,
is literally giggling during the round.
VD Sting with the Prime. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you.
So
for the APAC with Amos. I mean, they could be a little nervous. This is a different Xipto team to last year, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, 6 out of 7 rounds.
So it is just 5v players, but
back of her performance. There's the TP, but Anasilia will catch it.
It's a straight up aim diff, man. It looks crazy.
All Xipto are catching her bullets. Finally, GX going to close it out, shorty in hand, but no, 1 HP left on Con. Just about surviving that engagement. And
Alkia's pushing this.
I guess at least adding some damage onto the tally.
I'm telling you, Alkia's pushing.
Not thinking about the TP, though.
Oh.
They haven't considered.
Oh.
Okay.
Punished.
Trap destroyed.
Okay.
Well, Con at least now knows 1 HP in a dream. It really would be a dream. It's not to come true. Xavier, the safe pair of hands. Are they going to get the operator back? No, they are not. So there's a little bit of a waste, but realistically, credits-wise, they are not going to be having any problems to repurchase them for the next round.
And for the rest of the half.
Yeah, that's also true, especially with the Blade Storm in the back pocket. 7-3 up on the defensive side. This has looked phenomenal for KC.
I mean, seven's too many already.
But if the last couple of rounds go back in the other direction, my worry though is it is again just how dominant so many of these rounds have been, and how almost disrespectful at times they've been.
No, Anasilia's feeling it. This aggression into A main has gotten them a lot of information, and maybe more importantly, it's gotten them the orb onto Glance. That's going to be Hunter's Fury online, 4 ultimates for KC. And you see exactly why they choose this round to go for that aggression, rotate, coming through, players close to mid, but the idea is to back up that B site. But look where the spike is for Xipto. They're playing for mid control right now, but no real direction in terms of where that plant's coming in. They're looking for fights, and they're about to get them, but it's Alkia who's taking the challenge. You see her, and you just get the hell out of there. Nice dive in from Yumi, but Glance, too quick to pull out the shorty, has made this one a little bit more difficult for Xipto.
Alkia on the angle, or maybe not on the angle, but it doesn't matter. Quick enough in the reaction, the second player coming, she's nervous that maybe mid has been lost.
Dude, actually, like, really nice aim.
Stick towards main. A chance at least for the cross to the site, but not only is it a 2 versus 4, but they have 3 ultimates ready and raring to go, and they may not even need them with how Alkia's been playing.
That's my fault, that's my fault, that's my fault.
First time, but it doesn't matter, she still gets away with the frag. And all that remains is Con, and Alkia is already looking to try and send this one. The utility being denied, but that also
Yeah, this whole
helps
round,
let them
dude.
know exactly where she is. Con with the second, though, starts to get
Whole round's
dangerous,
just
but
my
again,
fault.
GX is there. An 8th
Impressive,
round,
though.
a defusal guaranteed, and hopefully an orb for GX.
The scariest part about this is we talked about the economic advantage that
Dude
KC
had so
in
much
so
time
many of
there.
these rounds. You saw that one victory
She allowed so much
for
time.
Xipto
Man.
when they put the 3rd round on the board in round number 8, and an immediate buy-up, immediate op, and I think Alkia got a double opening. Now, they still have the op, they still have the economic advantage, and now look where the ults are at. We have got 4 out of 5 to play with GX 1 away from the shroud, or from the shadows, but the reality is, that might not be the ult that you look at to do the impact. Anasilia can get them into a sight. Glance can clear angles. Alkia with a Blade Storm to back up that off. This is a terrifying round for Xipto. And GX going
They love a KO clash into an Omen TP. Dodging the Sova all at the same time. My
Back to her
goodness.
old ways down there on mid. She's having
Nice
a
one.
whale of a time in this map.
Yeah, they could combine it.
It
with
could
an
just
early
be a
Hunter's
really
Fury.
bad
That
map
created
for
the
Xipto
distraction,
as
and then
well.
she did the rest.
Like I'm trying to consider that, but if I'm watching what's on my screen,
Her go down.
I just feel like K-Corp are gonna win 80 to 90% of Angels.
Precious has found a gap, and the jump spot from Safia, well, you can tell that she
Like every
believes they are
50-50 looks
far,
like a
far further back
90-10.
if they've managed to get anywhere. I think this is going to be a nasty surprise, potentially for Glance, unless there's some very poor timing. Oh, that one's for free. Now going to give the space for Team. Safia's just jumped in.
What?
She's jumped into the side. I think only just realizing there's a player so close, and because of that, she's still gone down as well. I think some clear oversights.
Where did she think she died from?
Alkia and Anasilia have to try and save the day.
Yeah, this has turned from a favorable position to even
Well,
in the half here for Xipto.
potential
This is gonna give them
freebie.
a leg up moving into the next. If they end up taking it, but it's Alkia to deal with. It's Anasilia, ult popped already, so no utility to slow down this advance. It means Alkia's going to be here real quick in that close left corner. Oh, not even going to be cleared. No chance to clear it. As Khan was quick
Very nice.
on the frag from deep
Well,
in
we've seen
main.
double
Capricious with
initiated
her
when they're
third, and
nerfed.
Xipto
I
with
mean,
their
sometimes if
fourth.
that's
An
your
8 to
playstyle
4
as well,
half. You know what?
you're going to
At
have
least
to
in old
cover
meta,
up
we
the
saw
fact
double
that
duelist come
one
to a lot when
initiator
it
isn't
comes
good
to
enough.
the defense
I
as
don't
well,
think
so not
KO
all
got
hope is
nerfed.
lost.
I think KO got
Yeah, we'll have
buffed,
to see
personally.
if they're going to be able to sort of
I
bring
think
it
you
back on
take
that second.
a 20-second extra cooldown on your knife for a right-click flash that does 2.5 seconds. I really think that KO got a big buff. And then Silver, I guess you just kind of have to.
Can I help you, sir?
Here's the bill from the dealership.
You got 2
where I got
cycles
my
instead of
car,
3,
and I'd like you to
which is
beat it with a
doable.
better
But
deal on one of these fine cars.
Not how it works.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal
like, they're still
today.
viable. It doesn't completely kill them. The knife nerf isn't as meaningful. Yeah, the rest of the kit's just a little better. Any other agents that got indirectly buffed in the latest patch? I mean, Viper. Viper's the biggest one, to be honest. Viper's probably the best agent in pro play right now. Take away the rest of the smokes. This means that Viper's incredible. I mean Teo got a buff as well. Sanjo, wait, what? That's impressive. Simples with the tier 1, thanks so much for the 2 months. So much,
Anybody but
thank you,
Alkia, I would ask, have you just tuned in? Because what an incredible half she had.
Yeah, well, you
What
can
do you
see
think
the
of a
damage
rework of
dealt
Viper
to
where they remove the
everyone.
orb? Yeah, I think they don't know what to do with Viper.
Oh, maybe I didn't see this person. Especially when you're playing defense. Like, I feel like there's.
I still think Viper's good in ranked, but obviously it's so hard to get someone else that's going to play
and this is what I was saying, like compositionally,
like main
is the
smokes.
Jet the best option on this map? That's up for debate. Is it the best
But
option
it's just
for Alkia on this map?
it's just not even
Absolutely.
comparable
Like,
to
she is
how it is in
phenomenal. And
pro
I think
play.
going into the attack, it's going to become even more prominent with, especially more opportunities for Con to deny a lot of the utility. They're going to have that
Lexi,
reliance
thank
on
you so
can
much.
she get in and can she get an opener? And if it's
Dodging the
anything like the first half,
cardboard ads.
she can.
You got an ad for
Yeah,
cardboard?
I think that's the thing, that it's difficult sometimes to comprehend, I suppose, from the outside perspective, that you
I
have
appreciate the
these
28 months though.
sort of
Thanks to the prime.
ideal compositions on a map. In theory, right? You can see how this comp could be the best way to play it, but you also have to look at the players that you have, the teams that you have, and your strengths.
Yeah.
You have to hover dual listen until someone looks smoke. Yeah, that is the strat.
Last few years,
You hover over a
it
dual
often
list
is
and then
what
switch
works.
the
You think about
switch to the
CNET on
Viper.
an Ohm, and then you just wish he could dash at them. And I think that's exactly what we see here with Alkia. Like this jet, it's not for everybody. The comp on the other side, I
two
said,
Brazilian
is my
teams
favorite.
look pretty
I
good,
prefer
really.
what Xipto are bringing, especially with the Vito.
Liquid and MIBR.
Is it being used to its maximum?
I feel like
by
those are
anybody
like
right
the
now?
four.
Probably not. But
Dude,
I
I'm
think
pretty
in
impressed
theory,
with K-Corp
it
though, I'm not
looks
gonna lie.
like a comp that gives you more tools,
I do
more
think the
options,
Xipto
and
are melting a
therefore
little.
It seems better, but when you got someone like Alkia pushing in A main to take opening picks, or fighting mid the next round and immediately rotating to B main, just global presence, it's hard to argue
Thoughts
against
about
that
Team
pickup.
Secret not including Envy in their main roster? Where's this? I thought that was just for off-season. I mean, whoever picks up Envy in the off-season actually wins the off-season. I know the Vitality are posting that they've won it, but whoever picks up Envy actually wins the off-season.
Or even just like crazy mid-aggression. And also, you didn't even know which player was coming. Like, most of the time, you'd assume it was Alkia, but then the next time, it would be GX just doing like a shadow step down mid. So
Yeah.
I genuinely think it was a very well-calculated plan coming out of the side of KC. And Xipto, so far, haven't been able to beat that. And it does make me a little bit worried, because sure, as said, I think that compositionally, although
His
I
buyout? Yeah, I've heard his
definitely
buyout's
favor
kinda
the double
crazy.
duelist on the attack, I do think the potential to struggle against the Vito comes in a lot more on the defense.
Yeah, 100%. I think, again, even stats-wise, like, I think it was last season, again, old patch, but Double Duelist was putting up more rounds on defense than attack. It was, I think it was JT pulled up the stats for that for me. So it's something that, like, it's difficult to imagine where it's going to be at in this day and age, but the problem is Alkia on the attack. That's where I think she's going to
Yeah,
pop
just didn't
off.
consider
Now
the
has
double.
even more freedom to run
Kinda
around
worked
the
out that
map
they saw
and
just
be
the
that tip
Vito
of the
here.
spear, already finding
The
itself
TP to
under
get
the
out
armor
once you push
of
over
Xipto
towards
with
here.
Khan out of
A
the
cool
round.
idea.
But Safia, too, has fallen.
Oh, this is
Yuri
already
TP's
looking
out.
like a bit of a peculiar one with
I like
how
the
much
pistol, to
space
be
that
honest. It's a cool
Yumi
pistol.
has been able to get. It's been a poor match from her thus far.
Fucking the way like
Struggling to
get.
really get going.
Dude,
Someone
you can
who's
tuck in here so much now.
One of those talented
Yeah, it does.
individuals, and you found one at that, and this might be the chance, but again, Alkia
Dude.
is just so quick with it. Sheriff in hand.
Her aim is so
just
much
taking
better
the
than
space
everyone
all
else
right.
on the
Look at where
server
rest
right
of the
now.
team
It's
is.
crazy.
They are currently entering the A site, and Alkia is just selling a ruse that has pulled every single member onto this side, but the ruse is still doing damage. She is completely alone, but somehow has almost killed her fourth player of the round.
Nah, dude, you
She's
can't be
doing
getting
it
away
all.
with this.
She's just fully faking them out, and finally Capricious has put her down in with a little bit of spam. But what Capricious has only just realized is they're not going B.
Whew, Alkia on the attack, huh? I mean, I don't even know how she's gotten away with that. She was 35 HP going in those last two fights and wins them both. Well, I suppose the last fight was technically Capricious, but the smoke fading has caught her off guard. KC quick
Might
on
be
the
a fast
trades
one.
and right back to winning ways. 9-4 and the pistol going their way. That's got to be a real blow to Xipto's confidence. That was their opportunity to close the gap.
It's funny as well, like the thing I've learned from watching a lot of the EMEA GC is I think Smart 7, as his name suggests, not the 7 part, is a very good coach at building structure. I almost feel like he had to like maybe sacrifice a little bit of pride here and just go, fine, I'll put Alkia in here.
So gotta lock in. Yeah, I feel a little bad for them.
Because that
The games
pistol
where you
was,
lose just
like,
purely
that was
because of aim
no
is
help,
like,
just running around killing
I
everyone.
don't know.
Like that's
In my
the
opinion,
dream of a
the
Turkish
coach's
jet,
nightmare, but
very
literally
few
there's nothing you can do.
can make it
Is
that
mentally
much of a
look
reality
out of
where
it.
she
There's
literally
no way they
looks
would
like
have
one
qualified
army
with their
alone.
aim looking like this.
It really
So
is
I know
just
they're way
wisdom
better
in the
than
simple
this.
things, I suppose. You know, some some teams want to come in with the Gigabrain comps. Sometimes
Especially last year.
Basics
Like
are the way to go.
the APAC teams last year look kind of good.
You know, I'd like to chat with anyone. I suppose I wouldn't like to chat with anyone who'd like to argue the opposite, because that just doesn't seem to have any foundation in our reality. This is a classic pushing up here. A fake on the A site with a classic from Anasilia, while the rest of the squad goes B.
Just feeling
She
it
gets
out
one, goes
with the
down,
free
but
gun. See if they're
here's
stacking
where
somewhere else.
her
Can pull
value
the
was
team
found,
back.
right? That B site
Team
much
insta.
more
I say
open. The
insta
only
reaction. A
player
little bit of
close
slow
by
reaction over
is
towards
Can,
people.
and well, there's 2 smokes between her and any form of impact.
Yeah. It's like even for Con, like denying
Nice shock.
any utility here wouldn't have any value, and it should be easy pickings from here on out. To be honest, I'm going to upset someone here, but I would rather they jumped off the map purely because Alkia is 2 away from a Blade Storm.
Yeah.
Don't give her the Blade Storm.
They got
don't give her a gun. But
Might be nervous.
like, the
Oh,
Blade
for sure.
Storm
For sure nervous
yeah,
as
she
well.
just got an extra orb.
That's what I'm saying. They
got nothing.
They
from
can't
that.
actually
I
be
think
this level and
falling, even though it might
qualify,
hurt the
so
pride,
they're definitely
not worth it.
nervous.
I think it hurts the pride when you bought a Sheriff, right? That's when you're like, I can make it
Yeah,
costly. We could do, and actually, when you look at where KC are at, those 4 players all had rifles to work with. One of which was an Outlaw, but then you go to the 2 Bulldogs and the Vandal. So, you know, you get 2 exits there. That's huge.
Even
but
if you killed her, she's still 1 off.
yeah, yeah. And if she kills 1 and dies, then yeah, Blade Storm's there. So the economic damage would have been difficult to find, but
Yeah,
I
let's see.
understand. Sometimes you got to roll the dice, and when 10,
Have a gun round.
9-4 down or 10-4 as they would have imagined they'd be, they didn't think they were winning that 2v4. Yeah, why not? For KC, a huge bonus round. They've got a lot to work with. GX, we saw this mid aggression when it came to the defensive side. We saw her go down on mid a couple times.
Big,
we saw her
big
push
ball play over
mid,
towards
rather.
A
She
main.
didn't go down. It was only her opponents who hit the
Really
floor.
both.
And now,
Lovely bait
nice little
though.
bait actually towards A main,
Still
but
not very
Heidi down
clean
after
though, is
1.
it? It's
Alkia
still
already
not
around them, and
at all
GX,
clean.
here is her moment to strike. Patiently, she has waited, and a reward is found in the form of Graham's. And the advantage for KC. Oh, about to be doubled up on with Yuumi down.
Oh, that's a 24.
Jevo, thank you so much for the tier 1, man. Appreciate the 20 mums.
Yeah. I'm not going to tell the desk how to do their job, but I feel a highlight might be coming. Con has at least been able to trade 1 back. Now, Alkia is desperately low on HP. There is an opportunity here. Anasilia always loves to take the fight, even though she calls herself a support and does actually get dinged up for it. This is
Okay,
now getting
low
pretty
HPs.
dangerous. Con has definitely been the player to watch the
Hey,
jump.
lovely
up, though.
call
Alkia
on that.
again was the
Lovely
bait,
plan.
but you'd never believe it because she hits the headshot anyway.
25 and 8. I
With
mean,
clash of
KC,
confidence, yeah.
they're playing a good game, but right now, I think there's one factor that's having more
needed
impact than anything that they've done before this game started. Alkia, whether with supportive utility, because that's what we see a lot, right? A duelist popping off, and it's like, oh, great, Flash is coming in here. Oh, those players were blinded. There was a smoke. There was something to help out. Well, that's not quite the case here, you know? These players, they may not need to be revealed.
If we play like this, we've already lost the game.
Players run at
So
Alkia, looking for the fight,
just
and
use
they
it to
found
warm
it,
up.
but ended
All
up
good.
falling almost every time, and this time she was 6 HP
but
going in for the
this
last.
is what you can actually
Caught
do.
drafting as well.
This is
Truly
the this
ridiculous
is it.
level
Just
of impact,
accept
and I
it.
think this transcends Abyss.
Like, you're
as-
so
as a
scared of
map, right?
losing,
You look at
you've
this whole
lost already.
series, then you think Corrode for Xipto.
play-
If they go down like this,
play
13-4, if
normal.
it's Alkia dropping like 30, especially if she keeps up at this rate, before this map is done, in like 18 rounds, then you do get worried about Corrode. Even if Xipto feel more comfortable there, I don't think any level of comfort is going to matter if you cannot
might be the map.
deal
It could
with this
definitely be the
gem on
map.
the other side.
The funny thing is
It could be the
other
map. It
Asian
could be
highlighted
Navs.
that she
It could
likes
be
to play
both of them put
is
together.
Neon, and that's what she's playing on the next map. So, well, in theory,
But
maybe they
I mean,
swapped things around.
it doesn't
but
take away from the fact
so
it's
good at it. I
insanely
really would be
worrying.
upset if they didn't. And I'll also say, again, this one kind of directly goes out to Smart 7. I never want to see her play Omen on this map ever again. Even though they won it last time with or on Omen, I think she's almost doubled her previous.
How's the
map
veto
skill.
looking?
It's just a
Awful,
different
really.
beast.
Hasn't had a chance to do anything. Couldn't do anything on attack because they can get over towards Science.
Well,
And then now hasn't really
if
been
she
able to
hasn't
do
got enough
anything.
orbs,
Again, I
enough
think
kills,
veto is
they've got the outlaw
I think
to
veto
kick
is
us around.
good
That's
when
his
you
players
have a
have done
demo. I think going into
start, though.
don't know when
But
everyone
this is the
has
problem.
like
Alkia's going in. They've got to deal with her. The
3+
shot has to land,
weeks
and it
to
does.
change.
There
Okay.
we go for Xipto. Sheriff's in hand and a 5
Oh, the
versus
talk looked
3.
like it was good.
Potential rifles to be picked up as well inside of A main if they want to go for the risk. They want to reinforce the site quicker, as in fact a big fight on
Hey,
who
look at
comes
this.
in. Khan,
Nice shot.
the death blow onto GX has left KC without a port to call their home at this point. It's all just about the battles, and they have no information on where a favorable fight would be.
I don't know if you'd expect Yumi to be in this corner, but given an individual fight, I'm not sure I like it. The group up for the rest of the players is a little bit better, it seems, although there is still an isolated duel over
Yeah,
on
they
the A
might be
side.
able to get over
Graves
towards
is
A.
now going to go looking for the weaponry. Safia
Oh, there's spots so
desperately
many
trying
here.
to get something here, and we'll find another. In fact,
No,
she's
not like
ended up
this.
with 3.
Not like this.
A 2v5
At least
just
picked a
moments
good
ago.
gun up over towards A.
And now
But it's
into
free
a 2
side now.
versus 2. Now Graham's position, I was going to say was wonderful on A, but she's now gone back towards middle. They should at least be able to get an additional rifle into the hands of Con, but this is very quickly swung in the other direction.
This is the thing. With Can so desperately low
No
and
way.
Glance aggressively holding that rotation. We leave it all into the hands of Grahams now. 2 fantastic Sheriff shots in A main to start out this round. But we need more with the rifle now in hand. It's Glance in that tight corner. The flash will catch. Oh, but Graham's not quick enough to swing, and now they're going to fight this together. What a
2v5.
recovery by KC. These two make their own
Oh,
look
boy.
as 12-4 on the board.
At least they hit some shots. They
I
got
think
some
that
confidence
one
for the next
maybe
map.
shows just a little bit
That's
of that
that's
experience.
legit the
Like,
only
I
takeaway.
understand the concept of like, okay, I've got this close angle, they're not going to fight it, but when you have such a hefty advantage, when you're in such a deficit in terms of rounds, the fact that we see some of these more individual fights, and sure, Safia did wonderfully well to find 2 while they're peaking, but definitely some mistakes made from Xipto and the experience over on the KC side, and while the KC fans are absolutely loving this. 12-4 up on their map choice. They have not looked like they lost control at any point of this map.
There really is nothing like the KC fandom, especially when they're putting those dubs up. Glance waiting for this push. Will find the trade. Will find even more with Yumi down. And the push from Alkia has been caught. And she won't be drawing blood, at least for now. But of course, she sticks around. The confidence sky high. A 26th kill is what she's looking for. And of course, she will find it.
Oh, they absolutely bombed them. There was a pistol round in here for Xipto as well, which is kind of
The
nuts.
last alive 1v3 spotted by the drone, and the Hunter's Fury is sent out, but Anacelia
Okay,
with the death
crazy.
blow.
It's probably the biggest aim diff game I've seen,
KC
I would say,
dominate
all
their
year,
map pick.
to be honest.
An incredibly clean victory on their own map choice. I came in today looking at this one as potentially a fairly level playing field, but
They had
with
some nice stuff
Alkia's
on
performance
the
already
best as
on this
well.
map,
Don't get me wrong,
she
I
went
think
far and
K-Corp,
above
had some nice reactions, nice
expectations,
pushes
switching
together
over
and
to the
stuff like
jet.
that. But
We will have to see if going into their own map choice, if Xipto have any form of response.
yeah, they gotta have a talk.
The one going
They gotta have a big
aggressive.
talk.
They
The
know
mental
she's up
is not
close,
good
but
right now.
Dealing with her is another thing altogether.
It's like one of those where
JX
they just don't.
back to her own
When you get in that
ways down
mindset where you
there
just
on
don't
mid.
want to be
She's
there and you
having
want
a
it to be
whale
over,
of a time
that's
in this
awful.
map.
Then once you kind of set it in, you're just like, well, this is the worst that it can feel. It's not too bad. Like losing a map like this might be good for them, as weird as it sounds. A lot of times you're just so scared of how the losing's gonna feel. But I mean, when you play like that, you've kind of accepted that you lost already. Then in theory, it should just go away. Why am I forgetting GE 2024? I said worst aim diff this year. Don't be bringing up other years.
They try to take me down with their violence. Oh, they go back in. Bishop flashes in, and down goes Light.
Okay, I'll be back in a little bit. There's a chance K-Corp just better. Yeah, no, there's a definite chance of that. I agree. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit.
The drugs you let me hit. Do me so good, I'ma pass out. Love it when you keeping your mask on. Love it when I'm riding dirty with a rough boy. Guess I gotta take my mask out. Ice, money, sex, trees. Everything's bliss when I'm paying my bills with the money you give me for free. But being tied down, we make sure you can do you and that I can do me. I feel like Rapunzel, I am your secret treat that no one can see. If you wanna have some fun, call 415-1999. I'm thinking it's another way to call my line. I'm out and find this cookie ain't free. Oh yeah, but it's something about you. Love the way you giving me brain, but he never gon' say, cause that's gon' make me keep it on the hush. Keep it on the hush. Yeah. On the hush. On the hush. Oh yeah. Keep it on the hush. Keep it on the hush. Yeah. On the hush. On the hush. Oh yeah.
Call my phone all like that.
Hey, I see you stacking my page. What you doing up so late? I be loving the trade. I got this one on the way. Big headed, he a eater, he do it, I say. He like to hear it a crate. Staying for me, he gon' fight. He's catching a fade. Giving, but he never takes. Where you at? I can't take you when you sim. I think that he's an imposter. I'm thinking about driven ship. Really call it a toss-up. I don't know if it's clipped.
Corporation, they take map number 1 of this series, 13-4, a very dominant game against Xipto. Welcome back to the desk. Let's talk about what happened in this first game by hopping straight into our HyperX reflex moment of the day. And that, of course, goes to Alkia, Dan, because she had an outrageous map 1.
Yeah, we were trying to decide which round to pull from Askia because she had so many incredible moments, and I feel like this second pistol round is what guaranteed that it was going to be not only a dominant side, but a dominant map on the side of Karmine Corp. She was incredible, was able to find that opening, and throughout the map, a few of those body shots to close it out gave her that 4K. I generally just really like Alkia, and we got the chance to talk about it before, but what she's doing right now, I feel like is unstoppable.
Yeah, those are some crazy stats, crazy numbers. And, you know, we were talking about the question of whether she was going to be playing on that Omen, but I'm glad to see her on the Jet. She was playing loose, she was playing aggressive right when they needed her, and the operator, I mean, just not missing a single shot.
Yeah, I think we have to talk about it. It felt like Xipto could not find a solution for that op once she got it in her hands.
Yeah, I would have loved to have seen a little bit more aggression, taking advantage of that double duelist, applying that pressure on Alkia. I gotta be honest, those were some easy shots, and I'm throwing up air quotes because Alkia absolutely delivered, but there was not a lot of utility to put the pressure onto Alkia's crossline there.
But that's a little bit of what happened in the grand final for Xipto against Ninetales, where Dana was just getting every single one of those openings on defense with the operator, and it felt like Xipto, they could not find an answer. This is the one map that they lost in the grand final. They lose it once again, and it is a little bit of the same issue. When they have those opportunities, even when they have those ultimates to take space, to take control, they're not able to do so, and Alkia, on top of that, is having an incredible day, so it's just a perfect mix for Karmine Corp to find that success.
The other big question coming out of Agent Select was what we were going to see from this veto. You were very excited about it, Potter, and after having watched that first map, what were your impressions? Was there anything you saw you were very excited about, or anything you felt like we missed out on in this showing of veto?
Definitely moments of excitement for sure for the side of Xipto. Of course, it didn't pay off for them in the end, but you saw a little bit of it in these highlights as well, working that mid, and especially when this veto is paired with that Yoru on the defense side of things towards the B, the playmaking potential with both these agents was able to
So,
TP and
look for a
misdirect
closer map. What is it,
a lot
Corrode?
of the time. So there's a lot of playmaking opportunities. I wish Xipto would have had a little bit more time to be able to cook those opportunities.
Sure.
But KC, they were just so confident in all of these engagements.
Yeah,
It
they
seems like
were
you
very
had the
confident.
Right idea.
That's
You're
true.
mentioning those 2 TPs, and we talk about those rounds for the side of Xipto when they were trying to get that space towards mid, and you see both of those TPs trying to work out, but then those Alkia finding a pick with the operator. There's a little bit of push as well coming for Karmine and Corp, and they were really comfortable taking that space, so they couldn't really find the value that they wanted out of those 2 agents.
It was a very dominant map 1, though, on Abyss, with that new composition not entirely working out, but still time to bounce back as we head to Corrode, map 2 of this series, and the pick of Xipto. Dan, from watching Xipto in their region, what are we expecting on Corrode? Do you think we could get anything new from them again?
That's what I'm hoping for. They already brought us this first change in this map of Abyss, where honestly they were struggling with in the past, but for Corrode, I feel like they can absolutely bring something different, something a little bit more aggressive, something that allows them to take more of that space that sometimes can be hard in this map. If anything, I'm more curious though about Karmine Corp. They've played this map once ever in their whole career, in their whole history. So there's chances for us to see new things coming.
They've only played it once.
Yeah,
Okay.
but I do think that bodes well for Xipto, right? They're absolutely going to have to lock in, and this is their map pick. They weren't able to showcase any of really their game plan. It didn't pull through for them in map 1. But Corrode, I'm expecting comfort for these players. You can see them leaning back, doing the cosplay of Aspas, locking in for this map of Corrode. And I need to see these ladies loosen up on this map and just start going for more plays.
And that is the style as
wrong.
well of Xipto. That is the style that allows them to have success, and that gave them that trophy in their region.
On
So
the Sneeny, thank you so much for the
maybe
tier 1.
that is
Appreciate
what
the
they
10
need to
months.
do, but,
Feeling sleepy?
in
Do I
this
feel
map
really sleepy
also, they were
today?
playing a double sentinel. They were playing a
I
double
had like a
sentinel with
normal
the
amount of
Devon and
sleep
the
as
Cypher.
well. Went to bed pretty early.
I
I just
hope
woke up and I was like, my goodness, I feel
I
tired.
hope they change it, right?
I think that is the big question, though, because in my mind, there's a lot of ways you can go with Corrode. I think the most obvious is, like, look at something like what NRG was doing with the double initiator waylay.
It's
at the
dark
end of
these
chance,
days.
but
It's so
it seems
dark.
Like there's a lot viable
Yeah,
on this
it
map
really
right
is.
now, especially after the changes.
For sure, Mimi. And we just saw it on Abyss in the first map, that Waylay Yoru combo. I think we can probably expect
What do you think
that
is the
coming
strongest
through for
role
Corrode,
to
but I'd
Q
like to see
in
Xipto
Diamond?
leaning onto that double
Strongest role
initiator
in
that you
Diamond?
mentioned. I think it's going to allow
knows.
the players of Xipto to plan.
What is the strongest
and
role?
problem solve and go
Depends-
for
it
those
depends
plays
on the
that I was
person.
talking about. Because on the attack side, they didn't take advantage
If your aim's
of that double
awful,
dive. They
then
didn't have those
you should probably play
aggressive,
Initiator or
high
Smokes.
pressure moments and just thriving in the
If you're just
chaos.
better
So
than everyone, I would just
hopefully
lock
with
in a
double
Phoenix.
Initiator look, they'll be able to coordinate their util and make something happen.
Or a
They should be
Reyna.
able to do so. We talk about this team as the most flexible that we have in GCC. Everybody is willing to play a bunch of different roles, a bunch of different agents. I think the only one that we've seen in a single role is Wyme on this duelist, and I feel like she is also a key of success. She was struggling a little bit on that first map, which is a little bit uncharacteristic for this duelist of Xipto. Could be a little bit of comfort, stage, nervous. I mean,
Yeah, to update you guys at home, there is a slight delay on the stage. We're hopeful to get into map 2 Corrode of this series as soon as possible. We'll update you if we know any more. While we wait for the game to get started, I want to talk further about what was the big picture of map 1. That was Alkia's operator, which absolutely dominated. Potter, I feel like we're going into another map where, especially on defense, Xipto is going to have to take some quick lessons on how to deal with that operator.
Yeah, and trial by fire, for sure. I mean, Alkia, it wasn't
Cavalry,
as if,
it's not looking good, mate.
She had such good utility layered that was getting her those picks. That was skill expression. That was individualism coming through. She wasn't missing a beat. And playing off your intuition like that when your duelist is
Chamber
locked
seems to
in
be
and
the
is
better
just in that
sentinel at the
flow
moment.
state, things get
There's
really
definitely
dangerous
maps and
really
room for
fast.
Chamber at
So
the
for
moment.
Xipto's side, they've got to be able
But
to reset and they've got to be able to come
think
into map
there's-
2 with that in
I think there's
mind.
better
When
stuff.
the
I
enemy
don't
can
know.
afford
On
it
most
off,
maps
you've
these days,
gotta
I think if
change
you can
your
avoid
approach.
playing a Sentinel,
I love when
probably
you
makes
can always
sense.
tell if it's
Unless you play
rookie
Vito and you have
player,
good
because people
anti,
always struggle to
unless
put
it's
the
a map
IEMs in right
that
when
is
they're on
big,
stage.
like
Did
Lotus
you
or
have any
Haven,
players
you
when
probably
you've
need
been
to play
coaching Potter who
Killjoy.
had to teach them?
It
Just
is a
for the
struggle, and
info.
it's always you've got the key is you've got to.
Other than
be
that, the
prepared.
role, the whole
prep
role is
leading
pretty
up
pretty
into the
down
match
there.
is all about the prep.
It's all
Getting Get the size right before. You know, don't just
Everything
don't
got
be lazy
wrecked.
about it. You've got to make sure you've got the right
Cypher
size.
especially.
Ear tip in there.
Yeah, the ear tip. That's the key.
Was that ever something? Did you ever struggle? Or were you
I did
an
because
expert
my
at
ear,
it?
my canal is very small. It's actually, and after like 10 minutes, I get a headache.
Yeah.
I can feel my
So you were
heart
playing with a
pulsing
headache?
in my ear. No, I was prepped.
Oh yeah,
She got the right size for the
You got it
in-ear.
down.
Was correct
Okay.
mundo, yes.
The all-important discussions.
What are you meant to do with veto on attack?
I have an even more
You can have an
important
okay
question, Dan.
default.
You've been so excited about
It
the
depends.
players
I would
here
throw one
at
TB down for
KCC.
fast
We have a
rotate,
lot of players
unless
with
you're going to
very
be
cool dyed
faking.
hair. Can you like run me through a review? What are you liking? What are you impressed
That's,
by on the stage today?
Right now,
Split is the best
obviously,
example.
I mean, Alkia is not only, you know, incredible in that map one, but
Let me give you something.
Have you seen her hair?
You can see her in the
I
foreground
haven't
right
really
there with
thought
that blue
about it.
hair.
You see
Yeah,
it right there.
I think majority
The
of
blue hair,
maps,
and also she's
depending
been
on
switching it
where
up a
you
lot.
are,
You see her
like
a few months ago. She had like old.
obviously you
pink
can
hair
do
as
like
well.
And what does
normal
that
trips
bring to a
behind
player when
you,
they're
but
constantly coming
It
out
brings
with
I do
you
feel like
about
trips
10,
aggro can be pretty good.
Okay.
Which you just saw.
And so
As Vito.
I know you often change the color of your dyed hair. And what rank are you again?
Right. So I really like the players that we're seeing on stage. You know, I don't. It doesn't apply to me.
But it applies to them certainly.
But it applies
So like
to,
if you were
yeah, it
gonna
applies
do
to
if you're gonna
everybody
do
but
split,
me.
you could
And
do this
that's
as a
why I
default,
appreciate
throw it
them so
behind
much.
here to see if they
could call it
push, and then
Dan's
TP
law,
fast
right?
back for
You can
rotate,
create
and
a
then
law,
do
but it might
whatever
not
over towards A. You
necessarily
could do your
apply
trip
to
here.
you.
They won't see it until they're
It's
past
like,
this line.
okay,
You could
we
TP
got
over
it.
towards here to go aggro plays as well. Like I think you guys need to do stuff. I think you're meant to do stuff aggro with your trips, really, unless you're just grouping as 5 and then putting it behind.
That double sentinel.
They're going for it again. They're gonna
And then
stick
you just
to
save
tried and
your.
true and what their comfort
Honestly, you kind of
is.
bait
And they've
on
gotta
this
know
agent in
that-
ranked,
that
I imagine.
Karmine core, they-
I just
they've
wouldn't play
seen the
veto in
footage.
ranked. I
They
think it's
know
probably
that
one of the
this
worst
team
ranked
likes
agents you
corrode,
can
and
get.
so they've gotta be
Unless you're
used
gonna
to
judge
this,
solely on
this
defense
double
and just
sentinel
be
line,
everywhere.
the anchors.
Yeah, they don't change.
You're gonna have no
anything at
impact
all
on
instead of
attack.
Xipto. They keep
But
the
on
same,
attack, if you are gonna
composition
play
that
it,
we
you're
saw
just
on Corp
baiting
last
and then
season.
trying to
They
be
did
the
it
win
for
condition
Karmine
off the
Corp. I
plan.
mentioned it.
They shouldn't be able to get through smokes of your
Utila.
Utila.
And they do change it a little bit. Alkia before was
Jiyoung
like
with the
that
tier
neon
1,
and
thanks so
a
much for
little
the
more
9
that
months.
early neon composition that we saw in this map. But going for this Waylay, I mean, I know that you love the Waylay, Potter, so.
Yeah, and it's because the style that you're going to be able to do, and
You love
especially
Deadlock in
with
rank?
what we
Deadlock
just
in rank's
witnessed
good.
Alkia do in map 1,
All the
with
wall
the
agents,
pocket KO, the kind of flashes
Deadlock
that
Sage
you're
are good in
used to.
ranked.
We've been seeing so many Yoru flashes, but
Don't have
these
to worry
KO
about one
flashes
choke.
are deadly on this map. The way you're able to
No one
find
defaults,
the
so you can do
angles, find
aggro
the
info
lines, you don't
walls.
see this flash coming, so Xipto, they better be ready.
Xipto on the ropes, down a map in this series, and with a big task to bounce back on
95
foot
stream
and stay alive
streak, my
in the
goodness.
upper bracket. We'll find out if they can do it, or
That's
if
crazy,
Karmine Corp
underdog.
will continue on with a 2-0. Those answers come back with Mitch and Tom.
Ash, I'll do it at halftime.
Thank you,
It was almost good timing. I
It's
think they're
time to
getting
get
into it.
to the second map, and what could be the final, certainly if KC are playing the same game that they did over on Abyss. But this is Xipto's map pick, and somewhere that hopefully
95,
they'll be
yeah,
able to
95
find a
knots.
bit more success. The main thing, though, will be dealing with Alkia, not her jet, though, on the Waylay.
Yeah, I'm a little bit sad for Neon's gone. Her Neon's unreal, but she's pretty good on any agent, so I guess I'll have to accept
Okay,
the win.
are
It
we
does
gonna
look
get
like
another
they're
aim
moving a
def?
lot of their stuff around to deal with the fact that
Surely
Cypher
not.
kinda got obliterated, whereas the
I say
player
surely
on
not.
Team Piety has
There's a
decided to
big
stick
chance
with
they
it,
just
so
better.
It's going to be interesting to see if the struggles will be there. I am a big fan of Con on the deadlock. It definitely didn't seem like the veto went particularly well for her. So
K-Corp
I
on
think having a little bit
defense,
more comfort
Xipto on
this
attack.
agent in general. It should look good, and hopefully the same for Yumi, who
When do you think
really
Falcons
did
will pick up
struggle
a team
that last round.
in
Didn't go well.
Valorant?
Will still be that sort of
Outside of
focal
game
point
changes,
for the team
if they get
going into
invited
this
to
map, but
franchising.
They've definitely had
Which
a
honestly,
little bit
I think they have a
more
pretty good shot at
success on.
that.
And for KC, well, we've really not seen them play
A
this map
year
much
ago,
at all.
I would have
They
said
beat
no,
SK
but
on them,
now
they were not the ones to choose it.
All barriers are up,
I
and
think they have a good
KC's
shot.
defense begins. Xipto, understandably cautious, waiting outside of this B site. And it looks like on the side of KC, they are waiting for a noise.
Contact,
an
armor,
indication
flash, waylay.
that they can go in for this
On
blitz play.
deep,
Flash
right?
is being held by both sides.
Do
You see
waylay
Paranoid
damage
and Graves
close.
and Anasilia holding
Really, it
on
would
to
make
her own,
sense
but
to-
now Alkia goes walkabouts. The knife gives the
It's
info, but
unlucky
in
it
fact
is.
the big swing gives the info first. Zipto
That's really unlucky.
opening pick, and
I would love to
menace
have seen
of
their
the
trap play,
previous
because in
pistol round over on
theory,
Abyss, the 4K
It's
Sheriff
not.
Queen, has already been taken out of the equation.
Better, but
attempted to try and refract, but
I like K-Corp got nice reactions though. Even on a map where you can struggle to have reactions, like they had pretty good reactions on Abyss.
But they are just waiting behind it. Bear in mind though, there's been quite a bit of aggression from Sapphire on the other side of the map that has taken full control down towards A. They still have a spot into middle, so they can gamble at least a couple of players on the side.
Who's the best player in Game Change at the moment?
Maybe
SRN, kind of where I'm leaning.
Control. The bait being made to try and make them not look in the direction of GX. She's done some damage. Rotation coming in for support, but Anasilia trying to hold the line. Glance battling and brawling, and a low HP couple of players, but it's going to be left on to Sapphire. The advantage sitting with Xipto, and so does the time.
Oh, this fight is everything for Sapphire.
Okay,
with
looked
low
opposite.
HP left on Yuumi. That could have decided it, but Capricious comes
they got a
ahead
pistol
with
earlier,
a 1-0 start for Xipto. And I love that we've already seen from round one just this patience from both teams, each one waiting for the other to give something away, waiting for their signal to go. And when they eventually got it, it was Alkia to fall and the round with it, but it comes down to a very, very tight margin here in the pistol.
Yeah, that definitely got a little bit shaky in the middle. But they did get the job done. Of course, they got the
okay, full eco and pistols. We're at a 2-1.
Do too much, and they took some casualties in a round like this, but Yuumi in and out. All right, so's Alkia, I guess.
It's still a lot of damage
Didn't
done.
take her long to get back onto the scoreboard, but
everyone buys a gun though, so picks like this or kills like this, pretty important.
This is less of a normal bonus round. I believe that the other weapon was also an outlaw, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so they had 5 rifles in this round.
Every little helps for KC. Damage is going to be felt with reinvestments from Xipto and already one player down, but it looks like no more will fall. Khan with a great opening there on middle and 2-0 start.
Trying to wake the hand up.
Look, it's not nearly as costly as it could have been.
I love that from Khan. Gets 3 kills, whiffs a little bit on the 4th one, and then is slapping her own hand in punishment. You can say what you like about Xipto, but those players down on the stage definitely have a lot of personality. 2-0. Okay, they lose
That's
themselves.
such a good reaction.
Look, there you go.
Oh, well, gotta be happy with that start, even with the 4th kill not going your way. Xipto now face off against the rifles of KC. There will be a Bulldog in play for GX. I'm more concerned about Alkia and where she's gotten off to. Already pushed all the way down, and of course, that's going to be opening pick onto Capricious from right behind the trap wire. Spike down, held by Alkia, but they've lost GX in the meantime. And this attempt to push down middle, well, I was going to say it's not going to work out because there's so many players from Xipto, but now there's so many bodies left on the floor. And Asilia joins the dead as a 3v2
They got to prove they can hang aim-wise.
They still have a chance.
You got to prove you can hang aim-wise right now because they're just running on defense.
Back on middle here. I doubt that Safi is going to be nice enough to put the wall up, but oh, inside the smoke.
It's crazy behavior. It's really crazy behavior. You got to punish that. Holy.
This was one of the issues. Was in the last map, Xipto were failing to punish these aggressive plays. Maybe they found their footing. I think for Xipto, there's definitely got to be that expectation that Sapphire
does here. Pings come out. Wait, the ping came out. The ping came out. Yeah.
Steps. That's the information she'd want. The problem is there's still utility
Grip is going to completely own her.
That Cypher's still standing, and she'll have to give the game away now. They'll know exactly where she is as they hightail it on towards that A site. A chance for this somewhat bonus round to pull out a victory, unless, similarly to the pistol, Sapphire can try and win a 1v2.
I think it's a nice play from Xipto, though. Even with the low HP, this makes it a much more winnable round. Having the plant for spawn, the post plant there as well. The cam still in play from Piety, but hasn't been put up just yet. Might be played reaction area. Sapphire already spotted. Snake bite. That's not fully covering that angle either. Graham's can still sneak through.
Hey. I mean, this is K-Corp.
Full coverage, it gets a little risky, but
just playing mad at mid.
3-0 start for Xipto, and a hell of a bounce back. They only got 4 rounds on the previous map, remember, and this is their pick where, at least hope that they'll be able to build on this in the second half.
Yeah, this feels like kind of what maybe should have happened a couple of times in the last map. Like, don't get me wrong, I think KC definitely were in the driver's seat for the majority, but they were able to get away with a lot of plays where they already had a massive advantage, tried to just choke their opponents out of the round, and it feels like this time they finally bit the bullet for doing that. Alkia's swing into the smoke definitely felt like a bit too much, but you kind of understand it with how the last map went.
It's still more aggro as well. Nice use of the wailing.
Taking that early space, but their opponents
force them into double blockers. Force them into double blockers and one's a bucky. It's nice.
At least get an early trade, but she has lost her bucket.
Safia flies under the radar in the corner, shoots the decoy, and then the Yoru as Yumi goes down. Safia will finally fall, but GX couples the rest of the totem.
Some nice shots.
MasterCard thrifty from KC.
Some nice shots.
And a remarkable twist of fate.
GX was
Dude,
giving it
you're against an
I don't know if that's audio
eco 5 elbow.
She was giving it.
She's been popping off, man. Every time we go to a replay of her, she's getting loud. I love to see it. That energy's so important down on the stage.
This is insane. Like, genuinely
nice
insane
chance,
to be able
really
to
was.
re-react while completely blinded. Yep, we couldn't play it. I had a feeling.
Oh. Well,
KC, they're on the board. It's not the round we expected them to get onto the board, but they will take that recovery. And already Safia
Big kill. Dude, that looked
really
fast.
feeling it. The push down mid again. Already having a player advantage is a bit of a risk. Piety has spotted an opponent.
Like the confidence,
and
nice.
expects the reswing. Glance is gone, but Alki is actually still going. Our opponent now sits in spawn, and well,
why would a
Safia, this is all
fade
about
be
denial,
so
but
low
Blair
pushed
has
in
already
middle?
managed to make it past her utility. That's
Gotta expect.
capricious.
See,
In the
we'll probably
corner.
expect
This
2 more here.
could be scary.
Whoa.
Alki just about gets away with that one.
crazy reactions on that play. And Safi is here playing off the swing of Anasilia, but then goes in when the smoke pops, and they have just dominated this round. Safia with a 3K after the double kill with the Sheriff that basically got them, certainly the leg up, maybe even the round in the previous. You know, we talked a lot about trying to shut down Alkia, but now there's some brand new heroes stepping up to the plate for Xipto. That lead that they had in the early half, just like map number 1.
Thanks so
they
much
now
for the
see
prime.
those walls close in on them.
Aleto
The
as well with
economy
the tier
in
1.
the
Think
dirt.
of the
They're
29
looking at a
months.
likely 3-3
Appreciate you both. Thank
scoreline,
you,
and
done
if this keeps up, it won't be long before they start to sweat again.
It was nice, yeah, they hit some nice shots.
This round at least is not going to have
the kill through smokes.
best of investment. I'd like to see
force
them
them down to a
challenge
low
bit more
buy.
for that middle control. I think they've done well to punish KC
Okay.
when they've aggressed on that side of the map. Alkia having the
Felt
ability to
like-
refract just feels unfair.
Did Deadlock just get the...
Well, thankfully for them, she no longer has that ability.
I like what they're doing here in pump, sorry, just waiting, not pump faking. Waiting for this because you've seen Alkia use that refract to run down and break the trip to deny that information for Xipto just 2 rounds ago. So they're waiting. Okay, maybe she does it again here now that we're reset into a buy round. Now we've got those weaknesses. Why not see if it works? But Alkia taming, you know, finding strengths in the scars of yesterday, just like Xipto, where she knows that aggression is being punished, and so starts to taper off a bit in that regard. And I like that. I think it was necessary. Because Xipto definitely have her number in terms of, well, she's going to run at us. And by now, I'd be surprised if they didn't.
Managed to get a player pushed deep into middle. Can hold for those rotations, and it's not going to be checked. As said, this is a position they've been able to punish quite heavily so far this game. And Pity's done well on her lurks to make sure that is the case. Safia's timing not the best, but does at least trade 1 for 1. But that's an extra gun that can be retrieved. Pity already managing to find the major worry is the time, but they will be able to get that plant in with nobody able to deny.
Spike planted.
Yeah, it's a hard retake now.
That's going to cause a bit of delay. That has to be broken. Glance waiting as all this noise is made in main, hoping that players go deep towards the spawn, that someone steps out of line while the rest of the squad distracts. Sees as well, Anasilia caught in the net will eventually pop out that ultimate big swing coming through. Damage done already, but Graham's down, but Piety quickly trading it back, although she falls and leaves just one standing, not for long. KC 3-3 now. They have climbed right back into
they
this.
should be winning this one.
Demolished the lead that Xipto had just moments ago.
Yeah, it was
It'd be that kind of game.
a bit of a
Yeah,
shaky one,
it's
especially considering the
they're
buy.
just
And
better
I do
aimers.
think that Xipto have started to make that realization that, okay, these guys are going
I
to
think Initiator and Diamond is the best play. I'm looking to try and go pro and just did a roll swap from smokes to Initiator,
that can be
but I
punished even in
flanked.
rounds where you
I
have
think
those vulnerabilities.
I want to shut
This
everyone's
round, though, is a very
dreams
different
up
story. Almost
or
all-
down
well, I
here,
was gonna
but
say
I
all
think
five. It's
if you
almost all 10. Only
if you
Anacilio,
can't get to
unlikely to find
Radiant
Nolt in
by
this round.
spamming Reyna, you're probably not
But
good enough to
especially
be
with
a
the combination
pro
of Dimensional
aim-wise.
Drift and the Annihilation, that
That's
could
that's
be the
what that
opener
would
they
I
need.
would say
I'll be
that I would
honest,
just put it
they
down to the
should be
Reyna
hunting for
test.
Sapphire.
You should be able to get to Radiant with Reyna, just spamming aim.
Exactly what they're
And
doing.
then if you can't,
Already
I
found her.
would maybe consider that you can't be a
Valky's
pro.
going to delay them. Looking now to get a little bit aggressive as the Nightfall comes into play.
Big play. It's a big play. And the comms didn't come in as well.
But somehow Xipto stabilized. The decay starting to fade as Yuumi up top and third in the round already. This was looking like KC
hold
had
up.
snuffed out the flame of Xipto. But still,
Whoa, the aim dip's crazy. That was nice, though. It was a really nice 1v3. The last two kills were nuts.
Take the lead with
The
a
last
Red
two
Bull
kills
clutch.
were nuts.
What the was that round? What have I
Dude,
just
Glance has been
witnessed?
playing for so
The
long as
initial
well.
TP
What a beast.
in combination with, I think that may have even been 2 ults. I think that was a Nightfall and a Convergence path at once. Then the Dimensional Drift having so much impact from behind with Yuumi taking over.
Dude,
And then two
first
bullets.
2 bullets.
Yeah, honestly, valid. Like, it's a round where they recovered from such a horrific position and then get wrecked by just lining up to almost being 2 in sync. And Glance, wow. That's not a round I think she's going to forget for a while. That was a great clutch from her to take, but it's got
You're
to
going to
be
get Reyna
infuriating.
insta-locks now? Mate, you
did
get
a lot
Reyna
right in that
insta-locks
round and
anyway.
end up losing a 1v3.
I think it's a good test, though, to be honest.
Yeah, even the swing at the end. I mean,
I don't know
they
how long
lined
I
up,
would
sure,
give
but
yourself to
it-
get to
the
Radiant
idea was there.
with the Reyna test. I think it's probably age
There was a slight gap.
dependent.
They were peaking
but
at the same time. It was just the spray transfer of dreams.
I've never
from
seen this before. You
Glance.
get a little countdown guy.
I'll
God,
be
we didn't
honest,
have
I think
that
9 times
technology
out of
when I was a
10,
coach.
Xipto
I was
takes a
gonna
round.
say,
Unfortunately, that
They
was
would
the
just
one.
cut you off.
1 in a million round. Not just, I mean, to be honest, in the first place, for Xipto to stabilize
Or
like that,
honestly,
was already
sometimes
really
they wouldn't cut
impressive.
you
Like,
off.
Yuumi
And then you
making
start
the best of
flaming
that
your
deep
players
position that she'd gotten
mid-round,
towards the
and they
spawn,
tell you that they
moving
can
up
hear
into
you
heaven
flaming them.
and really starting to put the numbers back in their favor. But from that point,
That happens as
another
well.
miracle happened.
KC used 3 ults, and
Yep.
you come out with an advantage. That's impressive.
It's
That's
very impressive.
but
And then
it
KC
doesn't
win.
matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter. So it's a rough one, and they used a lot of ultimates themselves as well in recovery. So we've kind of ended
Carrigan,
up
thanks so much for
in
the
a level
Prime.
position in
Appreciate
terms of
the
the ults.
14 months, mate. Thank you, thank you.
But I don't think Xipto are going to feel happy about that one. They are going to come back in with an investment. And they do have the Annihilation available to them still in this round. That one wasn't popped.
You've already seen the Haunt
Big
come up
buy
and reveal
rounds.
from your fade. So Glance doesn't have that. And a
I mean, in
Prowler
theory,
Xipto
it's
then
not
might
must-win for
play after
Xipto, but it
super
kind of
passive
feels
base
like it's
control. They
must-win
might
just
play
purely
into
because I
mid
think
to look
it
for
could
this
snowball
fight.
the
I
other
love
way.
this idea, allowing them
And they
to build
really
their
need a
utility and then
confidence.
fight for the battle, but the problem
Guys,
is
you can't
they might
walk
not
into a
need the
smoke like
utility.
that.
Glance is here looking for the battle.
Guys, you can't,
Calls
you
out
can't,
a third
we can't be
kill.
playing like this.
In a matter of seconds, the round is over.
They're getting so
a literal
owned.
blink and you miss it. It only takes a glance. It's 5-3 for KC. 5 in a row. And, you know, we had those 2 big rounds from Safi and now 2 big rounds from Glance.
Yeah.
It's got to be demoralizing for Xipto to face into this incredibly deep running level of skill that this roster has.
It's the crazy thing. It feels like this is more than a Glance half full, as she's currently feeding on them. It has been an insane couple of rounds. You like that one?
Tom, never change. Or do, you know. I'd be fine with that.
You'd think I was preparing these, but I'm not. I'm just an awful human being. Nonetheless,
Okay.
Again, a lot of what Xipto
I mean, they
have been
are
able to do in the
they are
rounds they've
giving
won
them
have
rounds.
punished the aggression.
There are some free rounds for
GX,
Xipto
I
to
feel like
collect
GX
here,
is a lot of
but
the
I
time
feel like
being
when
punished. Like to get aggressive.
Dude, look
Well,
at them.
glance, no.
You're against an
Yeah,
eco,
she's
guys.
done well, and
I know you
actually
think you have better
sets up
aim,
Grahams for a
and
trade, a
I
big
agree,
advantage once again,
but you can't play like that.
Don't go counting any chickens.
KC left chasing waterfalls. They don't know where this play is coming through, but no, they're going to find out pretty soon. It's the B site for Xipto. I mean, the one downside being that all those kills they found on mid, those rifles won't be recovered. So they're playing this late with a lot of sheriffs. But in a 4v2, the numbers by their side, the wall towards the connector to stop that mid rotation, the flank being watched here. And the thing is, Khan doesn't necessarily want to win this fight. She certainly doesn't want to lose it, but spotting them is all that she wants, because you have that sonic sensor behind as well. So the second that they look to swing that angle to fight you, they should be going down. Certainly will be stunned, and there you go. Exactly according to plan for Khan.
Bit of confidence, giving them some rounds.
MasterCard thrifty for Xipto as a result.
You can go wrong pretty fast. A little juggle of the guns, make sure everyone has some guns as well. Money gets good.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a KC timeout coming through. I think especially in some of the lower buy rounds, they are getting punished for their own aggression. And it didn't happen as much on the last map, so I think you can understand the style that they're going for, but I think this is the moment where Smart 7 is going to take a break with the team and
Artists
sort
to
of say,
shamelessly
like,
copy
okay,
just stream layout and
we
title,
are getting
that's fine.
especially pushing mid. I think
Let
that,
them
that
have
round
it.
it was their
Honestly,
A push
Artists probably won me
initially.
like 3 games back in
they've been losing these
the
rounds
day
off their
that
own
we shouldn't have
decisions
won.
at
So
times, and then if Xipto get
it
put
only
into a
feels
good
fair.
spot, they should be taking it over the line, and that's exactly what they did
5
here.
years ago.
And especially when you consider
I
that
probably owe him a
their
couple more, to be
composition
honest.
for post plant is nasty. The second they get into that,
Akno with the
especially if
tier 1,
Deadlock's
thanks so
still
much for the
standing,
45 months.
It's really hard to break back in.
Think about what happened last time. No, it was KC making a mistake. They got a little bit overconfident after winning, I think, 6 rounds in a row on the previous. It was 5 rounds in a row, actually, because I remember it was 6 out of 7. They lost that one round. They take a moment, they take a breather, they readjust, and from that point forward,
Be
it's
honest,
nothing
do you
but
think
success.
me or Artist
And now
knows
the
more about
timeouts come
Valorant?
in as
I
Xipto
think
break
that's a
that streak of
disrespectful
5.
question.
This could be the exact same situation as before, with an ending of an 8-4 half. And that wasn't enough for Xipto in the previous map. Again, this is their pick, and KC have decided to start on the defense. So who knows?
He probably knows more about the practice range than I do, though. I've seen him there a lot. I'll say that much.
A factor that won KC the previous map. Alkia, op in hand, looking for the early fight, and it's on A main. Xipto, they might have a spanner in the works real early. Oh, okay, she's going to be pushed back.
I think maybe spotting how many players are there already. Good net. Just having to throw out any utility to try and slow the opponents down is actually a fantastic little bit of utility.
It depends. It actually depends on what format, though, because he plays the game more than me. So if it's like a question on like
but it's understandable. You got the Viper's Pit on one
some
side,
ability
in
stuff in terms of costs and stuff,
at the
it
moment.
depends on the quiz. I would lose some stuff to him
For Xipto,
for sure.
decisions now need to be made of where they're going to fight from here. They've done well at re-clearing mid. I think that's been one of the major successes. And with
But I'm pretty
Drift,
confident.
Instead, their plan is to try and push Safia out of this pit.
They've done that. Unfortunately, there's
is-
a bodyguard there. And Asilia with the surveillance catches them. They will let the pit go down, not risking running back into it, and it's the right call with the advantage already theirs. And look at the map control GX is holding. This is a corner that they'll need to clear. With the Viper wall just going down, they should assume that players are further back. It's a beautiful bang!
Oh boy, hold up.
Oh, there's no need
Let's
for a
hold up.
replay on that one. Alkia
They've given
under
him some
pressure
eco
now,
rounds.
falling back as the numbers in
They're
favor
messing
for
up
Xipto.
some
They
big
got
rounds.
caught. Alkia, she's stuck in the ground, stuck
Dude,
it.
please, someone jump
Oh,
swing corner.
gets 2. Xipto will get the plant out of this. But the
Big
retake
jaw
attempt
here.
from Anasilia and Safia all comes down to this first fight, and it will be Piety that wins it. Now there's a safe ground, a safe haven for this squad to hold.
Flash gives the game away. Operator holding on the corner, and that will be enough.
Okay. When does their
Graham's
money
ready
break?
for
They
that
got one
fight.
more. It's a pretty big round.
An opportunity taken. Some of the utility, I think especially out of Con in that round, those nets were just causing nightmares for Alkia. She still manages to come out
Yeah,
with
the
2.
tunnel vision was pretty heavy on this one.
But that's probably the turning point. A very big whiff coming out from GX. Where she pretty much could have put that to bed. Scoreline will be equalized. And for KC now, the economy somewhat on the
No, this
brink.
is the big round.
might be feeling the burn a little bit going
Dude,
into the next.
look at how confident they
With
are.
both
My
teams,
goodness.
I'd say arguably starting out on their favoured half, especially if you look at the last time they played. If it goes in even, that sounds about right.
Bring them down.
Really, K-Corp doesn't lose the map. I mean, they have themselves to blame if they do. Been one of those games.
Push up on B, but Xipto again, this is something that's worked for them, just playing one side of the map and holding on to control with 2 players in A main, one holding for that mid push in the form of Graham's. It will be re-cleared early. Of course, just last round, they had a player in an even closer corner, so of course they're going to be clearing it. And Alki even has to use the dash just to get on out of there.
I just don't understand the
Xipto,
woman flash use, but
they've denied the early control, and that's going to get a push elsewhere. Again, they're waiting for it. Con just holding patiently, but it's Anasilia to win the fight.
Yeah, they've had these advantages before, though. Glant's going to make
it
sure
hits
that
so many.
they are slow
Whoa,
to
what
spam
the hell
short.
is
GX
that?
again. Caught out trying to be aggressive. 30 seconds
Was
left.
it from Sound of the Cage or something?
And now back into an even scenario. Glance in the corner with a crossfire, needs to do well here and has a little bit of support, but now completely blinded. Graham's with another. It's left.
Really faster.
Onto the Grim Reaper of the last map. Alkia isn't expected in the corner, and the spam almost does enough. Switches over to a second gun and just spams the smoke, expecting Graves to
They actually
be
needed
there.
this.
They're going to have
really needed
nightmares
this.
about Alkia tonight.
It would have gone really close. They might have gone 7-5 down here.
She might not be
Hello, Yampy. How we doing?
putting up that same performance as the
On
last map, but
PS5?
it's to be
Nah.
more of a
Don't really
group
play
effort
console
this
games.
time.
I used to.
Getting them a crucial round, at least guaranteeing that neck and neck to close it out.
What do you think of this gambling as a whole? I mean, it ruins a lot of lives.
Imagining the rotations
But at the same time, I don't think a lot of sports would
the
exist without
re-aggression
it.
after being pushed back on middle.
Kind
For
of
her to go
funds the whole
back down there
scene.
was a big risk, but one that has
Multiple
paid off
sports
now.
teams.
With KC 6-5, a chance to still lead at the halftime, and they do come in here with the convergence path. They come in here with the null command as well. It's a lot of reactionary ults for the defensive side to work with, and Alkia's already pushing down into their spawn, broken the trip, and kind of boxed Xipto into this A push.
Oh, Anasilia under pressure, though. No command in place, so they're just going to have to dry swinger. Do manage to trade. Pretty quick rotation already in
might
from
get the
GX,
crossfire
slightly
good,
more
huh?
passive position than what we've seen in the last few rounds, waiting for the timing on the swing of her teammates. Graham's with a chance, but will fall. However,
Oh.
the trade backs are immediate.
They all just kind of
Glance now trying to do
melted
what
here.
she
Big
can
1v1.
and puts it into the 1 versus 1 already. Her
Yeah,
opponent
maybe
knowing
Panic used the ult a little bit
Con's
there.
ult doesn't connect. Can she
The
find the
strong ult
shot
in a
instead?
1v1.
It's a chance once again, and
Damn,
this time Con will
case.
take
Dude,
it
6
home.
is pretty
A
good.
6-6, a deserved one it feels, as this is about as close as a map could
Archon,
get.
thank you so much. Or
Xipto
Akon
have
even.
definitely turned
For the
up for
tier
their
1
own
with
map
gifted.
pick
Thank
of
you so much for
Corrode,
doing that. Thank
and
you,
they
thank you.
even have a chance to
Saved?
take us all the way
Yeah, I
to
mean, K-Corp
Haven
gifted
after
them a couple of rounds
13-4
here.
first
No
map.
doubt about
This
it.
is the game we hope to see, but it's not over yet.
This could be one of
Plenty more
those
coming
winner
after the break.
pistol, then it starts getting a little shaky. Start regretting those pushes down middle against the Nico. It's great considering how it's looking, yeah. Wait, Yampy, you're in Berlin at the moment. Interesting. But you'd be at home. The vibes, yeah, the vibes are looking good. What's your opinion on 100 Thieves coming back to CS called 100? I mean, it's, again, especially to be in CS, you have to embrace gambling. When the average salary is like pretty, I don't go into it too much, but average salary is crazy out there. Let's say it's 20k a month. Like it's pretty wild if you're putting all the tier 1 pros in there. A Rednas, thanks so much for the tier 1. Appreciate the 25 months. Like you have to have gambling sponsors to be in CS. Obviously, that's not including tier 2, but tier 1 is crazy.
Themselves for glance.
Yeah, she's been performing very well, and especially that 1 versus 3 clutch made a mass difference, but it definitely feels like a much closer game. It's crazy that Mika's regularly on the show, but the second the cam's on her, it's like she's more excited than anybody else in the whole building. Like
They dropped their league and rivals teams.
Oh, you know.
What's going on with rivals? Is it
imagine.
dying?
But nonetheless,
I didn't really keep up with the scene.
Fight back
I met a couple of the
made the difference for
MD
KC.
players.
Now
They're pretty safe guys.
That attack side, I'm interested to see what they've got, because I do feel like the attack side of this map can be brutal, and where a lot of teams, if you're not quite set up correctly,
It's doing okay. Competitively, it's dying a little.
For KC. I said it in the last map, and I'll say
Esports
it again
wise,
here. I'm
it's dying.
excited to see
really.
what Alki is going to be able to get up to now here on the attack. It's certainly where she came alive in the previous map, but I think her role here a little different.
Sleeping Angels with the tier 1. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you. I appreciate that.
With this agent, the Waylay getting in and the ability to get
Dude,
out of there.
if Xipto win this pistol, and they're kind of in position to win it, it says they get wrecked for smoke.
But of course, Alkia gets out of there with 18 HP to refract.
Yeah, they got to cancel here.
And this is going to initiate
This is
their
nice
work
though.
through mid.
Taking a lot of space in this.
Will spot Safia.
Good work from Capricious. That was a gap that could have caused problems if it wasn't quickly sealed. Now, a lot of tagged up players already, but one of them, it's 18 HP, but he still managed to take one to the grave with her. This leaves 2 standing. That double senti that I'm sure they would have hoped was pushed into. It's definitely going to be quite a bit tougher. Now, there is a fair amount of utility still available. The wall, possible to put down. The other is a sensor, which I don't know how useful that's going to be. Piety, though's done well, but bear in mind, Glance was already low, and the remaining 2.
I mean, we get a 1-1 pistol every single map.
KC will claim
Okay, they
the
should
lead,
be.
at least
They
for
should be
now,
so
but
fine now.
you can't really have too much of an expectation of an investment here.
But like that,
like
the grouping overwhelm, aim
initial
diff should
contact
just
on A, using the
be so
refractor,
strong here.
basically be a drone and get out of there. Easy to trade, even spray through the smokes. Then you have Safia coming up on mid. Maybe looking at the range, maybe could have tucked in and avoided the Prowler, but decides to destroy it instead, keeping them worried about Connector, and immediately rotates back to cover the flank. So it ended up that they had all their bases covered. It's a good start to the attack from KC in terms of their game plan, and now they end up with a big reward. Only classics that they're up against. I'm excited to see, well, I'm curious more so to see if Xipto are going to have an idea of what they want to do to kind of punish here. It looks like more presence towards that Connector, embedding Grains there early. But Safi is on fire.
Big
nice
overstep
shot
though.
onto Capricious to start this one off.
Sheriff might be her gun.
No. Okay, Pity's the one to get it. That was
Didn't
good.
get too much info in terms of numbers there though as well.
Fighting for the Sheriff, but who gets to take it? I feel like Piety kind of earned it, but you know. 2-player group up. In towards the Connector. They're just going to breeze straight past. Now bear in mind the remainder do have weapons to lose. That newly upgraded Spectre alongside rifles, so sure the Spectre wouldn't be as much of a loss, but anything else could be a problem.
Jinxing changes teams as well. Dude, my pick'ems are disastrous after watching these games.
Calm with a chance for it. Sonic sensor active too late.
Spike planted.
Although GX down to 20 with the regen shield's a little healthier. Further damage is going to be difficult to come by. You look at the Sheriff in Pity's hands, is probably having the best of chances as that flash blinds both easily, and Yumi,
right, okay.
Right click just as strong as ever, good to see. That's going to be a Spectre recovered, which, you know, in the old days I wouldn't quite care to comment on, but does give Yumi a chance, even on range.
Never trusting your pick'ems again. You trusted my pick'ems for this? I started the video by saying I haven't watched much. What was your first clue?
Let the time do the job, but eventually once one player is distracted, the others can swing from above. It will be a conversion, and it will be the rifles kept forward. That's the main thing for KC. But this is where the buy now comes up for Xipto. This is where you kind of have the expectations that maybe that double sentinel can start to take over a little bit. And well, as always, it's going to be Anasilia taking a little bit of a hit in terms of a pistol for this round, but other than that, it's a fairly stellar third round bye.
Did you hear Ludwig Tarek got cancelled? Yeah, yeah.
Now, this
Chat
is
was
gonna
telling
be a
me.
very important round, and well, it looks like the squad's going to get a bit of a breather before we get into it. Short tech pause down on the stage for Xipto. The pressure mounts with that. This is somewhere that.
Oh no, not on the mouse, Matt.
That's unfortunate.
Come on, dude, you're a veteran.
We can add it to the counter. In EMEA, we had 2 spillages across the year. Actually, a lot less than I expected.
I think my favorite of all time was still Zipan, because it's just the straight up panic when the lid came off and he just tipped it down himself.
Oh no, I think #1 for me has to be the sparkling water in the bottle. When it just
which
exploded.
one?
Well, yeah, there were several actually.
That was
day.
two different players.
Yeah.
That was, I think it happened to both. Yeah, I think my favorite bit was Ruxic opening his and then a little bit of the water landing on Angel's head, and then Angel being like, "What just happened?" Looking over, opening his bottle, and then it exploding as well.
Happens.
Like, I actually have a sticker.
Water on the mouse side? Yeah, that's a rough one.
WhatsApp or in a Telegram. I have the sticker of Angel's face when that happens.
You have a really good one of Ian Chambers as well.
I have a few of Ian Chambers. One is
Some of
safe
my
for air.
favorites.
The other is not.
Oh, he's a very emotive man. I'll
He
say
is,
that.
he
I miss Ian Chambers. But for KC, right now, Tom, I think they're in the swing of things. They've got 2 rounds in a row. They also have a decent buy coming into this next round. I mean, I know we're not in game for the folks at home, but they're coming in with 2 Vandals and 2 Bulldogs. Only one of those Vandals was just bought up. So a very, very strong position. Once that mouse mat is dry,
What is this question?
Xipto are going to have a big
Question
challenge
about
on their
Ardis. How do teams make sure he isn't betting on himself? He is pretty known for being a gambling addict.
Honestly,
Mate,
the strat here,
what's
I've
Ardis
sold
meant
a
to
lot
bet
of
on?
stuff on
If
my,
he's going to stream or not
I
today,
think fizzy
that doesn't
drinks, I can't
exist.
say the brand, but fizzy drinks especially are the worst. You gotta hold it up and flap it around, and then it airs out really quickly, you know? That's the strat. For the folks at home. Or like a hairdryer or something.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like there's better, or just...
You can also
When
heat
he's in
warp
a
it depending
team,
on the material, so you wanna be
he's
careful.
not going to join a
I think in
team.
your case, someone who regularly drops stuff, just have more than one mouse bet.
I'm pretty sure no one even trialed him this year.
They're all in need of a wash now, because they've... There's fizzy drinks all over them.
Oh, okay.
I should probably get one of those cups, you know, the ones you can smack and they don't fall over. That feels
He doesn't
like
play
it's
the
not
game.
real, but
It's like fake AI ad.
no. They've been around a long time, but it doesn't seem logical.
Okay. You'd find a way to knock it over. Nonetheless, it seems like Glance has done an excellent job of, well, we hope she has, drying her mouse.
Find out,
if
won't
we
we?
see any whiffs, and that's the thing. Now she has an excuse.
One team trialed him and said they couldn't
13-9
understand his
so
English.
We know what happens.
Pre-wet mouse mat.
I mean, they got to be trolling.
All
Well,
that post.
It could even be a buff. Let's get the data.
I doubt
maybe
it,
they would.
but
Maybe
we'll
they're
see.
not trolling him.
Nice paranoid. That's just saved Grahams from a big push on mid. Needs to be careful there's no re-aggression because there are a lot of numbers here for KC. Remember, the only player going in here with a weakness is Anasilia. She's the player swinging wide, trying to draw the eye of the defenders, but there's none here. They fully pushed
Dude,
up
what
in
a weird
B main.
round.
There's a rotate to contain coming in from Yumi.
They're just like, surely we find someone here.
But KC
Worked pretty well. Did they do this call after seeing the trap? Was this mid round or was this like planned at the beginning? This was a nice round to watch. Camera's gonna spot 2.
Rather than shooting it, like just making it seem like, oh, they've been caught up by something. Now they double back.
Oh, dude, they'll take that. They really wanted that
She's under
cage.
some serious pressure.
You gave them
Stuck
so
between a
much
rock
space
and
with
a
that
hard place.
cage. In fact, they
Suppression
actually
makes that one
just...
look easy. Early
Wait,
advantage picked up
that's
for
your
Xipto.
smart.
Spike will go down. I'm also looking at GX in the spawn, hearing the steps of Yumi. Gun, it's pulled out. Not again. No, this time she corrects in time. And now Alkia adding another to the pile of bodies that's starting to build up. Grahams does well, but it's Glance with a double trade. And now Piety.
Feels like a
finds,
convincing 2
and they are
now.
giving her absolutely nothing. The protocol's on point, a crossfire being created. She's managed 1, but the other 2 players are just sitting back, waiting for her to try and tap this spike. There'll be another layer to this as the swing out, and well, it's a nice shot connected, but that was all just bait from GX to waste
Close
her
to
time.
fade out
It
as
is
well.
KC
I mean,
now with their 9th and a bonus round victory at that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the real killing blow, it seems like. It's only a
Glance got 3,
3-round
by the
lead,
way,
but
just in case you weren't counting.
yeah, the wet mouse mat buff, it might just be the play in future.
For anybody at home, don't do that. Don't do that.
Don't try it.
Don't do that. Unless you have an excessive amount of money and want to buy a new mouse every once in a
I'm
while.
saying put water on it, not fizzy drinks. Don't do that. But like a bit of water.
I still feel like if you just keep putting a mouse
you have
over
to wash it. Eventually, you wash your mouse mats. That's what.
Yeah, but I then leave them to dry.
Well, yeah, you gotta dry it afterwards. And don't let your mouse mat get moldy. That's not a good play.
I think we need to move on.
Anyways, 9-6, double digits being
there
sought
any
after,
teams
and
that
it's going to
hate
be a
watch?
weak
Nah,
buy
not
from
some.
Xipto. The Sheriff's in hand, and KC really playing that last round beautifully. The push and pull, but this round's a different story. They were making noise on B main. They were drawing the eye, but Safia able to double up. It was a risk.
She's just taken A, by the way. She's all the way through.
It was a risk to take this fight. You know, if the pistols take you down, then they get a rifle. They get an upgrade. But instead, 3 kills for Safia, an easy rotational catch for Glance, and well, Piety all alone. This is only a Sheriff buy for Xipto, so it's so-so.
Yeah, I'm not really a hate watcher, dude.
Double digits for KC.
I don't.
4 in a
There's
row to
no
start this
hate
half,
such a.
10-6, 3 away
I don't
from
even
closing
dislike
out, not
teams.
just the
I
map,
don't
but the
understand.
series as well.
I don't understand it.
For Xipto,
Not
this
really
is
in me.
do or die really coming into the next round.
Yeah, this feels a little bit more damaging.
This doesn't make sense.
A lot of rounds where they've had low.
That's also why I don't really like cheer for teams too much as well. Like it makes sense if I'm involved in a team.
Now you have
I probably hate watch Mini's team back when I was coaching.
Ultimates, either
But
online or getting very close.
now I'm not
Already
involved in
has
a
hers,
team.
by
It
the
doesn't
way,
affect me in
hasn't
any way.
since
So it's
she played
like.
the mouse map. And
the same.
That was so clean. Like that was basically Safia just walking into A, killing everybody, and then saying, "All right, everyone, come over this way." And for that reason, we have seen a timeout call from Xipto from what was a very close map to a
Hate watch
streak of
Prius.
rounds
That's the
definitely
closest we
starting
get
look
to hate watching.
quite damning.
And that's just more I hate to watch it. Just
It's something special, man, having the blue wall in the venue.
Sometimes we have no
It's the same
choice.
over in EMEA. Every time they show up, it's impossible to miss them, but I feel like they've turned up in bigger numbers here in Seoul. Happy to make the trip, and you can see why their team doing them proud down there with a 4-round lead. Xipto, well, KC have 10 rounds here. Xipto have 10 rounds in the series so far. This
The
time
teams that
out,
you prefer to win?
a lot
Yeah,
of pressure.
sometimes.
I think it's the last
Sometimes
chance
I
for
would
them to
prefer
talk
Liquid
to the
and
team unless they can force a timeout
Paybrex
out
to
of
win.
KC.
Other than that, I would like Yampy to win games. I don't really have. There's not many games where I like prefer someone to win. To be honest.
Move
pivoting
from,
in.
Attack to attack, so a little bit more time to contemplate.
Ezrax, thank
Not
you
more
so
time to
much.
talk, of course.
Is that how I say your name?
I'm curious to see, like,
Ez-
because I'm sure it'll be something we ask
Ezrax.
eventually.
Yeah,
'cause
Ezrax.
every venue is different,
Appreciate
right?
the tier 1.
And
Thanks,
obviously,
thank
the
you.
players have in-ears that cancel out the sound.
Yeah.
And I've played with those headsets on in the play test. I think you have as well down on the stage. It's the white noise from
I
those
don't
headsets
like
is
it.
crazy.
I'll be honest, it's hard
What
to.
do you think of the harbor change? Do you think it'll be
until
played in
you've done
pro
it, you
play?
don't
It'll be
understand
played
how
in
much
pro play.
They genuinely
Some teams would
stop
try it.
you hearing anything
Dude,
around
still.
you, so-
You got in-ears with game
Dude, how
sound, and
much
you've got a
water was
headset
on
on
that?
over it, which is pumping white noise in. So you can't make out anything. He's still drying the mouse mat, man. No, stop. It's the
Some teams will
perfect
try
amount of
harbor.
dry.
Just
It
purely
doesn't need
because
any
K
more.
Corp exists
But
and
the thing I'm
Sadak
curious about is,
exists.
having
So
those
there's like
fans-
2 potential teams that will play it, but
That might be enough there.
I don't
Depends how
think
much
you'll
water was
see it
spilled.
much. Again, I would at least try it in prac just to see. I have some stuff that I think would be okay. I'm not 100% sure it's an awful
Curious to see if
agent.
the players will give
I think
credit
it's not
to the
great,
Blue Wall, to
but
the
I'm
fans here
not 100%
for
sure.
Sort of hyping them up in those moments, because every time there is a timeout, they're
The
getting
smoke
loud,
thing
and
is
although you
like
can't
pretty.
hear it, which is
The
key
smoke
thing,
thing's pretty
you can
interesting.
feel
That
those
was
vibrations down on the
something-
stage
yeah,
a lot of the time.
When I was speaking to Daiki about how when she was playing in Brazil.
Did you wake up with the
and
tier
she was
1?
like, yeah, you
Appreciate the
can't
23
hear what's
months in
being
terms of
said,
like being able
but
to have a
before
cove
you
placed
feel
anywhere
it,
and then it come back.
So it's something
Entering
that's
into
definitely
Saints.
notable, and I think even if you just look up for a second, you'll be able to tell who's making all of the noise. I definitely think it's going to give you that little bit of an extra
Close to
boost.
2 years,
I
yeah.
think if you speak to any
Really
of
close. Thank you
the
so much,
players on
dude.
the
Appreciate the
KC side,
23.
they're always going to be very complimentary of the support that is brought.
Low
but
enough the near sight made his kid irrelevant.
that comes with
Maybe.
pressure to
I would
deliver.
never say near
They
sight's
definitely get
irrelevant
that
when
number
you're an
Now,
Omen are
you're
like
seeming
pretty
away, but this
strong.
looked like a much closer map.
The
up until
cutting of the
last 4
sound
rounds.
is more important
This is where
sometimes
we
for the
see
near sight.
Xipto have run out of gas, or if they've still got more to give.
Yeah, and I suppose whether KC have more to give as well. It's the same aggression towards mid. Oh my goodness, capricious counting her looky stars there that Alki didn't rip her head clean off.
GX isn't spawn again, by the way.
That's the thing. They've spotted these players come up on mid. If noise is made towards this A site,
They're
this could be
considering
a
it though, right?
freebie
Oh.
for GX.
No,
She's
they
had
are
a couple
considering.
of
The Fate's
rough
walking.
sprays
Oh.
so far, but look at this corner. She dodged
Fate
the
started
Prowler into
running.
spawn as well. GX is the best position. This was just cleared seconds ago, but the
Oh,
Prowler
this is
went
crazy
right
timing.
past her. She is behind them,
Wait,
and
this
they
is low
are
HP
none
though.
the wiser.
Oh, okay, no, they are. Yeah, they're on
The
it.
spidey
Crowd maybe,
senses
but
were tingling, and she's caught
they
the
did
player
start searching
behind.
for it early.
The little bit of body spam as well, just as almost like a, yeah, I caught you.
The thing is, they left vision of this for so
Definitely wary
long
of
that they thought it
lost
might be a
that middle
thing.
control
Like,
and
they
it's
even
been
think there
spot
might
on
be
the
more.
map. The KC have been almost brutally taken away from them every single round. This setup, though, well, speaking of brutal, I don't think I've seen much more utility on the site ever. They're having to run around, try and destroy it. Luckily, the knife's going to help them out a little bit. Con's utility is on offline, but Piety, on the other hand, was able to dodge that and now waits patiently on the edge. I think the net also making things a little bit more awkward. Safia just trying to find a spot to actually plant this spike, but it is a full push back in to make sure they deny her. No space garnered. Alkia needs to be a hero now. Safia is all that remains.
Can't plant.
7 seconds. As long as they don't all face her, it shouldn't be a problem, but they'll clear her before anything else can be done. Solid round from Xipto.
And a much needed one at that after the
I
timeout.
think they're going to start doing this all the time, though.
To see KC just run away with this.
And
But
I
is it a
think
blip on the radar, especially with KC coming in with so
Takeoff
many
might
ultis
already
in
be
the
aware
next.
that they're just
you
not.
have to hope not. But I love this from
Well, there's a
Capricious.
lot of
Really,
gaps.
that was the round right there. GX, they had this early control. They had already seen that Alkia had pushed fully up on middle, and so they're worried about it the whole time. They had that control for a while. Did they embed a player in spawn? Prowler goes out, goes right past GX. You think, oh, okay, it's all good. That would we obviously forced them back, and everything's fine. But Capricious, that little bit cautious. And thank God she was. 10-7. Xipto on the way back, but plenty of credits there for KC. And look, in the same position as last round, GX says it was so good, I'll do it again. It didn't find a reward in the
No, just watching the TP.
Yumi's TP'd into spawn and said, how the hell is GX here? And now Con under so much pressure. These players are coming out from every inch of this B site as the TP's faked out by GX and they walk right into her. Piety all alone, a 1v4, and how quickly this round has crumbled.
It is for sure one of the better, if not the best maps for Terminal.
As last round. In fact, telegraphing it even more so with the ulti.
It's the most disrespectful IGL I think I've ever seen. Of just like,
insane.
You kill me in spawn, I'm going to TP there again.
Go again.
I think a lot of the time it's been a conversation around what is the best role to play as an IGL. I don't think GX gives a damn about any of those conversations. It's like, oh yeah, I like the support utility so I can set up my teammates. I can call the play. Well, she is calling the play from the opponent's spawn. I think that's at least 3 rounds of 6 where she's ended up in the opponent's spawn.
Certainly that heat map is going to be confusing for anyone that hasn't watched the game. How did she get there? But maybe Xipto are going to be asking that question a lot. Obviously in the last it was obvious, the others not so much. Safia had a lot of success
And
over
it's
towards
good
A main,
info,
but
they
this
know
time
they're
she
all
really
mid.
shut
How much
down.
space
And
do they
it's
take?
what we worried about before. The pistols finding kills and taking those rifles, but I mean, there's no way Grahams gets anything more than that done.
The
The
reaction
only
was great
rifle is
here, but
miles away, but Pity's about to find another, a 2v3. And for Xipto, a chance to deny KC 5 chances to close not just the map, but the series.
Spike planted.
They've got deep spawn control again, though.
Real logo, thanks so much,
Definitely
dude.
not going to be
Next stream is
easy
good.
to clear all of these angles. Maybe they expect one from above. The second would be interesting.
No way.
We'll give it over, and then an immediate swing out from GX to make sure it doesn't go any
Yeah,
further.
this is, I mean, it's just the team
Again,
diff, isn't
a
it?
decent amount of damage for what was invested, but the value of that stops mattering when you've only managed a single round on your defensive half, and your opponents have managed 6. Xipto need to buck the trend, and it seems like in their minds maybe the operator of Yumi is what could turn that tide. And to be fair, when you have one side of the map most of the time,
Okay,
heavily
5
locked
goes
down
at
with
it.
Sentinels.
It's dude, I'm really worried for Xipto in this tourney. Like from everyone I've seen at the moment, I feel like they're gonna get aim diffed by every team.
Oh my goodness, a reveal, beautifully positioned. Alkia finding a second. And from here, Xipto, they see their hopes fade, the spark dying out down on that stage, but they need a hero, and Anacilia's watching the backlines.
When does the next game start? Like 15, 20 minutes? They're actually pretty fast.
Stands strong and looks unbreakable. Xipto,
yesterday they did it really fast.
On site, holding, dodging the Prowler, but spotted and blinded. Up it ends with a 3K.
It's so dominant. It really was.
13-7 from KC.
Looked way better.
A dominant start to their story here in Seoul.
They look nice though. I like how reactive they are on defense. I think they had realized pretty early on in this map that they were just better aim-wise, so they kind of were just pushing them and gave them a couple more rounds as well. So I'm a little bit worried that they'll do that in other games, but I think it's just because of how much of an aim diff they had on the first map. They thought they were fine.
Another chance. Not out of this tournament just yet, but that was definitely a display from the side of KC, and especially talking about Alkia, ended up as the top fragger in that map as well, even after a slightly quieter start. But the first map is one of the best performances I think we've seen on a GC stage.
Without a doubt, Tom, especially opening up as well. GX, she's down there shouting to the blue wall. She's hyping them up. That is fantastic to see. And you know what, their energy was infectious, not just for the players as we got to see there, but I even saw some of the people in the crowd on the other side starting to dance along, enjoying the chant, enjoying the energy. It's exactly what we need down on the stage. And you know what, I think that energy's for both teams. Xipto, they had some great rounds, some promise. The 13-4 in the first map I don't think does them justice, with so many opportunities to put rounds on the board, but denied at the final hurdles by some big plays from KC. They will go on in this tournament, but it's KC who win the day.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it's going to be one where definitely a lot to learn. Of course, these are 5 players who have
like
not
the weakest
raced
here.
the champ stage before, so
very much looking
I
that
think
way.
It's definitely a case of learning.
It's
but
not a done deal, but
for a mix of experience and new blood, KC have done very, very well in their opening match. I think they'll be quite happy with how this has turned out, and we'll go marching on in that upper bracket to try and compete with the best.
What a performance here today. And I'm sure, there's got to be a lot of happy faces down on that stage. I don't think there's a single player on KC who's wishing that they put a better performance up on the board. But I know that Alkia will be incredibly happy as we go to the Verizon post-match interview.
And give it up for our blue queen!
Jeez, there's so many artist questions today. You guys are loving it. Go ask him.
카민코프의 알키아 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 가장 먼저 어비스에서 이 비토가 집토 쪽에서 나왔을 때 아무래도 이 솔로 엔트리 Z 상대로 카운터가 되지 않을까라는 생각 때문에 알키아 선수가 상당히 답답할 수도 있겠다라는 생각이 들었는데 전혀요. 오늘 정말 날라다녔습니다. 비토 상대한 부분 좀 어땠는지부터 들어보고 싶네요.
All the views there. That's
on your
true.
first win of GCC 2025. When it comes to Abyss, we thought maybe the veto from the side of Xipto would be a good counter to your solo duelist Jet. Not at all. Honestly, 403 ACS. Oh, really? Yeah, that's not that bad, right? Yeah. So, was there any moment in that series on Abyss where you felt the presence of veto, or what was it like going up against that agent?
I mean, it was okay. Like I was comfortable. Like we changed the comps, and I said, yeah, I can play Jet, and like everything will be fine. I was really comfortable. Yeah.
조합을 KC 쪽에서도 바꿨는데요. 충분히 Z 할 수
She's
있다고
like, I don't want to say that we didn't feel the presence of the
얘기를 했던 알키아
veto
선수였는데
at all.
사실 뭐 비토 상대하는 거 그냥 나쁘지 않았고 무난무난했다라고 얘기를 해줍니다. 그리고 사실 시작부터 끝까지 팬들의 응원 덕분에 정말 든든했을 것 같거든요. 워낙 또 KC 팬들이 열정적인 걸로 유명한데 한마디 해줘야 할 것 같은 분위기입니다. You know, I don't know if you can see. Do you see the cameramen up there? Or up there? Yeah. There's a lot of them. They thought there was an earthquake going on when the fans were building the blue wall. Oh, you were scared. But yeah, I think they deserve a proper shout out, you know?
Thank you.
But Why were you scared? You thought there was an earthquake?
Yeah, I thought there was an earthquake because like in Turkey there's a lot of like earthquakes. Like for example, when I play, it can be earthquake, and I was like, not here again. I was like shaking. My monitor was shaking, and I looked at them, and they were like jumping. So I said, okay, there's not an earthquake. They're also so loud.
먼저 고맙다고 얘기를 했는데 사실 좀 알키아 선수 같은 경우에는 무서웠대요. 왜냐면은 이제 튀르키예에 지진이 많이 일어나기 때문에 가끔 집에서 이렇게 플레이를 하다 보면 뭐 이렇게 책상도 떨리고 모니터도 떨리기 때문에 뭐야 한국에서 지진 났나라고 생각을 했는데 이제 돌아보니까 뒤에 팬들이 열심히 응원을 해줘서 이제 여기서 모니터가 흔들리는 거 보고 아 다행이다. 그래도 우리 팬들 참 시끄러워서 참 좋다라고 얘기를 해줬습니다. 이렇게 해서 알키아 선수 만나봤습니다. And thank you Alkia and thank you.
Okay, chat. We got another game coming up.
Aggressive as the nightfall comes into
Liquid Brazil against Crew Blaze.
But somehow Xipto stabilized. For the K starting to fade as
Surely I
Yubi
get
up
this
top
pick
to
'em right.
third in the round already. This was looking like KC.
I'm good for one a
had
day,
snuffed
at
out
least
the
it feels
flame
like at the
of
moment
Xipto.
until I'm not. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit.
Still, the spark was there until Glance comes in.
It's more than a game. It's a world shaped by you, the fans. And our mission is to elevate that world by building technology that creates moments that last forever. That's why we're joining forces with Valorant Game Changers to transform how fans experience live events on the global stage.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Living for the now, live for the sound. Nice for the dollar, but I'm making a pound. Yeah, worry about that. No, don't worry about that. Worry about that. Worry about that. Like, no, don't worry about that. Something. Worry about that. No, don't worry about that. Worry about that. Worry about that. Like, no, don't worry about that. Something real, something raw, not accidental. No, I'm sure you're not needed. Show you the door. What's that? Yeah, are you sure? Yeah, that's a rental. Yeah, what a bore. Lying, nothing in the core. Buying. Yeah, what for? Do what I need to. Always sure. Something real, something raw, not accidental. No, I'm sure you're not needed. Show you the door. What's that? Yeah, are you sure? Yeah, that's a rental. Yeah, what a bore. Lying, nothing in the core. Buying. Yeah, what for? But do what I need to. Always sure. Knocking on the door, knocking on it one time, knocking on the door. Always sure. Knocking on the door, one time, knocking on the door. Knock. Hello, something real, something raw, not accidental. No, I'm sure you're not needed. Show you the door. What's that? Yeah, are you sure? Yeah, that's a rental. Yeah, what a bore. Lying, nothing in the core. Buying. Yeah, what you for? Do what I need to. Always sure. Off. That's what you gotta tell them sometimes, you know. See you later, mate. All the best. Something real, something raw, not accidental. No, I'm sure. Something real, something raw, not accidental. No, I'm sure. No, I've never been sorry.
1, 2, 3, I don't know who else to be. 4, 5, 6, like they say I can't be fixed. 1, 2, 3, your attention's all I need. 4, 5, 6, don't let it slip. 1, 2, 3, I don't know who else to be. 4, 5, 6, like they say I can't be fixed. 1, 2, 3, your attention's all I need. 4, 5, 6, don't let it slip. I don't have any favorite.
Welcome back to Game Changers Championship 2025, where it's time for the long-awaited, never-before-seen Visa Bowl. It's Team Liquid Visa versus Visa Crew Blaze. I'm Mimi here, back again on the desk, joined by Potter, and in a moment by Dryad. We just wrapped up watching our first series today, and I just want to get initial impressions from you, because Karmine Corp looked very good in that.
Yeah, solid. I mean, each player stepping up, but the obvious player to talk about is Alkia. I mean, the fact that she was just able to get away with whatever she wanted, and you love to see when a duelist is able to get into that flow state and just style on their opponents.
Yeah, I want to get Dan back in here and start to talk about our upcoming match, because this is a very exciting one with our second Brazilian team to get to debut. We talked earlier about this, Dan, but Brazil have been so good in Game Changers. 2 different teams in the finals our last 2 years, and now finally 2 representatives here for GCC 25.
Which is something that you talked about before. They are potentially the best region that we have, even if they haven't lifted a trophy just yet. And it just seems like the perfect opportunity. This is a region that is mechanically insane. This is a region that has been putting the work, has also gotten the experience. Both MIBR and Team Liquid, they've gotten the chance to bootcamp in other regions as well. They're bootcamping here early on, trying to adjust themselves to the schedule. So it's little things like that that I feel like adds to the experience and to the comfort going on stage.
The Visa Bowl. I mean, both teams from Brazil, both sponsored by a huge, finance company. It makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, the investment is huge in this region. And I mean, even when they're playing against a Latin American team, you have 2 Brazilian players in the roster as well. It is clear how much talent is coming from there. But Potter, what is so interesting about them playing today is when you look at this roster, they're playing with a player who was in a final with MIBR. That's Jelly, after making the trade for Bastarda, dropping her in the mid-season, and instead picking up Jelly. It's very interesting to see how, well, both of these teams are still on top. They both made moves to stay in that position.
Yeah, and those moves, I think both teams are really satisfied by. Both teams feeling like they made the correct upgrades coming through. And there's Jelly on your screen. This player has been fantastic. Last year, we got to see her thriving on that initiator, playing roles like Gecko for the MIBR side, like you mentioned. But this year, the duelist role, I gotta say, she's been fantastic on it. And the role playing, I think it bodes well for Liquid. I think their game planning, it's been more refined, and they're able to do a lot more when they've got a player who's able to reach in and lean in onto the higher IQ side of playmaking.
But it was a big question when they made this move. You went from Bastarda, who they had just won their second trophy with, who top fragged in that final, who had been with the team for so long, and they put out some statements. Sliggy talked about it, saying that at the beginning of the year, they had basically told Bastarda, as well as Isa on the team, that they needed to improve their performance or the team would make a change. They didn't feel like the alignment was quite right. And then after making that controversial move, they instead bring Jelly into the mix. Do you think that this is an upgrade for the team to take such a risk in blowing up this roster that was so successful to begin with?
It is absolutely a massive risk to take, but I feel like it all makes sense. Even if these 2 players, both Jelly and Bastarda, had to change roles from what they were playing before, I feel like not only adding Jelly, but making her play the duelist is what really makes the upgrade. I feel like if Jelly was playing another role, still playing the initiator, later, maybe it wouldn't have been so much of an upgrade, but I feel like Jelly has always been comfortable. I remember back in the day, 2 years ago or so, before Jelly was part of any team, she was part of a team that was called Jelly and Friends. So it was all the round hair, and I feel like now she's getting that attention because of that role that she's playing again.
Yeah, and she does it so well as well. I mean, no matter whether she has high HP or low HP, she's playing and reacting exactly as a duelist should. Not afraid, playing fearless, and being a space maker.
And the player who had to make that tough decision and has had to lead this team through the highs of making it to a GCC final, through the lows of completely missing out on a year, not being there last year whatsoever, and having to watch MIBR make that run instead. That's, of course, Daiki Dan, the leader of this team, who I think we've seen grow so much from that very young leader that debuted at their first time to now, years on, having to evolve alongside her top team.
I still think about 2023 and how much we talked about Daiki, because she was that rookie IGL. She was that very young IGL player, and the youngest that we had back in the day. And now, ever since, she's gotten a lot more trophies in Brazil, a lot more experience, and now she's ready to take on the stage. I feel like after we got to see the biggest challenge that they've had yet, previous years, it was a little bit of loud going back and forth in those grand finals. This year, obviously, MIBR. And the fact that they were able to clear the series is all thanks to Daiki.
Yeah, and she's so poised as well. Even thinking back, you said the youngest IGL a couple years ago. She didn't feel like a young IGL.
No.
Very mature and able to reflect that in the server as well. And you saw just a glimpse of how many different agents she's playing. She excels in all the
whole time.
roles, whether it's the scan initiator
I think there is
or
drops
just
for
the
this event.
flashes themselves, consistently setting her team up for success.
In a piece of content that Liquid put out about the team, she talked a lot about how
Juniper,
she
thank
felt
you for the
like
prime
she
as well.
needed
I
to
said that when I was
prove
muted
herself
also.
as a leader to the team, to earn the respect. Because I think it's hard to balance being a close teammate, a friend to your players, while still having to be that voice of authority, especially as someone who is younger than some of the other players on her team. And with their changes to the coaching staff, she put that as a priority.
I did. I was
going
meant
into
to see
this
the
year,
prime
to not let
finale
the
as well.
mistakes of missing out of GCC before happen again.
It would be more
It's
of a
been
sellout
amazing
for
to
this
see
one.
her journey as a player and as a leader, and I want to hear even more from her because she's standing by with Jen Lee.
ZXC, thank you so much. ZXC BDR, thank you so much for the whole year. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you.
Hey Daiki, welcome to Korea. Third GCC for you with the team already. Now you guys have a great momentum going on that could potentially carry over to champions as well. So from the leadership perspective, what needs to be done to make sure that the phrase third time's a charm come true for you?
We had a few changes, and I think it's very important to us to lift the trophy. And I'm a superstitious person, so in 2022 we came for third place, and in 2023 second place. So I think that's time for the first.
Okay, right. You know what they say, break a leg, not literally, but that's a superstition. Good luck.
Thank you.
Let's move now from one visa to the other and talk about our Latin American representative, who is, of course, Visa Crew Blaze Den. This team is a mainstay at the Game Changers Championship. They have been here so many different times, but now in slightly different form, bringing some more Brazilian players into the mix and returning to try and do better than those previous iterations.
Keeping most of
You
that
just checked,
core
it's kind of
from
crazy
last
how
year in that
SLG played double the amount of
championship the
games
same, but the biggest change was, of course,
in
bringing
comparison to most
Munch
Game
instead of
Changer teams.
Romy. That was
That's
part
just
of
because
that
they
squad
played
since
Tier
beginning of
2
time. And this
Americas,
is,
right?
like you said, a squad that is very experienced. That in Latin America, they've won 14 times. They've won 14 out of 15 potential titles. It was only this year the first time in stage 2 that they lost against Leviathan.
That's on
And
them
against
for
Romy,
being
actually,
good
they
enough
got
to
a
do
little
it,
bit of revenge for that
and
move. But otherwise, they were
wanting
able
to do it,
get
really.
back together, going to the
I
stage
imagine some of the
3,
other regions can do
going
it.
into Latin finals, and they do feel like
As in, if they
this
put
is
themselves in a position to do
potentially
it.
the best chance that they've had to make a deeper run in the championship.
Yeah, I was super surprised.
I do think that'll pay off though. Getting
this year, but it definitely seems like it's a step in the right direction.
actual official
You
games
mentioned the Brazilian players, the
against
Mexican
like
player Munch. I mean,
good Tier
she's
2
absolutely
teams.
been shining.
Yeah, she has been really outstanding for this team. Here you can see the placements historically for this
We just
squad.
speak game
and
and
the
now
one
it's
thing that
there.
is missing is a deep placement
luck
at
for the Tony.
GCC. They haven't made it past 5th, 6th. So that's on all of their minds, I think, when they were coming into that year and choosing to make that change.
Yeah, and for all those years that we've seen, it seems like they come really close. They show us a little bit of potential, and then they lose. I mean, last year, for example, they lose to Xipto that was making a little bit of a deeper run. But this is honestly the best version of the squad that we've seen in quite a long time. I feel like Dodds was incredible last year. I wish we got to see a little bit more of her. And now, again, with Munch as an upgrade, I feel like this is everything that the squad needs.
More gaming as well, yeah.
I think if you're going to sell
Never
a
resting.
reason for them to go beyond
Effie's
5th,
got you lot
6th,
working.
it goes back to that new player. Why should we be excited about Munch, Potter?
She's got big shoes to fill, certainly. But I think for the whole squad of crew, they've got to be feeling like they haven't been able to play.
You think there'll be another big patch in the off season?
Maybe a little bit
I
of nerves
think.
coming through. So I think this fresh blood, this new player.
I mean, yeah, but I don't think it will be. I think it will just be 2 map changes.
The kind of push in the right momentum side of things.
I think they'll just change 2 maps.
Both in game and outside of the game. I feel like
I don't know
when
what
you
2
see
maps
her
they'll change.
play, she's standing up. She's bringing that
But
energy. And not
I
only
think they'll
when
bring
you're
back
doing this, when you're
Breeze,
playing those
and
matches,
what
but
else
also
haven't we
making
seen
sure
for a
that
long
the
time?
energy is always up. She had
I'm
to
worried
go
about the
through
map
some
pool,
massive
to be
changes
honest.
this year as well.
I'm worried that we
The
get Breeze,
first ever
Icebox,
Mexican
Abyss
player
all
that
at
we
the
have
same
in
time.
XIP, both on the official
I think if they're
XIP,
going to change
the,
Icebox, they
like,
probably need longer
challengers and
time.
also
So
to
maybe
champions, for
Breeze
example, and
and
also in game changers, and that is a drive
Fracture.
force that she has to make it far, not only to represent
What else
her
has been
country,
out
but
of
also
the map pool
prove
for a
herself.
while?
Yeah, it's always been a region that is dominated by LATAM South and by the players further down. So it's very cool to see a Mexican player have that opportunity. Let's keep this conversation moving a little bit as well because, well, it's Munch going to be making her debut. There's other players who have been here constantly. One of whom
Morning,
is
Crippy.
Kanir, who has attended every
Yeah, I've been up for
GCC
ages,
available.
Crippy.
The only players with her are the 2
up
most
for
iconic
ages.
duos in our scene, Potter.
Yeah, I mean, look at that list. Look at the giants in our game next to Konir. That's the
Fracture
OGs
only.
of the
Then yeah, I would
OG
probably
on that
guess
list, and it's a
Fracture. I would say
special
Breeze,
list to be
Fracture
able to
in, and
put her
then.
name up there. So Konir, she's
To know, man, I'm
absolutely
scared
been a
that Haven
star
goes
for
out.
the LATAM side of things, and I thought that she was the IGL for so many years because she's
What else
got
been
that
changed?
aura, she's
Haven,
got that
Bind,
presence.
Sunset are the
She's
3 that
definitely
will
the
probably get
second voice
changed.
on this team, but a strong one for sure.
Bind came in most likely. Haven, Sunset.
I remember hearing her in the first year and now being a little bit
Haven,
more of that
Sunset for
leader
Fracture
the team.
Breeze, I
And
could
she
see
still
that.
continues to be aggressive.
And then
She
I
was
think the
that
map will be
icon for
pretty
Latin
rough.
America back in the day. And
That's
now,
a
even
rough
though
map
she's not
pool.
playing the duelist that she started with the Omen, she's so aggressive and I love those plays from her.
It's really incredible to watch all of these different iterations of crew continue through, but one thing is constant. Kanir will attend in the biggest events. It was Team Liquid who had the heartbreak of missing out last year. Now finally there will be 2 representatives from Brazil
Bring back
getting to
Ascent.
take the stage. And against
Too
a
fast for
familiar
it.
opponent in crew,
Well-
it's going to be a great match. Let's head down to the stage and bring out our
I
squads.
do like it. They need one or Haven or Lotus in at the same time. That's true. But then that kind of leaves Bind.
It's Visa v Visa in this South American showdown, a team that has made it to the finals of GCC before in Team Liquid versus a squad who is top
Minus
out
Bind
at
plus
5th,
Anubis
6th, trying
to
to
start
go
stealing
on a
CS
deeper
maps.
run than they've had before. It's going to be so exciting to not only get to see our second Brazilian team debut, but then to get to see this LATAM squad that is always
Anubis,
such a fierce opponent.
is
at
Anubis
these events.
Overwatch?
And
Why don't I know
looking at the
Anubis?
map select, I'm wondering where you think this one is going, starting on Corrode there for crew.
I didn't really know what to expect when it comes to the match, but I do like what I'm seeing, especially on the side of crew. I
Anubis
feel
is
like
CS.
this
Is there something in? Is there something in
to win, if
Overwatch
anything.
called
The
this as
pressure is
well?
more on the side of Team Liquid. We talk about the expectations the Brazilian scene has, and I feel like Corrode and the way that they've been
Back-to-back
experimenting
Corrodes?
a little bit with
Sure.
the duelists, with the
Corrode,
composition,
Bind, Pearl.
it's a good chance to set them up for success early on.
Yeah, I have to agree with you.
Would they get rid of Powell
in the mindset
since
that
they
Liquid,
just
they have
changed
a lot
Powell?
to prove. They have to prove that
No.
last year they should have been here.
Yeah,
and
I
for
think
Crew
it-
side
I
of
think
things,
I could
they
see
should be more
Bynes-
relaxed. I mean, they're
see
looking
Bynes
up,
Sunset
and it's
going
kind of a David versus Goliath type.
I think you're right about
atmosphere
the
that at
Haven
least for
Lotus
me, I
thing.
can put in that perspective for Crew. They've got nothing to lose, so hopefully we could see a nice loose
Bynes
Crew
Sunset
coming
out,
through with a strong
Fracture,
start.
And I know we
Breeze
always talk
in.
about the
That would be my
Brazilian
guess.
teams, but there's so many Brazilian players in Crew as well. So I feel like that is something that we cannot underestimate. Another point as well is that we know these two teams are probably constantly scrimming each other. They're always playing in that LATAM South in Argentina, where the Crew office is, or in Sao Paulo as well, where Team Liquid is located. And all of the LATAM players, they're always playing in those Brazilian servers, playing ranked as well in the Brazilian servers. So there's definitely a sense of familiarity when it comes to these two, and maybe how much they know about each other.
I'm very excited to see Dodds versus Jelly, the two Brazilian players in the server. We've known Dodds as a star on the Duelist in the past for Crew, but this is the first time Jelly will play an international match on her new role. Last time, as you were mentioning, Potter, she was always on that initiator for MIBR. So I do feel like there's a bit of pressure there to come up and show just how good you can be on the Duelist.
For sure, and I'm gonna go ahead and say that this is a domestic matchup.
Your
I know
favorite
it's
CS
not
maps?
so much on
kind of
paper,
is.
but it kind of
Old
is.
School
you know,
Train
there's-
was pretty
there's
fun.
that
Cash is up
familiarity
there.
that you talked about, Dan, and
Hunter's
those
up there.
domestic matchups, they always hit different. So I'm expecting Dodds to be fully aware of Jelly's shenanigans.
Oskin.
I think this should be the Dodds versus Jelly show.
It's going to be very exciting to see that one. Looking at the leaders as well. You know how badly Dikey wanted to be here again. It must have been absolutely heartbreaking to miss out on GCC last year.
They're
Now,
probably
a
the
chance to
best.
finally return to this level of play. Looking at the map select, and I'm excited
Let's
to
do
see
the classic,
maybe
to be
a
honest.
stage hover there.
Yeah, coming through from the IGL of Crew
This mid's
side
a little
of
weird.
things. Biazik, I mean, she is known for being a high fragging
Stage.
IGL, always in the mix, always together with the pack on those fights. So I'm glad to see the Sage. I think you've got to be
Solo,
pretty thoughtful on this
again,
map
I think the
to
solo
make this
waylay,
Sentinel work. The
if
only
you
Sentinel for the
position
side of
yourself
Visa
right
Crew
on the
Blaze.
They
fence,
are
this just
actually
shouldn't be
keeping
able to
that
go
composition
B.
the same as we saw
Not sure
when
this comp should be
Crew
able
was
to go
facing
B
Akave in
unless
that
you
grand
got Viper
final
stuff
between
there.
LATAM North and LATAM South, and they were playing with the Sage as well. It is though also the first time that we see that Waylay versus Waylay in this tournament. We've been talking
Then, though,
about
I
it,
haven't
how
seen the team
strong
shut
she
it
really
down,
is,
so
but I feel like with these two
I might
teams kind of
just
keeping things
be
the same,
wrong.
it's a good point to start. Liquid, even though they had a good amount of time compared to MIBR, they were boot camping for a little bit, they were adjusting, and the fact that both of them keep compositions the same, knowing that this was a good map for them, gives me good signs of maybe a little bit of a back and forth at the beginning.
For sure. I would have liked to see some flashes on the side of Crew, though, to set up Dodds for a little bit of an easier time. You see the KO on the side of Liquid. I'd like to see how Visa Crew Blaze compensate for the fact of having no flashes.
It'll be interesting to see the classic comp on Corrode for Team Liquid versus the Sage in play for Visa Crew. We're hopping into our second series of the day with Doug and Ender.
Thank you so much, Mimi. Yeah, I think this is really one of the perfect early matches that we can get. You've got Team Liquid, who's looking to, again, continue to put the world on notice as one of the best Brazilian teams, arguably the best Brazilian team here at the tournament, against a young Crew squad that, Christy, could shock the world.
Yeah, I mean, Crew is
Damn,
a
have they
team
made
that Des was
Doug
talking
look
about. Kunir
taller?
has been with this squad through
tallest
every
right now.
step of the way, has qualified to every single GCC.
That's some camera trickery
and
right
every
there,
year
dude.
doing a little bit better. In that first year, didn't win a map, or didn't win a series. After that, they win one, then they win two. Now, getting stronger and stronger and stronger, but against them, you see on your screen,
WC.
Team Liquid Visa. The last match this team played on the GCC stage was back home in Brazil. It was in that final game 5 versus a Shopify Rebellion. That game, that magical moment for this team to win at home was taken away, and now they've got to do it in a whole other place.
And this is really just the first step, right? But you do know, and you know, we've talked about it, the Des touched on it as well, this team has aspirations of playing the big Sunday game.
Oh yeah.
Right? That's really what their eyes are set on. That's what their goal is set on. And I would go so far as to say that anything less than that would be a disappointment.
I mean, yeah, the #1 team coming out of Brazil, that team that was denied that last game previously. After you get a taste of that, after you get a taste of how close you can be, you'll never want anything else. Semifinals, that's not enough. Oh, beating your rivals, that's not enough. You want to be lifting that trophy at the end of the day.
Yeah, job's not finished type beat.
So we'll see how they perform here again against a Crew Visa squad that comes in with a lot of youth, that comes in with a lot of excitement, and again the ability to play a little loose. I think Potter on the desk was talking about the try.
SRG are insane grinders. Yeah,
there's
I
some
agree.
truth to that, right? Like they can play with their slingshot and you kind of let things fly and see how they play out.
Yeah, the thing is, Dodds doesn't have to use a slingshot, right? Dodds, yeah,
Can use a gun.
big old gun, right? And
Right.
Dodds is an absolute freak in the server. Such a talented young player for this Crew team. We got to see glimpses of it last year. We got to see her dominating as well in LATAM in 2025. Now another shot at the global stage.
Yeah, I think the Crew squad has one of the benefits, which is a bit of a rare thing to say in a competitive environment, but the benefits that there aren't a ton of expectations.
Isn't TL an
on the
EU
squad,
org?
and that
I
can
mean,
be
originally,
a
yeah.
very dangerous team to play against, regardless of the setting and
Pretty
regardless
big
of the
in America,
circumstance.
though.
Team Liquid is
They
going to
have
be
an
starting
office
off
in
on the
America,
attacking side.
office in Brazil.
We'll see how Crew hold up defensively.
I actually think the facility in Brazil is
Map
meant to
this
be
series is Corrode.
huge.
Bind is map 2, and then if we need it, if we do need to go the distance, we will be heading over to Pearl. Thoughts on this composition? Waylay and the KO and the Sova, I imagine, pave the way and let Waylay go, yeah?
Yeah, not too many surprises
It's
here.
an entire building. It's like 7 floors or something mental. I had. Okay, Crew on defense, Liquid on attack, and
Yeah,
dude,
Munch got
kinda
caught.
got.
Munch took a fair amount of damage.
Yeah, dude,
TP back out. There
looked
are 3
really
members of the defense that are already
unready for the
on
insta
the
hit
site.
here.
Looking for that fight to elbow.
Yeah, Munch already pretty close by. Jelly will be the first to fall. Talked about Jelly a fair amount.
I like how the Viper's playing it.
Back towards spawns. This fight comes back into sight. Beautiful work from the
Dude,
IGL.
that's unlucky as well. I think the Viper whiffed a little from what I can
From the
tell.
defense, they started to rotate over, and they might get a
Good,
little
nice
bit of
shot.
timing. 1 kill found. Nike falls.
Okay.
The second connects.
Nice,
Issa
though.
cleans it up though. Very nicely done. Liquid get the pistol.
Yeah, I think the Viper here whiffed a little. That felt like the
firing
round.
on all cylinders in the pistol round, and it comes after a cool little idea there with the Viper wall, giving control over elbow, and it's that position. Team Liquid fighting forward into that space.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
That give them the angle out of heaven. It
We'll
also
see.
allows the players to walk out behind that wall, take so much more space. And like I was saying, a post plant where you have control out of heaven is just beautiful for TL.
Yeah, it's almost, I don't want to say impossible to lose, but it's pretty freaking hard.
Okay, they're allowed 2 deaths to go
So we'll see
up
what
against the Hero
investment Liquid
Bucky.
bring into this round. Two Guardians, excuse me, and a Bulldog. Light armor for everyone. Meanwhile, Dodds, that is cheeky. They're a Bucky in play.
See this a lot from Waylay players nowadays, is just going for that cheesy Bucky.
Yeah, I like this already though.
Can oftentimes pull that
Free
gun out, get
barrier.
shot
We're
off before
already trying to make sure that we can snowball the KO. We double AWP
Talk
defaulting.
about the Sage. We haven't really had the opportunity to pick your mind on it. Your thoughts on the pick in this comp?
I mean, I find that Sage can be really punishing on this map in particular. You'll see sort of 2 ways teams like to play the map. One is like on that pistol round, ton of like fast exec ideas, especially when you're rocking a Waylay KO, where the wall comboed with the slows make it really impossible for that fast play to work. And the other idea is the slow rounds, right? Where you take mid control, play the map. And again, a late round Sage wall can just shut down a lot of ideas from an attacking team and sort of
Okay, it's a
force
free
their
site.
hand
Who gets
in
these?
many ways.
Sure, delay.
Doing a good job of snowballing the KO, like we said. Picked up an AWP here, at least get the plant. At one point, if they tuck in, you might see switcher guns.
Wall comes down.
See if she catches the timing on that. Meanwhile, this Zera trying to keep them back. The eye cleared out. Issa still playing from a really nice position.
That's cool, though, with Bizarra pushed up here, trying to pinch the players back into mid, keep that threat of the flank going down, but TL, they know they can just fall out of the space. Crew very likely waiting to see if someone will push into them, and then
Yeah,
try
swap
for
with
a
the
little death
guns.
into the spike.
Love what I'm seeing. KO can go
Now
hunt.
with the clock winding down, though, I think Issa's going to peek back into mid and try and grab some orbs.
Yeah, you got to start thinking about the exit strategy here. Quick little pick there out from Issa. A second one found. Maybe even a third. Wall keeps him back, but that's going to provide them an exit
Not
out
bad.
away from the site. The remaining
2 away
members
from a
of Crew will
KO
die
to
to the
start it
spike,
off.
and all good for Team Liquid.
It's a staple of Team Liquid, even in the past, but very good control here out of Daiki and the squad on the anti-eco. Easily take up through mid. Have an interesting idea going pretty heavy on the B split, even with a Sage wall on the other side, but already showing good ideas at calling around the Sage that you'd highlighted.
Yeah. We'll see how they continue to lean into that. There are a lot of different options and ways that you can kind of play through it.
Big buy rounds.
Again, take a look at some of the investments on the side of Liquid, the Bucky, and then a couple of rifles too. So not a weak buy by any means here in this bonus. Early flash out for the Waylay to take some space. Jelly gets up towards Link.
That's an NRG classic with the flash and a double dive, but Jelly doesn't find anyone. Now, though, you can sort of sit in this position. With the Bucky, you're kind of useless in the round.
It's a nice reaction from KRU, though. Get the info over towards the side, double stack over towards B.
Up first, gets the best of
I'm surprised they didn't even lean the rotate here, to be honest.
Down to 11 HP, almost gets
Dude,
away
the
with
Viper
the
doesn't get one.
Just not
Actually a pretty
enough.
doable round.
Meanwhile, Jelly on the prowl, nicely
boy.
done. Michaela dealt with, disposed of.
Flank all the way through spawn, though. They're not going to consider this.
Yeah, KRU are taking their time, though, because the big pivot player is going to be Dodds.
Yeah, Dodds might be able to get two.
And TL are not worried about their flank because of Jelly's positioning in mid.
Ooh,
Dodds can catch
what
a
up?
great time.
Considered
At
it.
the same time Dodd moves in here.
Really?
It's exactly when Jujina is turning around and considering the flank as an option.
That's a shame.
Quite right on the
She actually
site.
considered this.
Daiki
They
and
took
Jelly,
so
the two
long.
remaining. Trying to keep back the defenses. The retake attempt
Oh,
from
that was a nice
Dodds
play.
gets high ground.
Oh, that was a
Dodds
nice
gets
play.
third on the
That was a really nice round.
And KRU are on the board.
Get used to seeing some sweet plays out of Dodds like that. That's setting herself up, right, with the saturate, then a double dash over the top, and a great spray transfer in it as well. So it is not just the mechanics on full display in terms of the gunplay, but also very good presence of mind in the round, using the full Waylay kit.
Yeah. And as you mentioned a couple of times, you were talking about Dodds early on. You're right. I think we're going to continue to see plays like that out from the duelists. So much potential and so young, right? But again, the big opportunity to kind of perform here on the stage.
Wow. Who's coming in? First time a LATAM team has squared off against Brazil at GCC.
Kind of crazy to think.
And an opening match, and especially these two teams have such a history on the global stage here. KRU making every single event.
Well, that's fast out from Jelly mid. Certainly gives a threat, and wow, it's more than a threat. There's plenty of fight behind that mark.
Wow, it's
a
fast,
second
though.
swing out from Jelly,
I
reckless
liked
abandon
it.
towards the site.
Even though the KO flash didn't go
B is
deep
there
enough,
for the
it's still
taking.
very,
Hold
very
on,
nice.
though. Munch in B main. Without TL having position, they're calling back, taking their time.
Come on, how much damage can you do? Only one. And now position given away. I think he's no real idea of where the other two members of KRU are. Munch falls, and now the site is theirs.
That's a good double swing. Now firm control in a 2-on-4. I don't think you're going to play this round for
Yeah,
KRU.
just gonna be saving this one.
Immediate, well, missed that lineup. All good. Nobody saw it.
Good thing no one's trying to retake. Doesn't matter.
Yeah. Immediate call.
Can
to
still-
save on that. As
they
soon
can
as
still
Munch
buy.
went down, you take a look at the minimap, instantly started rotating back towards A.
And when
We'll
you
say
look at the money,
KRU's,
too, you have only
KRU's rotates are a little slow from A to B, right?
So KRU need
I know
these
they
two
were scared of
guns
middle
to
here,
survive
so
if they
it's
can
not the
do
best
that.
example,
They've
but
got, a buy
they
into the
still
next round. They've got that Waylay
will
ult
held
as
this
well,
for
so
quite a long
I
time.
think good quick calling there to move out of that one. Of course, if Munch had been able to get a little bit more from B main, they would have had a chance, but I think Team Liquid, those two players coming in through B main, swung nicely together to make sure that wasn't going to be a possibility.
Well, a tough spot to be in, too, right? You're kind of left on an island. There's nobody there to help you, and you know the walls are closing in on your site very quickly.
Yeah.
So you almost look at Munch and go, well, good on you to get one, almost two, but, I mean, borderline impossible spot to be in.
Liquid fans in the house here. And can we talk about Jelly for a second? The
Let's talk
mid-year
about Jelly.
addition to TL. Of course, getting plucked away from MIBR, dropped onto this roster. And the last time, if you're watching GCC last year, right, with MIBR, make it into the final, you would have known Jelly for the get-go, for initiator ideas. But in this last round, completely unleashed, just blitzing it up mid for the two opening kills.
Okay,
I got
big
to know
all
Jelly
rounds.
a little bit at the Spotlight
I'm
tournament.
surprised they
at the end
don't
of last
force
year.
into this one,
and that
really.
was a ton of fun.
It's a low buy.
You tell
I mean,
there's
it's
a lot
obviously a
of
decent
passion
low
and a
buy.
lot of intelligence for the game, and now that
Seen so many
Jelly's
Buckies
able to
already.
play
This is a
in the
third
Waylay
Bucky.
spot and play with a little bit more gusto.
Yeah.
It's fun to watch.
I like it. Now, I'm a little surprised here.
Don't
KRU,
KRU
I
need
think,
more on
could've gone
defense
for
with this
a little
comp.
bit more of a force up
The
instead,
Sage is
trying to
okay
keep
on
that
attack.
money
It wins you off
hovering
the plants.
1 and 2,000.
Big
Still
bait.
some options here
Big
with
bait.
that Bucky.
That's going to help. A second
Holy,
swing
that's why I've seen
delivered.
so much Bucky.
This is a strong buy out from Liquid. They shouldn't be able to get away with this.
Unfortunately, Biazic, that was a fake wall playing in front of that one, so it boxed herself in. Still with the 2 kills. Now TL need this lurk to activate on A.
Spike sitting across the middle of the map, not quite committed yet. Kind of waiting to see if Issa's able to get the pick, but it's actually Munch who puts a bullet between her eyes. And just like that, the round is really thrown into disarray between Monch and the Bucky. Crew are flirting with the second.
And no room for error in that 1v1 on A site with the Guardian too.
Monch gets some info, takes a step back, throws it in reverse. Once again,
They'll
push.
slow
Once again
rotate
on
on
an
this
island,
one.
but this time has safe passage out.
And even just the fact that she can
Do
pump out
like how the Vipers
for a
playing
moment
like the
allows
solo
team to
sides at
rotate
the
in. So
moment.
now
Always
Crew are
this
in
gets
position
info, then
to
falls
start
back to
this
play with
retake.
team.
Not give TL any time to take control over the site. Comfortably position themselves in the 2v4.
Whoa, we're investing ults here?
I mean, it's a must-win
Interesting
round.
decision out from Dodds.
Locking it down.
Making sure no stone is left unturned. That first pick is going to cause problems. Dodds falls,
Oh,
Monch falls
boy.
again as well. All of a sudden, this is a 2v2. Now Becerra left in the 1v1. Kinnear waiting on the other side.
Oh, it's close.
She's going to stick it. She's stuck it the whole way.
Even with the jump
It's a
peak,
stolen
stuck it
round.
fully.
Unbelievable. The Crew
The
take that
2v4
at the
attempts
end
was
just
crazy
with a full
close, though.
stick. You know,
Go down to a
prime
1v1.
position to win the round, right? It's a 4-on-2 that Team Liquid, Zara and Daiki somehow give it a chance. Reminder, this was a half buy.
Yeah.
From Crew. They'd save 2 rifles, then buy some sheriffs and a Bucky. And I think it's critical that the having some fun there at the end, but that jump peek at the end from Becerra didn't get info, didn't actually see that player defusing.
Big round.
Cold
4
hands
people.
to
Well,
win the
6
round.
people together Combine next.
Dodds waiting for a jump spot or a peek across the middle of the map that does not look like it will come.
The Baki, I mean, yeah.
Kinnear, the Dust was talking
also
about it. One of
strong.
the veterans, household names in the Game Changers scene. Also the hero from the previous round. A decent start so far out here for Crew.
Yeah,
A lot of ults in play. Such a big round, you're going to see most of them in this.
In Michaela's hands.
They got to find a way to make that thing sing, and it's actually Dodds who delivers. Jelly falls first.
And TL don't really have control on the map, right? Their lurks were sort of taking these ping pong fights. There's a Sage Wall on A Link, so very easy for Crew to double up on elbow now.
The thing is, they are outnumbered.
I'm not even sure it matters with the Paranoia ready, with
Sure,
slow orbs there as well. Okay.
Or the Paranoia doesn't come into play at all.
I
Yeah,
think.
just got caught there on the
Yeah,
jump.
I think Liquid got info on that and
Quick
Crew
step back
didn't.
out from Biazic, now huddled in on the site proper with reinforcements arriving at just the right time. Dodds with the op. Tries to get this aggro.
Not
peek
in a
into
position
elbow,
to
which is
res.
exactly
Big
what they're
kill.
funneled into because of the wall. Only 1 kill found though. Traded right back at the KO ult. Popped.
That's the kill.
Liquid finding space, finding
Got the
the kills.
Viper over towards
Getting
side
what
as
they need
well.
on the site with the numbers advantage. A slight one, but an advantage nonetheless. Monch up so aggressive.
Really nice
He's
round.
there to greet. What can
Yeah,
Michaela
really, really
do?
nice round.
Nothing.
Force him down to an eco. Got 4 hit the Combine.
Some great control out of Team Liquid right there. Locking down all avenues on the approach, because that was not an easy site to hit.
No,
by any means, with all the stall there, but being able to pick off Kinnear from the get-go. And then I think also the fact you might see in the replay, Dodds gets these kills with the op, but that kill on A site comes right when the callback runs out.
Yeah.
So then the trade comes in. There's nothing Dodds can do. If that is just a difference of 0.25 seconds, Dodds gets the kill, comes back out. Team Liquid are
Dodds that.
locked
It was
in that
fine.
space, but
The trade came in pretty
slight
fast.
timing advantage for TL.
The main duel was the one on site.
Jelly, a lot there. TP's out. Meanwhile, take a quick glance at the minimap. 3 members of Crew have gone exploring.
Hero rifle on Dodds.
Who is one of the 3. What can they really do on the other side of this? They don't have a flash. They're
There's
just
so
gonna try
many here waiting for this.
First that falls. Okay. Beautiful transfer out from Daiki.
My IGL.
That's the round.
Yeah. You might have forgotten it, but Daiki
Yeah.
can light up
I mean,
the
KO
server.
was used last
An
round.
absolute beast, even on a supportive role in the initiator. It's been at the top of our
On
game
its
for
way.
so long in Brazil, even though, you know, narrowly missing qualification last year. Has now come back in as the #1 team.
It did feel strange not to have Daiki there, didn't it?
Oh yeah, and frankly, if there was an LCQ last year,
yeah,
maybe
right.
we're seeing Team Liquid on the global stage as well.
Right.
Brazil has always had those 2 top
Yeah,
teams.
they would have won it last
I feel
year.
like they could compete, finally have a
If it
chance
was a
to
thing.
have both of them square off here in Korea.
Knife making sure there's nobody coming up mid. If you're Crew here, I mean, I guess Daiki's the only one you really have to worry about as far as donating orbs or ult points over to Liquid.
Did they go in for
So
it?
they
Just like
presumably
one
decide on the spike. Daiki is
one
gonna go
hunt.
try to hunt.
Goes closest to
Well,
the ult.
That's a nice shot.
Everyone else now safe.
Sliggy now 2 off of the ult.
I like
next round. A little shock spit.
like how orb focused Liquid are at the moment. Oh, that's actually a kill.
No,
Whoa.
close.
I was going to say, I wouldn't even mind if Munch died here or got a kill.
Oh, nice shot.
No issues whatsoever. So TL jump up to 5.
Pretty convincingly, too. I think we've had one 1v1 round that came down to the very end. That was the stuck defuse, right? But other than that, everything has felt pretty decisive.
Yeah, I mean, even the stuck defuse, that was a round that TL
Crazy, she
could
got all
have
3
easily
there.
won, right?
Yeah.
So the close ones are the ones that are getting knocked the other way away from them.
Right. So on the other side of that, Vamos, we do have a timeout courtesy of KRU. Good chance to talk things over. This will be another buy round for them. And so you feel some of the pressure as you're sitting there looking at a 3-round deficit early on your map pick. It's early, yes, but there's a lot of weight behind this round, and I think that explains the timing of this timeout.
Yeah, I mean, I think the unfortunate thing about this for KRU is because the round they lost was rounds that Dodds got the up and actually got value from that.
Yeah.
A lot of the time, you'd want to be able to build that, have a few off rounds, and really punish an attacking team, force them to play
Don't know how
faster,
good the
force them
KO
to
is.
find ways to work
I
around
mean,
that. But
yeah,
they've gotten
that's
themselves
what we're
into a
doing. I
position
mean,
now
they've
where the
snowballed it
money is
early.
always
I think they
against the
just
wall,
have
so now they have to
protocols in
find
place like that.
ways to win
We've
rounds
got
that are
the,
not just let Dodds
as long as it's like
solo play
a
and get up
round changing
that
ult and
it's
you
probably gonna become a lot
bombed a
more
little
reliant
in
on
the
them
pistol, they
setting up
just
some
try
maybe
snowball
trap
it.
play as ideas around
And then
the
it's worked
mains.
out pretty well.
I don't
They're
think
just
you're gonna see
playing,
so much
out of all the teams
big
I've seen
spikes
so
and throw that
far,
away
they're
on
definitely
the eco
playing
round, but I'd
like
love to
the
see
old game the
Dodds be able
best
to
at the moment.
work a little bit more for some forward
been
space
so much
because KRU
focus
have
on
been
it.
affording Team Liquid a lot of control in A main and B main.
Let's see what they do. Like, these are 2 big
Pivot
ults.
in the mid rounds pretty easily.
You can make a pretty good plan with these.
1, 2, 3,
Such a big
4,
round
5
again.
pings, eh?
Force them down to another
Question
eco.
on where Liquid's
You
headed.
got 2 of the better
They've
ults.
got 2 great ultimates to rip it into the site.
Early flash, the wall, the dart. That omen smoke mid. It's not going to matter at all. Biazik's in trouble. Biazik might be dead. Off the second, the third manages to dodge. Very nicely done. But there's more to be dealt with. There's more to find. Oh, yeah.
Really
I mean,
nice.
0 chance you're getting away with that one. Not with the discipline that Liquid have shown. Daiki commits to
Ah,
getting the
dude.
plant down. I
The
cleared
saturate was
immediately.
good as well.
The sun's not really going to connect either, but
The
Konir
tether
does.
was lovely. Tether on the floor to see if he
Waiting
need
on
to
the
spam
other
the box
side.
behind.
He's knocking on the door of trying to retake elbow, and they might just succeed here. All of the ults that Liquid brought into this round have been blown. Dodds down. And they have to go rotate all the way through elbow if they want to try to clear
Such a
out
big
main.
round.
You've got
It's such a
Vizero,
good
who
nice.
still can
It's
place
such a nice
spoiler from all
plant.
the way back.
Really hard retake.
The dog confirming
It's
their
Omen
presence.
flash though.
But you still have to swing out and deal with him. You can't afford to leave that alone. Michaela falls once more
Whoa.
at that
Whoa.
distance.
Okay.
That's wild.
Munch just gets it done.
Oh,
Clears
okay.
away the back line. Well, Konir just needed the 1 kill on the site.
Yeah,
Konir
Twitch
taking
is
so
so
much
much
time
closer.
waiting for that fight to come her way. Absolutely needed the rest of her team to open up yard. That's exactly what they do because the initial approach, right, it looks doom and gloom for KRU.
Yeah.
Team
I
Liquid
mean,
playing together,
considering that
especially after
crossfire,
kill
this
on
should have been a
Vizera.
done deal.
But here, seeing the gun barrel around the other side of the box and this spin around, this shorty
Yeah,
in hand
Vizera
from
had to tuck
Daiki.
in.
Ends
Ah,
up
the
punishing
molly
her
was
massively.
good though. Yeah, she should have stepped back. Should
where
have
I
stepped
think, like, out
back
of the timeout,
instead
you'd
of.
hope to see KRU come up with a better macro answer. Team
It's a
Liquid
shame because she
were in
actually played the
position to
round
win
so well
round.
up until the
The
last
post
moment.
plant works out for KRU.
Feels like they kind of got away with one there. This time the early pin from Munch towards B.
This is looking like that round 2 anti-eco protocol, but no control over A main, and the Nightfall stunts everything completely.
Kind of reactionary, but it's so early in the round, and it's not really for any map control.
Well, the idea was, I think, to avoid the Viper's Pit in B main, a hard read coming out from...
Mode goes in.
rounds.
They're about to.
Now they've threatened that they could have worked
This is
someone all the way
interesting.
up into this
Are
mid
they
space
gonna
past
leave
window.
the
So you have
site
the
here,
players off
clear
A,
mid,
rotating back to try
and then res, and
hold
just
down the fort
completely
just a little
leave
bit.
A? It's
All
a
the while,
bold
in
move.
reality, Team Liquid have regathered 4 players into A main where nobody's home.
Yeah, they're filling into that space.
Damn, it's a really bold move.
Now,
I mean, it's a lovely
something
call from
KRU
Liquid.
do is they do have a
And the
Sage
fact
res
there's been no
online.
res
They
yet,
can
they're gonna
regroup
think
back
Sage
into
is
B,
here.
Res that body over on B, as a matter of fact. And
Yeah, it can't
have
get
no
much
issues
better for
about that.
Liquid, really.
Well, if they're going to do it, they kind
They
of
are
got to
so far
get the
away
kitty
on
up
a
and
map
get
that
going,
takes like
because, again, the
15 to
rotations on
20
this map
seconds
take
to
so
get over
freaking
towards
long
here.
that if that's what they want to commit to, they're going to have to do so soon. As the res goes up, the spike goes down. Now it's going to be a mad dash back to A.
But no control
Will
into
5
mid,
spawn?
really, KRU? We're going to go 5 into spawn. No.
I was going to say,
one
the
lurk
5
from
into
Munch.
spawn
Munch
would be
was
absolute
the hero
madness.
in the last round. 1v2.
That's a big one across the middle of the map. You mentioned Monch. Has to get this pick here.
Holy
Jelly
shots.
getting 3 on the round, but again, it's Monch. KRU getting a ton of space back. Eugenia in a 1v3.
Really nicely
That's
done with the
tough.
dasher.
Now with that waylay
There's
dashing
a
in
couple
your
of rounds
face
where
like that,
Liquid
KRU will get to 4.
need
Yeah.
to play the crossfires better.
Not a moment to spare either. That round was kind of Jelly versus all of KRU. Jelly gets so many kills. I think 3 there, fighting through against the res.
Nice retake, yeah.
But how about that?
I think both of these rounds they
mid-rounding
could
there
be
out of
kicking
KRU,
themselves though.
realizing they can just have numbers if they play grouped around the Viper's pit, go for the res. But even then, the flank coming on for Munch denies Daiki the chance to play spoiler.
I think Xipto could be better here as well. Time's late, you got double shock.
And so KRU put up the last 2 rounds to get back within sniffing distance of this behemoth that is Team Liquid. A way that maybe not many people expected.
Absolutely not. Especially because it's always been Brazil that's been lighting up the global stage.
Right. Still work to be done though. You see the buyout from Liquid. It's not great. I mean, you got a couple of rifles, but they don't fully invest.
Yeah, and Team Liquid have no control over the map whatsoever. You look at B main, we're playing full contain there on Bazera.
You know, what's interesting is you've called that out a few times. Liquid's lack of map control early in
true.
rounds.
And I think it's because they're playing this comp around the waylay where you can just pivot back into exec so
Prowl
often.
clears
So as long as they're
most
playing
of the
pack
question
mentality
mark.
and they contact back into the
Sage
main,
clears
they
the
can
rest
pop
of
onto the
it.
site. But at the same time,
Rotate
KRU,
goes in.
when was
Do
the
they
last
get
time you
2
saw
on
KRU,
B in
like, playing in
time?
front of these lines, right? They're never
not
taking
often.
the forward lines in mains, and maybe that could even be some awareness of Team Liquid. They've
Looking
seen
like
KRU
it,
play
yeah.
this comp twice before.
Buzz.
Passed out B, double dash through. Ult popped in exchange, and that will slow things down tremendously. Jelly's the only one forward, but that gun still works. Bizarre now filling in, as is the rest of Liquid, trying to take control of the site. It's going to be KRU on the retake. They don't have any ults.
KRU are eyeing up these angles pretty quickly. Players on the A side of the map only just now rotating on over. The Ozic is delayed in mid too.
Another post plant.
Considerably so.
I'm nervous for them.
Just a dog to pave the way for now. The paranoia and the suck will help. But all the utility instinct. KRU are doing it again. A flash in their face.
What a
Nicely
flash
done
that
out by Daiki. Michaela's got to do it.
What a flash that was.
on her own and
Got the one in the
cannot.
back as well. KRU didn't really
forward hold
coordinate
really
their
working out for Team
waylay all
Liquid.
great.
Not falling back to
All
play
went
off site.
in. I think there was a molly that they didn't want to run through.
Comes
They
after
just got to
a
capitalize
nice
off
first
of it.
shot, I think, out of Jelly, right? The pathing going over to that right-hand corner. A lot of the times you'll see waylays go much further forward for the dive, the fight into elbow, sometimes
Right.
up
The
into
KO
heaven.
flash right click
But
is-
this time, just KRU seemed completely surprised that a waylay could be right on the other side of that smoke.
Yeah, just went in and then immediately cut right and got all the space.
We'll say the calling's been pretty nice from Liquid.
So
Just
after
in general, I
winning
like it
2
a lot.
rounds, now the momentum
Orb
is flashing.
focus.
He's on a
They're always picking the
half-life
weak side. They
CL2.
know when they've created a question mark, so they can go hit the other site. Always pressure in to hit the other site.
So KRU have 3 players here, ready to receive this. Some more slow orbs too.
There's Jelly again into the site already with the ult pop, and now a little bit of room to work with Eugenia already back site. The site is Liquid's. And there's really nothing KRU can do, at least right now, to fight back for it.
I mean, the hero rifle is on Dodds, and Dodds is currently waiting for Team Liquid to respawn next round.
Yeah, not really in a position to contribute.
Caution here.
And TL again are playing these very forward holds, locking down the choke points on B site. I love this protocol out from them. It's what shut KRU out of the last round. It's going to shut them out of this one.
I mean, do you go for it here? I guess no reason not to. You still have 2 rifles to play around. The flash out good. And connects. Kinnear will fall. Michaela follows, and you mentioned Dodds on the hero rifle. Yes, arrived to
Some
the
nice
site,
ults
but you're
against this
absolutely
big
right.
baron.
A bit tardy. And so off of this, Liquid will get to 7.
Yeah, party's already over. I think you can see some of the fun stuff you can do with the Waylay and the Omen in the comp right here. And one of the ways that you can punish a Sage, quite frankly, right? Because that slow orb goes down onto the choke point in B main. What do we see? Double teleport plus a double dash. Then the Waylay ult from mid-site to play off of 2. It was pretty cool. Now from Team Liquid, even against the anti-eco. TL chucking all the ultimates into that one to lock up these rounds.
I don't know what that meant, but there was a lot of passion behind
There,
it.
there was passion. There was
She was fired up.
yeah.
He's not wrong.
And you know, it's nice to see Daiki always playing on a big stage once again. Of course, in Brazil they get to play their finals in that same venue that she lost a Shopify Rebellion with a couple years back.
Note here, the op back in the hands of
Oh,
Dots.
the
Immediately
timing on that
flashed
is
out, so
really
Bucky
nice.
Slowed down to
Everyone slowed.
Dude,
there
everyone's-
seems to be a shorty.
that's
Dots,
nice,
again,
though.
They invest into the op. They find
dude,
no
this was a
value
nice
out of it.
round.
Now the last round of the half.
And at the same time, Jujina's ulting back B as well.
And my KO
completely
is the
exploded
one
the map.
going fast as well.
Biazik, okay, well the res comes off, so I guess it's a 1-for-1
Ooh,
in
hold
a
up.
rather different way with another pick in mid. Crew aren't out of this just yet.
Daiki has been stellar for Liquid, and so, yeah, I mean, you kind of take that res.
But for me, it's this fight back spawn. Team Liquid bringing 2 players forward. It's always the forward fight from them that's paid off. Jujina, unspotted.
Michaela has struggled. We'll get challenged here. What can Michaela do? I need to provide a little bit more value than they have been able to before. Meanwhile, Biazik gets the wall up. Near falls. Biazik does too. Michaela's able to get 1, 2 still to find. And if they manage to get through that, you still got to get the defuse. A 1v1, ankles broken, 4 bullets left.
Yeah, I mean, this was a
Daiki's
nice
there to
round.
greet.
If they droned over
8-round
towards
half
B
for
instead of entering with the KO, it would have been the most perfect round, to be honest. Still really nice.
Taking her tongue out. And, well,
It was a great
I just wanna
recovery
say,
from what was going on.
Absolutely nasty shot from Bazera. What a round from Team Liquid to lead 8-4.
Brad, I love the setup, but I'm going completely different direction. But you have reminded me to go this direction, so this one's for you. If, chat, you're watching on Twitch and you maybe have a free way, my goodness, a free way of making sure you don't get ads. And look over towards here, see if you have a Prime sub. It will cost you nothing as part of your Prime. Maybe you have it active. Maybe you can support the channel. Maybe you aren't going to get the ads for a month, a whole month. You can check it out. Supports me, supports the mod, supports the channel, supports you. No ads. That's a lot of support. Also emotes, yeah, you get emotes as well. You get emotes, get a little slug next to your name. Panex as well with the Prime. Thank you so much, Panex. There we go. It was all worth it. Thank you, Panex. I appreciate that. You can rewind the stream. My goodness. You can do everything,
There's
right?
a lot of talk as we take a look at the Coinbase Econ report around whether or not Crew are going to be able to punch back. But honestly, when Daiki's playing the way that she is for Liquid, it's hard for really anyone to stand up against that.
I mean, how are you going to stand up?
Forgot to
when they're
mention the
busting out
rewind
full pack
feature.
of
I
shinies
kind of just
as
forgot
well
about it.
From
to be
TL.
honest.
Been looking a little bit too
Jay
sharp.
Brecky with the Prime
Daiki,
as well.
I
Thank you
mean,
so much for the
leading
17
server,
months.
fragging out. This has been such a
Appreciate you doing
staple.
that, mate.
She
Thanks
might
so
be
much.
one of the most consistent players
Yeah.
in GC. An absolute beast year after year after year. Now coming in here and getting the team off to a great start up against Crew.
Yeah, top fragging at 15 and 8 on the KO, and now gonna get tested on the defensive side. I think we talked a little bit about the Sage on.
You can rewind
on
streams
defense,
now.
but
Yeah, they got
your
that
thoughts on
technology.
What Biazik will be able to contribute on the attacking side.
I mean, on the attacking side, I sort of always say it when we're seeing like Sages or Deadlocks, but if you can get it into a post plant, you're one of the best agents possible in the game, creating some funky new angles. The slow orbs too are great at that, but of course it does mean that you're a little bit more vulnerable to flanks in the mid rounds without the hard
Azra as well. Azra, right? Azra. Azra with the Prime. Thanks for the 3 months as well, dude. I appreciate that as well. Thank you so much for the Prime usage.
What you'll see a lot from Crew is using the Sage slow orb, dropping that
Nate
right
the best as
here
well.
on the
Thank you so
exit.
much with the 4
Four
months.
players
Appreciate the
rotating
Prime
through
also,
mid to make
dude.
that
Thank you for
strong.
that.
3 towards B currently. The spike
double
being
share.
one not there though. Very nice
Nice
setup.
shot.
Dodds is playing
Dude,
into
Dodds
though,
is-
just like that. Advantage Crew.
Dodds is a
Good
beast.
stuff. High flash over the top is something that you always have to be prepared for when the KO's in the server, and B main probably the most popular place to look for that. But check out Team Liquid, down numbers creeping forward.
A good reaction. They are holding for it though.
There's going to be a little challenge. It's just lunch, though.
Ooh, sleeping a little bit. This is the thing with this is why pushes work so well. Like pushes in reaction to this stuff works so well. Even though you're like, this is the best example. Even though you're holding it, but like every second to be super aware, like you're way more aware that you're peeking them, and if they're sleeping slightly, you're gonna get the kill.
Yeah.
That right there is honestly the main reason that I feel like it's harder as you get older. That's like the only thing. I don't think the reaction time goes too much, but to stay constantly aware that someone could swing an angle at any point, even though they're most likely not to, that's the hardest stuff. I feel like that takes way more energy when you get older. It's like the only thing I've noticed personally.
Yeah, Daiki's out of the round.
And the fact that younger kids are just insane at games.
Side of it, perhaps they'll advise, but Dodds gets 3. 2v2 now. It's gonna have to be an ace.
It's an insane round from Dodds right now.
Healthy, and it's the ace
bro.
for Crew. It's
That
the
is a
ace
nuts
for
round.
Dodds.
Welcome to
Pixel,
Korea,
thank you so much
Dodds.
for the gifted.
Stand
Thank you,
up,
thank
take
you.
a bow.
And Pickles Penguin with the tier
Fiery
1 as
way
well.
to
Thank you
kick
with the
off
13
second half
months.
for Crew. When
Dude, those
things
are
are
some nice
starting
shots
to
in
look
this.
dire, Dodds is going to step up and get the job done all on her own. Starting off playing anti, riding up against the wall, takes out her counterpart on the waylay. And then here, so flicky with it. Coming in for the trade, playing behind her teammates.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah.
Yeah, really sharp on 4th and 5th kill.
Not wasting too many bullets.
Very efficient. Take a look at the purchase for Crew, an Outlaw, Bulldog, a Bucky too for Kinnear. Heavy investment. And it's just Manchu hasn't purchased.
Yeah, important to keep things clean, and I'm worried. Especially 5 players in mid from TL, right behind their Viper wall.
Note here, no Bucky or anything like
Just
that.
remind to put this slug on the stream. Dude, I keep forgetting Brand.
Sure.
And then I realized like 20 minutes in.
The Sheriff hit a good spot from bot, or hit a good shot from bot mid last round.
I haven't given up on Ash. I just
Hearing
forget.
nothing, not seeing anyone walk up into either A
Next
or B
stream.
main, it is
Tomorrow
a
it's a
great tell that something funky's going down in mid.
Yeah, those alarm bells are
Couch
ringing
Poster,
right
thank
now.
you so much as well. Appreciate the Prime. Thank you, thank you.
You presume they will be, given the Crew's
Thank you
back.
for the Prime usage, mate.
They're just going to have to run a pretty standard exec out of this one.
That is
Stage slow
not.
doesn't go
That
down,
is
but
giving
there
up.
it
That's
does,
not
a little
giving
bit
up.
Slow on that one, but now with the wall over
That's
and
me
elbow stopping
being
any sort of fast flood ideas from TL.
Forgetful.
So TL go for the flank.
Dude,
but
look at
there's
this
a Viper
pause.
waiting for him
Actual
all the way back in
spawn.
How many? Quick.
3.
Dude.
3. That's 1.
Could have been.
Could have been. Still might be.
Oh.
I mean, even just Munch pathing back makes it so annoying.
Dude, 3 people, 1
You
shot.
always have to be worried about your flank. Munch
The
is going to go
this is the
into
only
mid
heavy
to
armor
wrap
right here.
those players eventually.
Taking their time. Seems like it's going to matter. Jelly upgrades a weapon. Daiki's the last one left in 1v2. Now weapon upgraded.
So much damage.
Wait, she could full stick?
Yeah, Munch is so far away. It's not planted for.
Oh my god.
Daiki's going to stick it.
It's a full stick.
Oh, stops.
Oh.
Daiki gets the kill
Oh.
anyway.
She gets it.
I don't know that she does.
Oh,
She
that's
does.
crazy.
What a play from
That's
Daiki.
crazy.
Oh no.
There's 1 sheriff
And
into
now
this
Daiki
round.
and the whole crew from Team Liquid clowning on Dodds after the last round when Dodds got up after the ace. Let the other side of the stage know about it with a Red Bull clutch out of Daiki.
Insane to think that this plays out the way it does because of the pathing
Nah,
that Munch
this is
took
an
after
insane
getting
round.
the pick.
It looked so
It's
over.
also just those kills coming in. And Team Liquid wait until the wire.
Yeah.
Daiki's now sitting 19-9 on the KO.
And if there was a chance to get back into this map, I think that was it.
Yeah, I
It
agree with
just
that.
blows it up. Decon
I mean, that
ruined
was
the
it.
half.
You
Now
got
we're
Dodds
trying
with
to
the
run fast
hero.
with the idea, but
Bucky.
the stall is going to be infinite. Daiki still has the knife
Everyone
to
can
come
get 1
right
shot
when the
again.
snake bite runs out. So there's another 10 seconds where you're not doing anything. 4 agents suppressed.
Insane to think that she had the knife when she did. They still have a dart too. I mean, they're not using any of their early scan utility.
Yeah, different ideas with the nerfs to the cooldown of that. Instead of just running it off of a cycle on defense, can be a lot better to just wait for the info.
Yeah.
And use it as stall.
Enemy down.
And I say scan utility. Obviously, the knife is pseudo scan.
Yeah. It scans the area and tells you if people are there or not. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
And so Crew will go down from this round with a bit of a whimper after the heroics from the pistol, which seemed like a distantly fading memory.
Yeah. I mean, then we're talking 10-5, double digits.
Right.
You're looking at not too many chances, not too many rounds with room for error remaining.
No. And
Damn,
honestly,
really,
I think
dude.
that window has been
21
slingshot
to
already,
9.
and it might have
Fragging
been
heavy.
slingshot in the second round.
Yeah, I mean, Daiki's just kind
IGL.
of in her flow state right now.
Yeah.
Calling a great game. Fired up in the server. Leaps out to 21-9.
Very pedestrian performance from one of the GOATs.
2 years since we've seen her on the global stage. Putting up numbers like that back then. From the breach, the sky, KO as well. Seems like she hasn't really missed a beat.
No. No, and I do think, too,
I think just overall they
this
look
is
good.
important
Even the
as
calling's good with the heavy
a team
fragging.
so heavily dominant on the side of Liquid. I do think this is really important for them to get through this the way that they are, because it's only the first map. We'll see. We presume this is going to close out, and then we'll see how they look combined. But if you are a team that's coming into this tournament with intentions of raising hardware at the end of it, you need to get through teams like KRU in this fashion.
Yeah.
Right. And so if you're a fan of Team Liquid, and you know there are all of these hopes and there are all of these expectations, for them to get through this first speed bump without really having to let the foot off the gas at all really bodes well.
Absolutely, and you say if you're a fan Team Liquid, it's boding well. There's a whole corner of this audience that is making a racket here in favor of Team Liquid. It was fun to see Karmine Corp with the whole fan squad come out. I mean, hard to compete with Karmine Corp when it comes to that one, but see so many fans make the trek from different corners of the world. I do feel like a bit of a dead horse while saying it, but like the last time Liquid were playing in GCC, it was a full house for them and for them only. And they've still got people coming all the way halfway around the world to support them.
Was the dead horse for Liquid thing on purpose?
No.
That was unintentional.
Yeah,
Up to 4-4? Yeah. I think this might be
now they're
4.
alive and kicking.
Yeah. Very nicely done. Full rifles for KRU, light armor on 2. And a desperate need for
It's a good time for a
answers,
timeout.
way to stop
Must
some
win,
of this momentum
obviously.
that feels borderline insurmountable here.
2 people that can get one shot from the
We're
outlaw.
bust now. And Team Liquid are going for a forward fight.
So there's that same Viper wall that you pointed out a couple of rounds ago. I love it because if you do want to try this mid-split through A, you have to clear the wall 1, 2, 3, 4
Yeah, the wall's
times,
kind of interesting.
if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Also, if you put it up a middle, it creates pressure that you can be
because
anywhere
either
over
you
towards
use
here.
the very few bits of utility that you have to clear the wall, or you face check it.
Yeah.
And
Both of
5
those
checks,
suck.
5 walls.
It does, of course, give up the full bot mid Viper wall we
It's a
saw
nice
so much
wall.
on the defense side, but it pulls that wall a little bit deeper.
Right.
Gives you a little bit more room to play around it.
Do you think that
As you're
teams
saying,
would enjoy
like
this
those players
space
after they're
as
coming through it,
well?
right.
So I think they have to prove that they can hold mid with it.
Big
But
fan. And I like how Liquid are kind of playing around that too. Generally, you see
Mind
the
Score,
Viper
thank
on
you so much
B.
for the Prime. Appreciate the
Yeah.
6 months. Thank you for the support.
B main. Jelly must be dealt with. Outlaw here is going to eat him up.
Surely
Remember
the
their
light
team
armor
members
doesn't
with light
swing
armor?
fast.
That's not one of them. Do they double down on this? Yeah, they do.
Ah,
now there's
dude.
3 players here from TL.
Dude.
So quick. I mean, they make the
He cancelled
map
the
feel
ult,
small.
right?
It's the biggest one in the game.
The timing
This
of
is
this
40
KO ult was
seconds left on
insane.
the clock. KRU don't have any other options.
The rotates take 30 seconds themselves. You're
That was
right.
nuts.
They're kind of forced
Dude,
into
the
this
timing of
fight.
that
Yeah,
is
they
so
couldn't do
hard.
anything with Daiki's ult
The
coming
timing
out.
that's so
And then the
crazy.
knife after as well.
Oh my gosh. And Liquid, no. They've already rotated through. I mean, what, do you brute force your way in?
You have to. You can't save. You must win this round if you're KRU.
Feeling some of the urgency behind the moment they go, or at least attempt to.
Dude,
and it's
what is this
bloody
util right
murder.
now?
A
My
flawless
goodness.
round for
That
Liquid.
KO was
Yes,
one of the best
sir.
times we've seen.
Daiki flow state continues. If it's not her getting the kills, it's her just full cycling the ultimate with the knife. Endless stall against KRU. And she's allowed to do that because, of course, you've got Jelly playing the forward line, so
this
gets that
Omen
info
flash.
down early.
That's what I was starting to touch on too. Is they cover the fact generally you see the Viper.
KO, the KO into the Omen flash was like the 2 best time bits of utility you can get.
From A and makes it miserable. Now the Viper wall is moved. Now it's coming over from B, and KRU have to solve another problem on the fly. With scraps. I mean, they're back on Sheriffs.
They're on the Sheriffs, like you're saying. I mean, they're going to be looking at having to win 7 in a row to force OT. If Dodds can't pull off a miracle.
She might need
By the
5.
way, look at B main. Daiki's walked fully all the way up. There's this jump peek idea from the Omen as well. They should have been ready for the mid fight. Dodds a little bit better.
Insta clear over towards B is good though, because what team would go 5 here?
Easy for Crew without control of B main. You
Not
can't
many.
really go into B. There's too many angles still left to clear.
Right.
They
So
hold pretty
they're
strong
gonna
over
wait
towards
for
A.
TL to try and recheck them in mid. We're gonna work down on time, and no one's looking at Bizarra.
That's okay.
Oh dear.
Dude, that
That's
timing's nuts.
Full read.
Full two.
I would just kind of let this one. Yeah.
Well, TL obviously know it's a fake.
Right.
So now they can lean back into the A site. This informs Daiki to start making that dash out from B. Start closing in on Crew.
And if you try, I mean, Crew have no real choice but to go forward. Jelly gets picked. They're investing.
they gotta
the ult
use that.
again with no real guns to kind of play around.
No time either.
The
Oh
double
boy,
dash
that's
slams their face into a wall.
That's not great.
And I mean, you're able to get a little bit of value with the sheriffs, but it's just
They look
not
impressive.
enough.
And again,
They really
what
do.
I want to highlight there is how perfectly Team Liquid have control over the map. Just like the last round where they have the forward line to consult. This time it's even more. Daiki walked all the way through B main, so every single exchange that happened in this round, even this one here, every member of Team Liquid knew where the next fight was coming. They just got beat on the first one, but even that fight there, you know there's nowhere else this team can be except walking through A link into you. So all you have to do is set up your crosshair and then simply left click as they walk in.
Thoughts on the investment?
The
of
hitbox,
build
the
there?
headbutt of the box. Yeah, you gotta use. I mean, solo dash is actually a little. It's situational, obviously, but it's definitely
And Jelly
underutilized.
has an op. Full mid control as well.
Yeah, after the full
You can
walk-ups,
one dash instead of double
this time
dash.
they're playing a little bit more passive. Because again, Crew are taking so much time into the rounds. Now if they deny them fights, what they can do is say, hey, okay, you're going to be down to 40, 30 seconds on the clock without really have done anything.
Dire straits here for the team out from LATAM.
I think
What was
too,
your most
Crew are gonna
hated
try
map
and
in
sell
comp?
a
In ranked?
towards A after the walk-up. You get a pick, maybe you can have an
What
idea
map
to
didn't I
dash, and then
enjoy
that allows the
playing?
Spike to slip in.
I ain't buying it.
Nope.
I don't think the
Didn't play
TL
much
yeah.
Abyss. That
Isa's
felt
gonna
pretty
spot
rough when I
one.
played it though.
You know if the Omen is here, the rest of the team likely is as well.
And ooh, I don't think the drone.
I don't think so either.
Pal? Yeah, I feel like I don't know what I'm doing on Pal as well.
For it, so it could have seen a shoulder.
That high-low's moved.
Yeah.
Still nicely done. Bizarra gets the trade.
And now B main knife thrown from Daiki sees nothing, and Crew have always been playing so far forward in mains for those pops that
Dude, this
pretty
was
obvious.
This was
Be
impressive
setting up
though.
to A.
Even the discipline from Bizarra here to be jump spotting.
Yep. Oh, there's a Hunter's Fury, by the way, Doug.
Right.
Oh, yeah, we're just going to light up A main, sure.
And the op is here. Michaela falls. Biazik's the last up.
10 seconds
I think the slow hit, too. What can Biazik really do? Just
Damn,
one
this
foul.
was very nice.
Just enough to
Liked a lot of what I saw as
there
well.
might be a chance, but other than that, that's a damn statement out from Liquid in their opening map of this run.
And maybe the energy gets a little bit lower towards the end of the game as Team Liquid just sort of go on cruise control through it all, but I'm just like sitting here. Joy is what I'm feeling. I'm like, Daiki is playing on the global stage again. Just the amount of
Yeah, I mean,
control
that
is
KO
beautiful
looked
to see, and we're going
unbelievable.
to see more on the other side of this break. Wait, she could full stick?
Yeah, once you're so far away, it's not planted for her.
Oh my god.
Daiki's gonna stick it.
It's a full stick.
Oh, stops. Daiki gets the kill anyway.
She gets it.
I don't know that she does. She does. What a play from Daiki.
Okay, let me upload the VOD. Again, we got a VOD channel if you ever missed some games, you want to watch any game. Honestly, any game from the beginning of franchising, I think there may be, we're maybe missing 2 or 3 best of 3s out of 3 years, which isn't too bad. Maybe a couple more because sometimes overlapping, I guess. Maybe like 5 best of 3s. Yeah, if there's any game you want to check out, we've got a VOD channel. China VODs? Oh, okay. Excluding China. Although we did have a year where Ryan was uploading for us. That was fun. You have lock-in VODs? Should have all the lock-in VODs there. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit.
tiene el papachao, está cojito, pobrecito. Te gustó el carajito, pero le falta madurar. Está libre como tigre, listo para un binder. No te vayas a Tinder, cómete ese kinder. No querrás un looky, pop bombi, and a what, eh. No te let you know, but I'll let you know. Wanna te lo tele, no sea cochino. Tengo estilo, mucho estilo. Tu con italiano, yo hablo español. Saca el pinol, dame el kilo. Cómete la papa con el alocito. ¿Tú me entiendes? No me entiendes. Ok, hablamos francés.
Well, the first bout of our South American battle goes the way of Team Liquid Visa, a dominant map #1 win to put them up in this series. Welcome back to the desk. I'm Amy, back with Potter and Dan, and I want to jump right into this because, well, it started a little slow. There was a little whiff in an early round. This was the Daiki flow state game, Dan. She absolutely took over in the second half.
She was incredible. I mean, even going into the first half, we got to see a few of those multi-kills, a few of those highlights, but going into the second half, it was really all about the way that they were holding those sides and the way that they were communicating, because KRU was taking so long. They didn't have any map control later on, and so any sort of contact into those last 20 seconds gave that key for Daiki to be in that side at the right place to delay even more to make sure that KRU don't take any space. And I mean, it was just incredible. She was really doing it all.
Yeah, and she was breaking hearts out there as well. This clutch that we're watching on the screen right here.
That was everything.
That was right after an ace coming through for Dodds, coming into the second half, and you're thinking, here we go. KRU, they're going to start a momentum swing, huge swing round, and then here's Daiki just doing Daiki things and closing it out.
Yeah, 2 years since she last got the opportunity to play on a stage like this. Doesn't look like she skipped a beat whatsoever. Another excellent game from her. But something we talked a lot about going into that game, Potter, was how there was that slight difference in comp. Not seeing the flashes on one side, bringing that Sage instead. And once we switched over, it felt like Team Liquid had a complete shutdown on this B site.
Yeah, exactly. And I think we're about to see a little glimpse of it here. Any time that KRU wanted to execute onto the sites, the value coming through for the recon, hardly any scans, whereas on the other side of things for Liquid, the retake protocols, if they wanted to flood back in, Daiki just needed to long-range pop a flash and just activate the rest of her teammates. So for the defense and on the attack side, this KO was getting max value on Corrode.
And even you think about how much value that Sage was really bringing, yeah, a few of those lows early on, but later into the round, that wall was getting broken right away. And also on top of that, because they couldn't take that space, because they couldn't get that spike planted, that Sage was not really doing much in the post plants because we didn't really see any coming in for the side of KRU. So it is a scenario where they were struggling a little bit with that composition, that in the region they were able to find success, but here it was a Liquid that understood what that win condition had to be with the flashes.
Yeah, the awareness coming through. I mean, I can think back of just our last scrim in my last for my team, and a Sage was busted out. And if you're not aware of the shenanigans of a Sage hiding behind a wall in those post plants, being super sneaky and full clearing, it can really catch you off guard. But not a single time. Team Liquid crossing their T's and dotting their I's.
Yeah, they always played on-site, got ahead of that utility on their defense and not let that Sage be a factor. There wasn't a ton of rounds. They're done. It felt like it could have been the moment to bring them back into the game.
And it should have been, to be honest, at least to make it a little bit closer. They win this pistol. I believe it was a 3v5 as well. It seems like Team Liquid, they were going to get away with the pistol. And out of nowhere, Duds is able to get this ace. But going into the second one is that highlight as well that we saw for Daiki, where she is able to get that defuse just in time. But nonetheless, I mean, Duds, incredible player. We continue to see some great highlights.
Yeah, such a good moment for her. We're heading to Bind now. That'll be map number 2 of this series. And Potter, something we were talking about was how Monch, that long-awaited Mexican player coming into this roster that was so good regionally, felt like she had a bit of a slower game on the Lurk map 1, and that's going to be very important here.
Absolutely, and we talked about what those big shoes were to fill. For Monch, she's going to have to get a lot more active on Bind, especially on the attack side of things. We witnessed a little bit of it yesterday, but if you're working B and you're slowly starting to default, the worst thing that can happen to you as a team is when you run all the way back over to A or take your TP, if your Viper hasn't gotten any of that short A space, it's so hard to gain any sort of map control or get yourself into a post plant. So Viper, the awareness, the game IQ, it's got to be there. You've got to be able to gather the information and take space whenever the gap is there.
Okay, agent select in, and I'm seeing an interesting hover there from Mizera.
This is really, really exciting if they're able to play that veto.
We saw the veto
okay
stuff on this map.
Took
away the Viper orb.
KRU, and also for Team Liquid, they have been playing this Euro.
Chief Twitch with the tier 1. Thank you so much for the 45 months. Thank you for doing that.
Potter, we've been talking about, especially on this map. I feel like yesterday we didn't really get the chance to see how much value it can really bring.
We didn't, and it's perfect right now because we just got done talking about Monch. She's going to have to be extra aware of where this veto is setting up that interceptor, because the worst thing that can happen to you as a Viper is you're throwing that Q up under short A or towards that long B and it just gets eaten up. So the agent names for the start of the rounds, when those barriers go down, they've got to get that information relayed over to Monch so she knows exactly what this defense setup is looking like.
And we talk about that aggression for Monch. She just had an interview as well with Verdi, and she was talking about how much she likes being that player that gets that space, that player that gets the perfect
Veto
timing.
and Sky.
In that map of Corrode, we didn't get the chance to see it, but KRU, they're trying to stay alive. They're trying to start strong in this championship where in the past couple of years they haven't been able to do so. So I feel like it's all going to be depending on what this Viper can do to counter.
Well, we have to find out if this one will go the distance between Team Liquid Visa and Visa Crew Blaze. We're headed back over to Doug Visa and Ender Visa for the call.
Thank you so much, Mimi Visa. Yeah, there's a lot.
You think it's been more convincing on Corrode? Liquid, from what I saw. The problem with the K-Corp game, and I mean it's not a problem. It's just that they won so many rounds from out dueling that I couldn't even see. Like that, I can even see if they were actually like good on the map.
After the Dodds ace and then losing that anti-eco in the second round, but this is
like the aim diff was so heavy that they didn't even need to play properly.
But this is also Team Liquid.
So I'm excited to watch K-Corp against a better team.
Out the more funky ideas here with the veto a lot here.
Okay, Liquid on defense, KRU on attack.
On the defensive side too.
1-1?
You've got some of the utility set
No, 2-0 on the pistol.
Almost all of Liquid.
That's right.
Yeah.
So the one exception there.
I mean, Potter was talking about it on the desk, the ideas you can do to eat up
Is it 1-1?
The Viper Orb default that you're throwing down at the bottom of A main. We'll see if there's
Oh yeah, ace pistol, you're right. 1-1. Took away our ace.
Flash. Yazik TP's away, but doesn't TP far.
Yeah, common little fight down long, but interesting
Yeah,
that
that's nice. Insta reaction as the voice dies fully. 2 days in ago.
The job for Issa is to hold on to Shower's control. Don't die. We're going to teleport on in. and then pressure onto the site. And now with 2 teleports.
Dude, I like that. I like they didn't overreact here. They take the space and they still push over towards it. I think they're gonna think there's only one.
Scaling up into U-Haul, but the spike is headed back B.
I love this macro from KRU. They got outread in the last game, but it's a good dog from Daiki. Still only saw 1 player.
Insta reaction is so nice and starting to get choked up. Yeah, he's getting emotional out here.
They're
Nice shot.
already up onto elbow. Biazic falls.
Yeah, but the problem is the spike is over on B.
Next
where,
is big.
well, there could be some serious trouble as
Whoa.
Kyla has no way to get out.
That
The
was
spike
calm.
comes back to try and help their fate
That was
get out of the
calm.
space, but Bazera locks it down.
Now they're going to try to rotate back and scoop that
Whoa.
thing back up. Dodge down to 10 HP. No real way to get in.
Dude, what a
It was another
round.
wall bang from Bazera. A masterclass round from her.
It really was.
Spike in hand yet. That's the big one. And Daiki.
Wow, that was nice to watch
Assassination
though.
style, best dodge.
Super aware.
That's another pistol for Liquid.
I mean, honestly, that round is a very fun round to watch the macro play out. It was one of those slow rounds on Bind where IGLs could
Yeah,
really test
I
their
think
mettle.
the crew plan was
Teams
good
had
here.
very good reads up until KRU get themselves in the situation where the spike comes back here to try and get their fade out of the corner. And, well, you just get 1v2 straight up.
Excellent start out for Liquid. Exactly what they want.
Has Vito been played a lot?
Note,
Honestly, yeah.
Attitude,
This
we're gonna
is
keep an eye on
the
it. The move
third
of, Vito utility. This time back towards B.
use so far.
Which is actually is exactly where KRU is not headed.
Right.
A couple of sheriffs on them. Jujina even has support behind her with Issa.
Drop that smoke quick. The spit will keep him back too.
Yeah, good little defensive protocol here on the weak side, having the spit ready to go.
Over rotate on an eco. I mean, I guess they got early info.
Early showers presence. Team Liquid regroup.
Use the trip in who could get early
Last
info.
round they saw players sneak up behind the wall, so they used the boom bot first.
Right.
Now 2 players can step up and try to clear out Munch or anyone else.
Little jump spot out from Issa.
The reposition from Jelly too can act as a different angle. KRU have to deal with. 3 smokes though means that there's no angles.
They've done pretty good to get through the
They
chokes.
can see anyway. Very nice tracking out from Issa.
It's a great jump. It's a shame the peaks behind it weren't good.
Between Monch and Kunir.
If I'm jumping like that and my team peak like this, I'd be furious.
Still, again, they're in this awkward spot. I mean, at least they grab the spike back. But what options do you have here if you're KRU?
I mean, gamble on a teleport is probably the best one. Right. I think Team Liquid's macro has just been a perfect read, how they've controlled the backside of A, repositioned, and now Daiki, who never flinched, was always ready in case the teleport came in. Now fall back and hold the line. There's only 15 seconds here.
But they're stalling out here, too.
And there's an interceptor ready to shut down any util.
Nice shots.
Very nice.
He's close to
I mean,
all.
if you're Daiki
Close to
there,
raise
are
ult
you
2 away.
impressed that you were the one who stayed to control the side and
no, if I'm
Jelly
Toxic.
gets the kill?
Dude,
if I'm Daiki, I'm like,
a full commit with a jump
duelist
peak
just
and
got
the second
5
person
kills,
doesn't
4
full commit
kills
to the
is ready
angle
for
so the third
showstopper
person
just
can...
about.
Like, dude, commit. Swing.
Daiki's got the ego
Why
to
are you
fund the
why are you
kills. She got
pressing
plenty in the last.
why are you pressing to go back there?
And jokes aside, you really do want Jelly to get
If someone's
going, get
jumping
closer
out
to
for
having
you,
a
you gotta
showstopper online.
commit
Just
to the
2 off
swing.
now.
They are mine.
Doing an aggro idea from Team Liquid with flash outside hookah.
Especially if there's someone else behind you.
Jelly deciding to invest a
Okay,
Guardian, but yeah, big advantage there.
Just shuts it down completely.
There was a flash too that I didn't catch exactly where Michaela was perhaps standing that didn't get flashed or what the situation was, but there was a flash idea set up through the hole in heaven.
The thing is, you're playing a pixel angle. That Sky Flash is never going to touch you. Sky Flash.
Yeah, Sky Flash here. Unless you're doing like a lineup that goes against the wall and then would pop here.
Viper meta, and you're seeing double smokes.
I don't know. But I think they're trying to do the flash early so you turn and then you swing.
Very nice swing.
Whoa.
Very nicely done by Pizarra. 3 kills found.
Last player standing.
Oh, it's good damage.
A shot at this. Daiki's been good. Daiki's been good. Oh, but just not
My goodness,
good
this is
enough
good
there.
damage.
And yet she still makes you believe it.
Yeah.
Parkia Plaque with the prime. I think that's how I say your name. Thank you so much for that, dude.
Scrape by a win there,
Thank
but
you.
it's almost the cost of everything.
Yeah, that was a costly round considering The start.
Take a look at that one more time. There's the yeah, you're right. The flash just doesn't connect at all.
And the problem is, if you do like a flash right around the corner that would hit
That's
that angle, there's then so many
fast.
other spots that wouldn't get hit. Right, yeah, so Sky Flash, really good on an angle like B-Long, not so much there.
Yeah, that was a really good try. Just not quite enough. Meanwhile, back into the next round we go. A flash already down long.
Damn.
Some info tagged, and yeah,
It's nice for a heavy shutdown, it really is.
Yes, it does. Interceptor behind that smoke. Just
Two
means
people that can
you
get
the
one
orb
shot
for
by the Outlaw.
absolutely free.
There's a lot of ults. One away from Razor after this. Surprised with I'm surprised with the this is the only pre-round call that I'm like pretty surprised with. One away from Razor, you got that. Unless they picked up orb here.
Right here.
Eugene is a player that we haven't talked about a ton.
I feel like that was
I
feel like this would have been a free Razor.
As every other piece on this Liquid squad.
Tasty Apple, thank you so much for the gifted as well. Thank you for doing that.
Going back to that run in 23.
I appreciate the support. Thanks so much.
The only new addition midway through this year.
I think they overdid the Spectre buff. I haven't really looked at it much.
I mean, absolutely.
They might have.
Strongest players in Brazil, no doubt. Made a finals with MIBR just last year.
A little bit of fake info there. The
What did they
flash
change
down
of it?
long
They gave it
got
less
tagged,
recoil, right?
But the spike and 3 members of crew are headed A.
I mean, that's a nice shot from Daiki.
They're so disciplined.
No, they're good for info on the sides as well.
It's actually really impressive to watch. It's a ton of fun to watch.
And there's still now 3 players on the A site, now shifting over, making a 4th.
Issa falls, but the TP comes through.
The smoke's just a half second too late. Means Dodds gets
Just delay time with your ult now doesn't even matter.
There's no time, Doug.
No, there's not.
There's the corner. Dude.
Yeah, by the way, if we were
That's funny. I think they weren't going to go for it anyway, but dodges the ult and takes the TP.
Come on.
Snips 377 with the prime as well. Thank you so much, Snips. Thank you for doing that also.
Xera's had that veto ultimate the entire round, right? Didn't choose to use it.
This is a lovely round to watch.
An idea to use it for a heal if
Yeah,
or if Bizarre's holding
definitely looking like one of the better maps for Veto. I don't know how it looks on attack.
There is a result in play just to tank it up and
maybe there's a good trip on showers you can do that goes around the corner.
Crew might throw their way.
Honestly, I expected it to be in that round. After Issa falls and Bizarre TPs back towards A, I thought, yeah, go full Thanos
maybe.
and take the fight.
I think they would swing beat it.
Onto it for now.
One of the other things you'll see Bizarre do is
obviously you could just put it behind as well.
Rotate back through spawn. Means that Team Liquid are always having at least 3 players on the site, it seems.
Good to attack on plan as well. Does make some of the wall agents a little better.
Not fun.
Dude, the Veto
not
is...
fun to play against at all.
By the way, look outside of Hookah right now.
Veto is looking nice right now.
4 players on A.
Caution here.
I think crew have got to slow it down a little. Or at least like
chance at a second
fake
and will
pump.
deliver on the second.
Beautiful.
A death from 1,000 cuts.
It's kind of easy though, right? You see the smokes, then you pop.
The control from TL's macro on this map is just immense. And obviously it's assisted because they're just winning a lot of the forward fights they're taking unassisted, whether it's Jelly with the op or Jujina posted out of showers. But even
Looks a 9 to play against, yeah.
I don't think the round explodes from TL because they always are stacking.
Looks
the
like a
right
nice...
side. Right.
It's been a nice 2 maps from Liquid.
More reserved typically.
Definitely.
But then off of some information, it allows a solo player to take space outside.
Definitely could be a good tourney for them.
A few rounds ago, she almost won the clutch. See it from Issa this round.
Huh.
Oh, that nade doesn't feel good. Konir down to nothing on HP. Daiki's there for the swing. There's just one left now from Michaela.
Really nice. They look crisp as well.
Even those little fights there, it's just a beautiful bait and switch.
Yeah, we'll see what really crew can do to try to adjust and try to figure things out here as they're down 4-1. There's that replay one more time. Any sort of utility gets caught on the rollout, and then Jelly's there with the op. You're like stuck between a rock and a hard place. And so what options do you really have? I guess call a timeout and then hope that
Reason they're one of the favorites, yeah.
Coach, you can solve
I had them losing in lower bracket to MIBR, but from what I've watched so far, I would change that.
Once more.
Yeah, it absolutely is. You know, I think crew have actually gotten themselves in good positions sometimes, like especially down A short. Mainly because Team Liquid are giving them all that space, but
Korean Jelly, yeah, maybe.
Crew's issues would solve
maybe to a similar level of Shopify.
Finding the these kills. If you could just will that into existence,
sure.
Okay, all of a sudden
Sure.
the macro simplifies, but if you can't do that, and especially now that Jelly has the operator on the field, you can no
I mean, I
longer
saw it was
say,
3-2. I
okay,
saw it was really close
you're free
there.
to go do your thing, because
But I didn't like actually
9 times out of
fully
10,
check it
you're
out.
not just diffing the op. You're not just hard clearing that, so
Yeah, especially with
There's
the
a
way
crazy
Jelly's
OT
playing.
map
I
in
mean,
there,
the
right?
op alone
Yeah.
is formidable as it is, but when you've got a
Yeah.
player of Jelly's caliber swinging that thing, what do you, I mean,
yeah, I would also say it's highly unlucky for KRU that they don't have a player that is just straight up popping off in the game so far. Like, you're looking at 1-2 kills across the board, and what that's meant is they haven't gotten ultimates online. Like,
They must
how
win
is that
rounds.
Possible? The fact that KRU were 5
Must
rounds
win
in,
rounds, and
haven't
they,
picked up
you
to
know,
an
they're
ult
getting
just
this
yet.
Euro
Their
ult.
big heavy hitters aren't
So
there.
Liquids when in the timeout. No, they're going for this ult. 3 and 2 on the sides. Flash to take that angle as well. Smoke goes down. They could retake this. I wonder if there you should be
invested a
mollying,
little
but
bit of utility Liquid did through showers to threaten the crunch.
I didn't know about the
Biazek will get
timing.
the
There you go.
orb and have the ult online.
What made you pick MIBR over Team Liquid? Just rematches normally goes the other
What are
way.
they going to do with this? Do they rotate all the way back B and then try to grab an orb there too? I mean, they
if
don't
you're
have
looking
the
at the map,
line.
yeah. If you're looking at the map, yes.
But I should have put the
at that
time
point,
aspect in
you
there.
still have some tools to clear down B long.
Right, sure.
My concern is that Jelly could just turn back away from a flash and repost back up here, and Biazek probably doesn't want to ult from so deep. Is going to go into hookah, so they're going to clear into hookah first, and that dimensional drift is going to have to go back in.
Your ult before 10 in the corner, surely.
Jelly.
The dog does latch. Jelly still pops a shot. Biazek getting up close and personal, and Jelly wins it out anyway. Bizarra does too. And again, KRU find no success.
30 seconds left.
It is a disaster.
That is a disaster. There's no other word for it.
Go wrong.
Murphy in full effect here.
How does it even go down like that?
They have no time. They have nowhere they can go. They have no space on the site.
10 seconds
I mean,
left.
you don't even want to play this round out
Oh,
anymore.
it's a shocker.
I mean,
that type of round like that could be a scrim ender if,
yeah.
if you weren't playing for actual stakes. I mean, that's just brutal.
And it just got a little bit worse. Eugenia just got the Brim ult online because of those
Wait,
last
is there
two
an extra
kills.
deffer as well?
I mean, look, Biazek had the moment to get that kill. Jelly was full, nearsighted, and then is able to switch up the shorty. Went knife first,
You
then
gotta,
shorty.
surely we gotta be buying the shorty on the Euro here if we're doing this.
Right.
If she bought a
okay.
shorty, she wins that.
So, KRU
Shut the gun up
have
fast.
ults. Now, they got 2 ults, and Dodds is one off of hers, and so...
Some things are going well, yes. Unfortunately, the money department, you got so distracted by the bright shiny that you realize they don't have any of the bright shiny. None of the green.
And to pile it on a little bit more, the little things that are going well are going well by sheer virtue of how the game works, not necessarily because of anything they're converting themselves.
Again, even the lucky breaks aren't going their way.
No.
Konir is waiting for the op and actually diffed the op, got the headshot.
As soon as the smokes go down again though.
Left on 5 HP.
Yeah, I can't use any util. You just got accepted. I
more than
will say maybe this was popped before the brim smokes. I feel like the brim smokes are the go
Go
signal.
no further than watching this game. The way that Team Liquid are cycling their utility on the holds to the little push and pull fights they can take. Right? Like every single
Oh,
Jelly's the
5
first one
HP
to
at the
take
back
fight.
as well.
That sets up for the side on
Nice
the other
shot.
side.
5 HP, by the way. 2 kills found. Op still in play. Dodds
Get another.
finally puts Shelly down, and the ult has been popped, perhaps premature.
Oh.
Daiki just narrowly missing the shot. Dodds 28 HP, and now they have the pit they can play around.
But this is a beautiful position for KRU.
Yeah,
And the
Daiki has
Seekers
ult,
is
though.
everything here.
And the Seekers are intended to sniff Munch out. Cabbages connect. Dodds falls. What can Munch do? Highly touted on the international stage. Tagged up immediately. 85 HP. Position given away as well. Just dipping back into the pit. Just trying to provide the cover.
Damn, nicely
And Issa
handled.
swings out behind it. That's another round loss for
Even with
KRU.
a small mistake in my eyes, they still win. Yeah, I think you got to pop the veto
were going to win.
You gotta pop the Vito. I have no idea what it's called. The Vito thing that saps the Uto. You gotta pop that with the smokes. As soon as the Viper smoke goes down, it doesn't mean too much.
Insane that Jelly gets 2 kills with 5 HP.
She was trying to hit the
Could have been out of the round.
the Viper smoke.
Yeah.
Put an Inceptor. I mean, that
continue
makes a lot of sense.
It just it hurts because it feels doom and gloom because of how locked in Team Liquid have been. So a round like that where Crew do everything they could possibly do to win it, adds a little bit of extra heartbreak.
The Satchels felt weird, right? It wasn't the best movement.
Crew didn't even have a chance to shoot the gun.
And the flash idea was cool, but you know, perhaps maybe overreached.
Hold on. Okay, what if Crew just keep winning the showers fight? What if that's the solve? I said you couldn't just diff the op on attack, but maybe they just can.
I think part of the issue though here, if your Crew
First time, no, this is the third Vito we've seen. We've seen it on Bind twice, and we saw it on Abyss. It's definitely the best on Bind for sure at the moment.
The Sheriff gets a nice shot down.
Sure.
Now, Team Liquid have only left the one player on B, as they often will when they fall down numbers. It's Issa.
No, yeah, hello. Hope practice going well.
And the positioning, I think, was just out of range for her.
Okay, they're picking the right site.
They just made some noise there.
Yep. And now the shift will come in from Daiki.
The Nightfall's not going to tag anybody.
They got.
No one's coming for Hookah either.
Does it not feel weird to have early Vito, Uto, but then have the Vito anchoring?
You can use the ult to deny the plant.
Yeah.
Launch falls. There's the tap.
It's a big kill over towards A.
Strike at just the right time.
Damn, they're gonna win this one too. Holy, okay, fair play. They're just better.
Brother, they're having fun.
Yeah.
They're having
yeah, they are.
Like, they're chilling up there.
I mean, the TL fans over here are also having a whole lot of fun. Watching it all go down. The fact that Issa goes, you know, unnuisanced in Hookah, no one trying to come in from behind there is really what opens up the round. And it's that small piece of sound she hears because she's
Bizarre did very good to be aware of the luck here.
That means Daiki and her teammates can start running over.
Outlaw for Jelly.
Yeah, everyone can get one shot from the Outlaw.
Weapon here. Light armor or no armor in the case of Kinnear, and so just one pop of those will clean him up. Jelly already has ult as well, and an early pit down B long.
You can get into sight. Yeah.
I'm gonna do that thing where
dude, Vito on defense must be legit.
A pretty impossible situation where it looks like there's no
like you
way.
You could have TP here and TP here, Palmer Judge, just sit in spawn and wait for the sound. Must be pretty good in ranks, to be honest. At least on defense, I guess it's awful on attack.
In this one,
yeah,
trailing 7-1, the chance to make it 8. The concern is that the obvious solves just aren't there, right?
Well, we did just watch Liquid miss on 3 kills.
Sure.
And so
that's not a solve, though. That's
listen,
you know,
okay, Boombot doesn't see anyone rotate out, but again, we have TPs to kind of make it easier.
I think hard execing versus Vito was real tough too.
They're rotating out towards B.
They did good
here.
though. One smoke out, tried to bait it, but I felt like they're just gonna get wrecked here. The 1v1 on the Viper's pretty big.
With the satchel through the telly as well.
Rotates already here. The Vito takes the TP into the corner. They hear about it. I mean, they use an ult, but can't be angry at it. They need the rounds.
He gets another, and once again the door is slammed in the face of Crew. This time they didn't really have the guns.
I like the Vito TP. Yeah.
Full sending it with the Brim ult there with so little time. The Sheriffs as well. Even though they get a kill with the distraction it adds to, just means that's another ult pulled out of the picture. And again, you'll hear a lot of people sort of talking about how snowbally it can feel like Valorant is with ultimates. I think almost because the ult cost has increased over time. Especially when it becomes a little bit stompy in the first 4 or 5 rounds. You know, Team Liquid are going to be ulting twice before a Crew have finished.
The ult was good.
You know, and when
on paper, no, but in reality, I think they had to go for something like this.
You're just
Like they're getting a
outmatched on
little
every
bit
single
wrecked.
front.
They need to get some momentum. They need to get like at least 4 or 5. So I think when they know one's in the corner, because I guess they had the TP or they saw one. It was 5v5 at the time, I'm pretty sure.
But the problem is, it's not just one
I
step
think it's okay.
between these two in these situations. It's
If the
often
scoreline was
a whole
different,
expanse
I would
that
say
they're
it's
trying to
okay.
clear up with one stride, and that's just not
Like,
enough.
so wait, if the scoreline
we headed
was
this next round,
different
Crew
and
burned
it's
their
like a
last time out.
3-3, I would say it's a battle.
And a quick lay of the land, Jelly has the ult still, and the op to boot.
Okay, Doug, it's bad. It's bad. I get it.
Yep.
I get it's bad. You asked me the
Oh,
impossible
it's
question, I'm
really
gonna try and
bad,
answer it.
because,
I'm
like,
looking at their setup right now. Crew,
they're not
I
even
just want a
close
good
to
old-fashioned
ults now.
exec, right? And it's going to start off with Biazic doing some lurk pressure into showers, make some noise, maybe take a fight there if it's going to be there. Diff the Rays. Can we kill the Rays 1v1? Get the showstopper out of the equation. It's a simple task. Please do that, then teleport back over to the team.
So they've been able to win this fight because Jelly has been peeking through the shower's telly. But
Yes.
this time it's a much more passive line.
Okay, so then I would ask Jelly to take the more forward line.
Right, and
Let's say,
then
please.
Right.
Do something. Now, what I'm concerned with is how much noise crews are making into hookah means that what they're trying to do is set up Biazic for the lurk, but no one rotates ever on Team Liquid, so this fight is just too simple.
We talked about this a couple of rounds ago. The discipline that they've shown on the defensive side is I mean, astounding. And you see it there. And the truth is,
Nice shot.
that was nice. Out from Dodds.
Ooh,
that was also
6
nice.
satchel.
What? Out from Dodds. Turns out, for as bad as the situation might be, Dodds can still fry.
Oh, Jelly still wants to fight.
Just barely missing that. Send a shiver down their spine.
Hey, look, Crew are in a winning position. I like how Dodds is playing this.
And that has been the spark. The ult just off the mark. Dodds gets 3.
The timing of
Swings
this
fourth,
tether
doesn't
is kind
connect,
of
and
nuts.
Liquid again.
Wait,
Punch
ow.
right back. Kinnear's left in the 1v1.
Oh my
And
goodness.
Kinnear delivers.
Ow, how did it get so close?
That round won through the will, the simple will of Dodds and Kinnear.
Yeah, that's a,
that
it's a
entry
hero
onto the
round.
B site. After
You
losing
can't
multiple
really
players on the
repeat
map.
it.
Dodds, I think, has some pretty slick movement with the satchel here. I want to watch it again.
That was snappy, but then, yeah, the satchel to displace.
Dude, the jump up as the satchel's blown was
necessarily
awesome.
Yeah.
Tension at the beginning.
I think it like sort of stuttered her a little bit even backwards too.
Yeah.
Could maybe even reset the aim accidentally. But we're about to have a big fight on showers, Doug.
No op here. But they take the line. The Spit's aggressive. Jelly has to satchel back, and you can only do this for so long. Dodds again strikes. There's the rocket popped. But Dodds kind of takes herself down with it.
That's a toughie. 1 for 1 here.
Turns the flash.
They use a slightly different Viper wall.
Biazic has the spike too. You can't fall down there in showers.
No,
Goes for the rider TP, so you don't have the angle here.
She did.
But then you can leak out towards right and spam here.
Biazic gets ult by planting the
Interesting.
spike.
Spike planted.
Issa has a big play to make there. Do you continue to swing into this? 34 HP, the flash, the stimmy too. And Issa can't really do anything. It's Daiki. We've been a little quiet on Daiki the last couple of rounds.
Saw it
Kinnear
though.
once again gets away with 1v1 to get
I mean, if they get
3.
4, it's kind of
Back to
doable.
back there. Not too bad from Crew. And you sort of
I
see
think I
some of
prefer
those
this
in these
Viper
last two
wall if you
rounds
don't
where
play
if
corner
those
long.
Heartbreakers a few rounds ago had gone their way and slipped that, we'd have a tight half. So I think it's a third in a row here. I could convince myself to start believing a second half.
They're going to have a couple of tools here. I'm concerned
People do
about the Biazic
people do
situation.
exploit
Has
this
ult.
angle. Depends how big this gap is. Dude, if this gap leaks out quite a lot, which it might, maybe it's not better. Truman, thanks so much for the prime. Appreciate the 13 mums. Thank you for doing that.
Almost the
Requiem
exact
Vale
same
with the
idea.
tier 1.
You
Thanks
are
so much for
right.
the 18 mums. Thank you for doing that.
Biazic will pop the ult.
Dude, the veto util here
Tried to
with a
swing that
judge.
again. Dodds
Oh my
again.
goodness.
Crispy, snappy. Onto Daiki, and now Biazic tries to
Dude,
get
not
the
again.
Zero, but it's the same
Please stop going for
outcome.
these.
They're trying to hold off this attack as long as they can, and so far so good. Reinforcements arriving. Jelly strikes with the op. They can't flip the map. They have no info of showers.
There.
So they have to stall. They have to freeze. They have to slow it down. Dyer straight for the attacking side once more, a 2v4. And Bizarra's popped the ult. Won't matter there. Bizarra getting the info.
Watch this leak out.
Vandal to boot. 2 more kills to find.
Not
That's
too
one.
bad, this wall.
That's
Kind of
two.
like it.
A 9-3
I like the
half for
Veto.
Liquid. It is a
I like the Veto
glorious
Interceptor in
evolution
hookah.
from
Dude, if
Becerra.
I had that back in the day,
9-4
I don't think I would
at
ever
the
lose
end.
hookah.
Taken over
Trav would just
in
lock
this
that
game.
down with a
First game
dodge.
was the Daiki show. This time, Becerra.
You actually can't
Play on
take
the tip of
hookah with
your
this.
tongue. Beautiful work out of the squad.
A 9-3 half for Liquid. If there's any hope, any prayer for Crew, they'll have to find it on the other side of this break. We'll be right back.
Pistol? I mean, they got to. It's pistol bonus at this point to win this. Like 8 seconds? Yeah, but you pop it once you hit the drone. Like, the only reason Trav would die in hookah would be drones. Like, normally back then, Sky was pretty meta. That was the only time he would lose it. And then you would just hit the Sky Dog and then you would just pop it. Like, you only need it for the 8 seconds of the drone. I actually don't think he would ever lose hookah. That's pretty interesting. Veto? I like some of the Veto stuff they're doing. It looks cool. It looks real fun, Agent. Some of the TPs are pretty good. The fast rotates, yeah, and the fast rotates and the fact that your trip is just, you can be anywhere, it means that you can rotate. Yeah, I would 50% shotgun on defense with this Agent, I'm pretty sure. Especially on split and bind. Chat, when you pop the interceptor, is there an animation or can I have my gun out the whole time? There's an animation. Oh, that's a 9.
3-9 on their opponent's map pick in the second map of this opening.
Okay, then maybe I'm setting someone else up.
Unfortunately, this is not an opponent that
It's pretty
is
quick
weak
though.
by any means. We're talking about a team that is has aspirations, has hopes, has predictions of being
As fast
in
as
the
Clove
Sunday
Hill.
game. And
Oh,
so
okay, that's not too bad.
they've got to figure something out here, and they've got to do it really freaking fast. Doug with Christy here on the call, and Dodds has been a bright spot, but that's really been the only one.
Hey,
2-1 on the
this round of
pistols.
The second half of the last game, there was the Dodds ace. Don't ask what happened after that.
Right.
Don't ask what happened after that. You don't.
yeah.
Nothing happened after that.
Nope.
We just loaded up into the next game. Team Liquid got the win. Maybe we can channel some of that magic. Channel touch the arcane.
Take a look at the Ozic there. Gonna get some of that early challenge. Again, has struggled, to be honest. I mean, I hate to say it, but the truth is, all of Crew have.
I mean, it just felt suffocating.
Yeah, it
playing
really
against
did.
the deep holds from Team Liquid. Picture perfect macro.
Shelly has a chance to hit
Feels
Belton
so
there,
weird
just
to
a tag.
play heavy stack B and do this.
I mean, Crew have given up so much to the A site.
For nothing, really.
Yeah.
It's kind of astounding to think about how Liquid find
The
themselves
weird
in this
pistol.
position to begin with, where they have so
They
much
must be so
agency on the
confident in
site
their
for
retake.
no value.
And I
mean,
don't know
for no
why, because they
cost.
don't have many
also
bits of
see
util.
Zero with a
Is their
full
plan
order
to
on
just
the beat.
smoke,
Crew have given up so much
insta-diffuse,
because
create
they're taking so
chaos?
much time. But Zero might actually
We got a
have some serious
luck
impact
on the
this
go.
round.
The timing on that will
I
be
really don't like this
flashback
pistol.
sight, no fight.
It's just stall.
Yeah.
Let this lurk come online.
Nice nade now.
Really flush forward. That nade's not going to feel good. Down to
4
4
HP.
Somehow weaker than the last.
Smoke
heroic
that.
we
Era
saw.
is here.
Daiki playing on the other side of the smoke. Becerra strides value. Daiki does two kills found. And Kinnear has been very good in the 1v1s, but not really going to get an
Yeah, very,
opportunity
very nice.
to get
I
to
think
the
they give
1v1
themselves
effort.
such a low chance of winning the round with this pistol. I really do.
Two ways that the teams played similar on their defensive half.
For sure,
and how
Liquid
it's
did the best
vastly
thing
different as
possible
well.
against
You
it.
look at that at face value, it's like, well, what's wrong with how Crew played that? They played it passive, they gave a lot of space.
You know, they're playing back behind their site, but they weren't even playing on site. The way that Team Liquid would play, even in a passive hold like
Was
that,
that Brim
they'd
smoke?
have
No,
totally
they
going
smoked
down
off
on the side. They'd be
front of
contesting,
lamps.
Over lamps territory pretty consistently.
They smoked off here.
Ready and always putting the pressure down. Whereas Crew, they're playing up in heaven, they're playing back in pipes. They didn't have anyone contesting the spike
Okay,
plant.
3-1. It looks like it's gonna end on the pistols.
As they find again in this round.
10-3 half, or 10-3 score, and they don't invest here. They don't force.
Nice
really
shot.
interesting out from Crew.
And you know, I
Dude,
said,
Bizarra
words there. The simple
is
one is be passive doesn't mean do
insanely
nothing.
aware all
Crew
the
did a little bit
time.
of nothing in the last round, whereas Team Liquid were doing so much even in the passive play.
Very well said. I think that might have been a bit of an FPS.
Even in some of the other rounds when there's been, like this one was pretty obvious, like on the other rounds when there's been like Lux and the heavy rotating.
Daiki can still go play and see what she can find, but
I feel like she stays like 2 extra seconds in some situations where most people would rotate.
Spike planted.
What's your preferred way to go down
Do
here?
I believe in the comeback here? Nah, Liquid are way too good.
if this was Abyss, I would say for the sake of
Kento with the 2-1. Thank you so much for the 40 months. Thank you, thank you.
keep going.
Do you think the spike exploding tickles?
In the
like as it zaps through your body.
Crew looked a little more together on
the
Corrode,
whole, like, melting
to be fair.
and the explosion type sense of the word tickles, where you're just kind of getting disintegrated. Then yeah, tickles.
But
yeah.
for a moment, it's like, ooh, that's nice. As the radiant
Crazy
gets ripped
Twitch
out of your
names for
body.
sure.
Right, you know, I'm going to be really candid with you here. I've never.
Where do I even start with your name?
I've never been disintegrated, and so I don't know.
Okay,
but my
that's
guess is,
fair.
doesn't tickle down.
Where do I even
Now,
start
a lot
with
of
this
people who
name?
played against Jelly have experience being
Just over for Trent,
And doesn't
maybe?
tickle, I'm sure.
It does not tickle that.
Ignore the fast
That
bet.
packs a punch.
17-6. Swing of a punch right now.
I appreciate the 2-1.
And so now they're going to buy. They have to play perfect the rest of the way, at least Crew do. And that's tough. That's a
Mini
that's a
reads
tough
your name?
situation
Yeah,
to
of
be
course he
in
does.
When, I mean, even some of the 50-50 situations haven't been going your way. We'll get a chance to see how they choose to play the veto on the attacking side, at least in this round. The interceptor right outside of Showers.
Yeah, stopping any sort of crunch play ideas from the defense.
Dog,
You'll see
attack smoke.
that a lot when you're playing for the attack. Unless you're
Gap
trying
and
to save
attack
the
smoke.
post plant.
Jelly is unbelievable. Yeah, Daiki's gonna get caught there. All good. 4v3 for Crew. I mean, 4v2.5. Jujina has 5 HP.
I don't know if she's really in the equation here. So Team Liquid, Becky gonna call freestyle round. Everybody go your own way, get something done. We find a pick or something, maybe we have a chance. But Crew seem to have done exactly what's required of them in this round.
Like this trip.
Jiggle here, see a body, drop a smoke down on site. And again, this is what
Maybe
I was
this
saying,
trip
where
would be better if
passive
you
doesn't
threw
mean do
it.
nothing, put down a smoke
I would
in
need
the
to see how
middle
they
site,
throw
that's
this
the
actually.
defense. Right. Just to say that the
I think around the corner so you don't see it would be better.
With that brim smoke,
Maybe it lands so fast that you don't get to the angle.
a true honest smoke. Player could be lurking in and around anywhere. You can put down the molly as well. Like
It's really
this
nice.
is a good hold from Crew.
Yeah, even just playing on site is different from what we saw in the pistol in the first place. And you're right, the investment of utility does that as well.
15
And think about it,
seconds.
13 seconds
5
left,
HP on my planter.
Kinda like the idea of
Surely
playing
not.
back site, but nice spam from
Oh.
Isa responds. This might be Bizarra.
Okay.
Should not have been able to get
Well.
the spike down. Abazera's playing up really aggressively. Michaela on the other side with launch not far off. Bazera gets away with another. Oh my
Bizarre
gosh.
looks unbelievable.
They cannot stumble into a win right now. I don't know that I've ever seen a team kind of play things out the way Crew have been playing, where it seems like they finally have an advantage, they finally have an opportunity, and something happens to throw all of that to the wind.
It can be as simple as trying to
The
spam
Vito
out the
Fury
planter
looking good on this
missing, and
map.
the
The
return
Vito
fire
looks
gets
nice
you.
on
We
this
saw
map.
that on full
Especially
force.
if there's just like
It can be as simple
basic
as
cues that you
Bazera
can do it off
simply
of.
dominating you.
Like Vito against the
That's what
brim is
happens
pretty
when you walk
good.
up into pipes.
Just purely because you know when they're hitting sights with the
Fact that it's
smokes.
done with a Guardian as well.
Like
This
you
shot
actually
then
get
turns
the
back around to kill
you get the
player
cue of when
backside.
to
Like,
do it.
How quickly are you ready for that?
And then when they
thinks
start
there's
doing
no
late
way
smokes, you can just
she's
up
gonna be
heaven.
turning around and looking for it.
cacete. Bezerra, casa comigo, Bezerra.
Jack Calamate. Appreciate it. 4 for 4 on the pick'ems, really.
A judge.
It's impressive.
Guardian.
Appreciate the tier 1 thing for the 21 months.
Bulldog.
Okay, 9 goals at it.
And a 12-3 half. Biazic's now down.
What a stomp. Back-to-back stomps
I think
today.
again, if we're talking about a team like Liquid that should be competing for a championship, this is what you want. This is what you need to see out from them. And yeah, they look just as good as people have said. 13-5.
Yeah, KRU look a little lost on this map, though. I will say that. I thought the Corrode was actually fine. The scoreline doesn't suggest it.
Come up with a fight here. Showstop from Jelly.
Oh, the flash setup was really nice, but no joy on the other side. Jujina trying to swing forward. That judge doesn't feel good. But Bezerra is still in play, and now the ult, the TP out. Still a 3v3.
It's a nice play from Dodds going high ground.
Yet, but you still have the final boss on the other side. They have full short control.
Bezerra healed up.
Good shot.
1 for 1. Munch gets another. Daiki. It would be poetic, wouldn't it?
Okay, very nice.
This time around, Munch gets 3. Dodds gets the defuse, and we're going
Keeps
to
it
play
going for a little bit.
One more.
Yeah, let's run it back. See how deep KRU can take this one.
I ever tell you about the time that there was a team that was down 12-3 and then came all the way back and played perfect?
I'm just going to let you keep digging this hole. No, dog, you never told me about that one.
Story.
Gosh, I love a good bedtime story.
Yeah, I mean,
I love fantasy.
Give me
what I love.
give me a little bit and I'll tell you the whole story. I don't remember how it goes exactly, but I think it'll keep coming back to me round over round. If we get the chance to talk it out. Kinnear does have ult. Couple of orbs traded.
Dude, is this not the... Is this the Palmer smoke? I swear there's a gap here. Am I just wrong?
Yeah, sure. I mean, why not, I guess. And Michaela gets back. Nicely done.
Oops.
Numbers advantage now.
Daiki has 35 HP.
Okay.
Yeah, this default smoke will get punished at one point. I worry for that. Other than that, it's been pretty nice from them.
Don't be ridiculous, Doug. It's too early. Because the thing about stories like that, even if 80% of the story feels good, can never stick the landing.
No, yeah.
Never. The ending is always a disappointment.
I mean, I got to give the people hope, right?
Well.
Oh, my goodness.
No, that's not, the eye's not going to do anything for you there. I'm afraid not.
You know what happens when you give people hope, Doug?
No.
They strung with it, though. Nice shot.
Not quite lost yet, at least this round.
30 seconds left.
Bezerra's going to go exploring.
Be taking the TP at one point now.
Making a ton of noise, but the spike's headed the other way. The TP through. Monch, what can you do? Remember, Daiki's weak.
And that's a
late
late rotate.
And is going to be the first out onto the site. Got to clear back. Cannot yet. 10 seconds left. The spike's still not down. Rotations and reinforcements arriving. Jujina somehow still gets the spike down. You don't want to lose this in a 2v4. Please don't lose this in a 2v4. Jujina dropping down, looking for the second. Still the judge in play. Connects.
Dude, show me some confidence with the judge.
That remain, and it's all in Jujina now. Manages to find just enough time to reload. That's a clone. Don't shoot at that one. Munch gets 3. KRU get 5.
Yeah, you know, Munch there is able to play a great little anchor position with the cross-map smoke chucked in from Kinnear. On the left side of default. Really like that coming out from KRU just to stay alive on backside. Keep that pressure down, makes it almost impossible to plant the spike. That's what I'm talking about. You see the smoke on the left side. So that's what Daiki's looking at. Is a player waiting inside that? Or are they going to pop through when you try to plant?
Shrimpy Seth, thank you for the raid, dude. I hope stream is good.
There by just simply being
Thank you for that.
open. Right.
What's an intentional gaps and smokes? Yeah, it's strong, especially when AWPing. I mean, it's a CS meta thing as well. It's a nice early timeout. I was wondering when it might start coming in. It's very, very early. Just make sure that nothing goes wrong. It's only one round away. We've seen teams famous for losing these. Good just to get your ults all intact if need to be as well.
Yeah. And honestly, I'm not even sure if Team Liquid need to
reinvent the wheel.
No.
With something like this here, this could be as simple as just talking together, getting all the timings down, exactly what we're going to do on our next edge.
Gosh, that's a crazy statement. What the hell? You can't follow that up with rank when I haven't played for 8, 9 months. It's 50 RR because I only played one ranked game, and it was a ranked reset.
And just sort of running it that way, setting up very nicely in post plants.
That's crazy behavior.
So
crazy behavior.
A little bit more macro style. Could always just go back and keep things simple.
Yeah, the classic slam a sight and see if you win.
Jesus. I feel personally attacked.
When you see Guardians and a lot of
Okay, double judge though.
Discussing whether or not just a full save is the name of the game.
Out of it, yeah, it's gonna fit right in with behavior like that.
We'll be able to put another round together as well, given that
Kind of perfect.
And we were talking so much about ults in the first half. The fact that Dodds has a showstopper here, went out on a swing round is big.
What are you gonna do with that judge there?
Probably shoot some people.
Jelly will be first. Easy now. Yeah, they didn't like how that smelled.
A little strange, but if you don't like what that smells like,
Keep Fade-Eye. Are we making the call just from that? Yeah, we are. Fade-Eye goes out, doesn't scan anyone, knows the rotate's going in, knows there's going to be 3 over towards here. They can dodge a Viper Pit, and then they're going to... It's a great call. You're going to dog through the Viper Pit, keep 3 interested and hit the weak site, all because of Fade-Eye missed. It's nice. Dog goes in, keeps the 3 interested. Damn, even so much that it rotates like a second late as well.
Smoke drops 2. And Dodds is starting to rotate over. Gonna arrive at the scene, has 2 satchels and the ult and the nade. A full belt of utility. The nade's already out. Pizarro falls.
Oh,
and now the Nightfall invested. The rocket connects. And they keep everyone back. He's left in a 1v3. No shot.
Nice holdover towards Saint.
I think that's just a good round out from Crew. And Team Liquid
It's still a good round from Liquid, to be honest.
At the end of things, that first shot out from Mikhaili, getting
the call was good.
The Nightfall, sure it cost Crew 2 ultimates, but makes that B site completely impenetrable. This shot here, thing of beauty, and then wasting no time, even pivoting back into that site smoke. That smoke they're always throwing down, so Crew can flood out from spawn really easily.
Yeah, if not for that smoke, that she gets killed before the Nightfall even goes off, and
very
just
different
like
situation.
that.
Yeah, absolutely. Dodds probably doesn't get out from spawn with the showstopper either.
Right. The problem is, we've seen situations like this end in an eco many times, and that is what Liquid find themselves in right now. A Bucky and a hero rifle for Bizarra. And this time a lot of attention towards A.
Here still has the judge, by the way.
Oh no. Dodds falls. There's the judge, spotted by the Roomba, 70 HP. That shouldn't happen. A Bucky from that distance will clean
That
it up.
shouldn't happen.
We'll get the kill.
Jelly.
Shotgun off.
With a nade as well. It's a game of chicken. Who goes first? Who swings first? It's Jelly. Kunir down, a 5v3.
It's a double flank too, Doug. That's being held by
And the
Jujina
Sky Flash hit, so you know for sure the flank is here.
Daiki to flash there, confirming there's a flank.
Dude, you gotta use some util then.
Not quite enough to do much else. Anissa strikes. Piazik falls. 2 guns left for the defense. 2 guns left for Crew. And 2 final opportunities to extend this once more. It's just out on to Munch. Munch gets 3 on the round. Still 2 more to find. Time is short. Time is incredibly short.
Some nice
and so
fucking
are the
players,
hopes of Crew.
Okay, pretty convincing though. Pretty convincing. They look good. This was the best we've seen the Vito look, for sure.
Just like that, that story writes itself.
Yeah.
Team Liquid, they were the main characters, taking that one after fumbling a couple of rounds there, just on the eco. Take it right back.
Do it for the culture.
Yeah. I mean, the players of the moment there, Bizarra and Jelly, 22 kills, 21 kills respectively. Beasting it up.
Vito on this map for sure, viable, yeah.
On the big stage since they jumped to Shopify.
Mine's looking good. I know Split will be good.
What's going to look like a great tournament for Brazil's #1.
Yeah, I mean, even if they play at half
Abyss
of
didn't
what
look
they
great,
like today, there's a
but
lot to be
I think it
excited
should
about.
look
I
right
just
on
love
Abyss.
the macro. This team, Daiki, plays such a great game. Team Liquid have been the top of their game for so long, have the crowd out here and force to support them too. is exactly what you want to see from them.
Yeah, Daiki looked incredible. We talked about
Corrode.
a number of times.
Yeah, I mean it kind of fits with double. Kind of fits with double smoke as well. It's just that if you can warrant having a solo duelist on maps.
Whether it's sheriff shots or a little fun step up on the Bucky. Team look good. Always making things a little bit more interesting at the end.
Yeah, this has got to feel so.
I don't think I would ever
good.
pick a Vito over Viper.
Swing the way you were for. You do not really have to show a ton either.
As my Pickham's doing, an insanely average 2 for 2 right now.
And for Liquid to get through it again the way they did, just is really,
But,
really
I mean,
nice. So
we're essentially flipping coins anyway, so it makes sense.
Alongside me to talk about today's win. 네, 팀 리퀴드 브라질의 젤리 선수 만나보도록
A couple of
하겠습니다.
4-0s, that's nice.
먼저 오늘 다이키 선수도 굉장히 많이 일어서서
You
도발을
guys can do
열심히
my
했고 또 젤리
Pickham's next year.
선수도 진짜 이 곰돌이로 귀엽게 도발하는 모습도 보여줬는데요. 먼저 이런 도발 자연스럽게 분위기를 타서 나온 건지 아니면 조금 더 의식적으로 흐름을 가져오기 위해서 조금 더 신경 썼던 건지.
I got the Brazilians
그리고
right?
이
Yeah.
도발의 비하인드 스토리도 한번 들어보고 싶네요.
The Brazilians right so far.
Jelly. Now, Daiki was standing up, yelling, right? You had your fair share of trash talking with your flex toy as well. So what kind of message were you trying to send with the little bear hanging out its tongue? And was this something that happened naturally, or were you guys more doing it on purpose to get the vibes up?
I think the little squeaky toy, I try to just, it's more of like getting attention and like, you know, we want to take their focus away from what they're seeing and what they're thinking. So they're gonna be like, what the fuck is that? So sorry. But they're gonna be like, what the hell is that? So, you know, that kind of takes their attention off. And also I like it, so it's fun, but it gets the vibes up. Like you said, trash talking is, especially in Brazil, very common. So it gets our vibes up and, you know, just gets us hyped up.
워낙 또 브라질
That's
지역이
true.
이렇게 트래시 토킹을 좋아하고 또 분위기를 끌어올리기 위해서 트래시 토킹을 많이 하는 지역이기도 하지만 그리고 오늘 특별히 저 곰을 들고 나와서 보여준 이유는 상대 선수들이 그걸 보고 뭐야 뭐 하는 거야 하면서 약간 집중력을 빼앗을 수 있는 그런 고도의 마인드 게임이었다고 얘기를 하면서 또 이렇게 의식적으로 조금 더 트래시 토킹을 해주면 뭔가 분위기도 더 좋아지고 흐름을 더 가져올 수 있을 것 같다고 그렇기 때문에 오늘 열심히
Oh, really,
트래시 토킹을
Sonny?
했다고
Interesting.
얘기를 하는데요.
Then it must be a
자,
different
그리고
reason.
사실 젤리 선수는 리퀴드 이적하면서 첫 쿠대에서 타격대로 포변을 한 거거든요. 그래서 국제대회에서 타격대로 경기를 치른 건 이번 경기가
That's an
처음인데
easy
이
permaban,
포변이
surely.
선수로서의 성장에는 또 어떤 영향을 줬는지 물어보고 싶네요. And you switched roles.
Give you a 14.
Joining
Oh,
Team
you did a
Liquid, you
permaban? I
went
was going with a
from that,
14-day timeout. I respect
initiator
it.
role to the duelist, and I was told that this was actually your first international match on the duelist role. What was that transition like for you, and how did it kind of help you grow as a player?
At first, the transition was kind of hard, honestly. It, you know, it changes a lot of how about you think. Initiator is more info focused, so I was thinking a lot more about the game. So, you know, like micro stuff. But coming on to the duelist, I can actually focus a lot more on my individual plays and like stuff that I want to do. So it gets, the main focus that we try to have is getting me comfortable, getting people comfortable with what we're doing. So it's a pretty big change, but honestly, I've been adapting very well, but it cannot be understated how much my team has helped me. Since, you know, it's a role I've played before, but in the international stage, something I've never done before. So my team also has a huge amount of work put into it.
처음에는 너무 힘들었다고 합니다. 사실 첫 쿠대를 하면서 그냥 주위의 정보 수집과 그리고 약간 어떤 상황인지를 파악하는 게 메인이 됐었기 때문에 그런 부분을 신경 쓰느라 운영 위주의 시각을 갖고 경기를 하느라 이 포변이 쉽지 않았는데 그 이후에는 조금 더 샷에 집중을 할 수 있었고 훨씬 더
You
이제
play by the
개인
chat
기량을
rules.
뽐내볼
Yeah,
수
you got it.
있었기 때문에 타격대도 너무너무 좋은
You've always
역할이고
got
잘 맞는
odds
것
to stream
같다고
if you want
얘기를
that.
하고요. 이렇게 힘들었는데도 그래도 특히 오늘 이렇게 국제전에서 처음으로
You know the
타격대
outcome, man.
경기를 치렀는데 팀원들이 너무 많이 도와줘서 그동안 좋은 모습을 보여줄 수도 있었고 이번 승리에도 또 팀원들이 도와줬기 때문에 이런 좋은 결과를 만들어낼 수 있지 않았나라고 얘기를 했습니다. 이렇게 해서 젤리 선수 만나봤습니다. Thank you, Jelly, and best of luck.
was like the...
Yeah. Well, hi, we're live. Thank you so much for joining us here. Daiki from Team Liquid, hot off that win. We were just chatting already about some of the experience of getting to come here and play at GCC again. But I want to start with that.
I'll move
because
myself
2
up.
years, Daiki, the last time that we got to see you play at an international event, just barely missed out last year. How does it feel to be back competing with this team internationally?
I feel like it was meant to be here. Like it's glad to be here on the stage playing against those teams. So I'm happy.
Yeah, it's so cool to see.
One people for life. Thank you so much.
I know you've been asked
Appreciate
about
the
it a
prime.
ton
Thank you, the
playing
4
in
months.
Brazil, but for an international audience, the big change is Bastarda now wearing an MIBR jersey and you guys competing with Jelly in the team. Can you talk a little bit about the decision to make that change and then what it's been like to have Jelly in the roster now?
I think we needed to have some changes because in 2023 we lost, and it was almost close to we want to lift the trophy, but we needed to make changes, and we didn't in 2024. So I think it was a big mistake for us because we already achieved our top in 2023, and I think it was a mistake not change anything to.
You think because you performed so well, it made you wait to make the changes you felt like you needed to?
And we had a big ego in 2024 in the beginning because top 2 of the championship, and we almost qualified to Valorant Challengers Brazil. So we are like, we are the best, and then we lost the 2 split. So I think. All those it was a big mistakes. Like we had to practice more, and we weren't. So I think those 2 was 2 big mistakes.
How has
it's cool to admit that.
Speaking of Jelly, how has the communication
Y2 ABK as well. Thanks so much for the 13 months. Appreciate the tier 1. Thank you.
Now she's a duelist, so I'm curious what the differences are like in the comms for that. Is she more talkative because she was an initiator, or is she like chilling because she's a duelist?
No, she's clearly more talkative.
Yeah,
you said. So she communicated more. She asked for more resources. So I think it's better, but it's not better than the start. I wouldn't say that. Like it's just different.
Just different. Yes. Learning each other. Perfect. Speaking of learning each other, I know you also have a new coach this year in Naps, and you guys have spoken a lot about the discipline that it brings to the table. Your pistol round win rates. Here we go. Your pistol round win rates is insane. These stats are crazy. Who's orchestrating the pistol rounds? How has it been working with your new coach?
She knows. He's very dedicated, and it changed a lot, like our situations, like 5v4, 5v3. It changed a lot because we used to lose these rounds.
Okay.
And so it changed it, and those pistols, like we watched some VODs, and most of the times we just copy other teams.
Of course.
But I don't know, just adaptation. Because sometimes you will do a pistol that other team did, but it won't work, and you have to adapt it. And I think our adaptation is really good.
Who's spearheading those adaptations for your team to make a new pistol your own and make everyone comfortable with that pistol?
I think everyone can talk a little. Like we have the freedom, to everyone. So if Bizarra sees a gap in the map, she can call it, and me or Isa or Jelly, everyone.
All your players are stepping up to do that. I want to ask you personally, as an IGL, as a leader, because the first time we saw you competed at GCC, you were so young when you came to Berlin, and now 3 years on from that first tournament. I was watching a lot of the vlogs that your team puts out, and you were talking about how you felt like you needed to be more strict. You needed to step up and be more of a leader after losing in 2024. I want you to reflect on that now and talk to me about how you've changed and how you feel you've improved as an IGL, as a leader for your team.
Happiness, I think it happened because I don't know, I'm more like more rude or something like that.
Like
I
stern,
think,
maybe?
Yeah, no, I'm like, I think my team just feel comfortable with me and trust me every time. So I think that was the captain I wanted to be every time. So I think I could achievement it.
But you're getting a lot closer to being that captain that you want to be.
Yes,
and
yes.
that's going to be so cool to watch develop throughout that one. Thank you so much for joining us, Sliggy. Let's get ready to talk about what's happening next in this tournament, because with that win, you guys have secured yourselves a match that fans of GCC going to be fairly familiar with there, as you see Team Liquid moving up to the winner.
Dude, tomorrow's sick games.
I think a lot of people would expect G2 to win that
This
match.
is gonna be sick.
Played them so many times.
I think this could be close. Nova impressed me.
Would you be excited to get another opportunity, or do you think there's a chance for Nova to come and upset there?
Nova surprised me because I thought Ninetales would win, but I don't know. Maybe Nova wins. I don't know how it is G2 now, because they lost a couple of splits. So, but I don't know. I don't know. Maybe G2, maybe Nova. I don't know.
Do you care who you play? Is there a team you'd prefer?
Maybe D2 because I'm used to, but I have no problems to face Nova.
Just want to play anyone in the tournament.
Yes, yes.
That's the right mentality. Well, thank you so much for your time today, Daiki. The matches coming up tomorrow are
Right,
that
Zytica as well, the tier 1. Thank you so much for the 6 months, dude. I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, chat. We are done for the day. Pretty short one. We got a 2-0, 2-0. Imagine that changes tomorrow with the games.
Congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
We'll see you back tomorrow at the same time.
We've been freezing since Series 1. Any recommendations for hoodies? Yeah, we can do one last plug before we stop. While I'm doing this, someone find me a streamer to raid. I appreciate everyone. Sliggy.store if you want to get some merch. We got hoodies if you're cold, sweatshirts if you're cold, t-shirts if you're warm, mugs if you're thirsty, bags if you need ease of carrying. I got no idea. Give me a streamer. Who is streaming? Who is streaming? Who is raiding? Sliggy.store again if you want to check it out. Andy, how many wines? 3 wines.
Looking now to get a little bit aggressive as the Nightfall comes into play. Those players are main flank double as GX pops the ult, gets a double, but somehow Xipto stabilized. The decay starting to fade as Yumi up top and third in the round already. This was looking like KC.
Okay, perfect.
Snuffed out the flame.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. I'll see you all tomorrow. I appreciate you all being here. Shout out to everyone watching on Twitch and YouTube. And I will see you all soon. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Right. Bye, everyone. Bye, everyone. Johnny, I'll do it tomorrow. It's all good, Johnny. I appreciate the reminder, though. All right. Peace, everyone. Thank you so much, guys. Bye, bye, bye.
Waiting on the other side. She's going to stick it. She stuck it the whole way. It's a stolen
YouTube chat. I appreciate you all as well. Bye, everyone. I'll see you all soon. Bye, bye. Subscribe if you haven't already. Support me. All right. Peace.
It's a full stick.
Oh, stops.